the tensions with a knife. Love can win and change it all if only we could get it right. Changing our position, recognizing the vision that beyond all of division, our dreams will come to fruition. And if we can change it all, these walls gon' fall. We find it straight before we know it, we be standing tall. Like the tree next to the still waters running deep. Future's right in front of me, clear as day is gonna be. Better days a million ways, climbing up the mountaintop. Nothing we can't do. Freedom ring, see the bright sunshine. That freedom ring, better by and by. Oh, I let freedom ring. Free from the lowest valleys to the mountains I've seen. Oh, let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. When it's all said and done, we shall overcome. Finish this race with one, facing the rising sun, and we shall march on till our victory's won. Free, black king, black queen, we on the road to equality. Be who it is that you wanna be. Put your fists in the sky, we can let freedom ring. Lift your voice up high. Let freedom ring, see the bright sunshine. Let freedom ring, better by and by. Oh, let freedom ring.
Crossing city limits when I hit the road. Feel it in my spirit. I'm already gone. Nothing compares to the way that I've been missing you. And it's hard to believe that a woman like you could love someone like me. All that I need is all that you breathe. If you send your location, I will be right there, baby. You ain't got to be patient. I won't leave you waiting. I won't ever leave you lonely. As long as I got you right by me, and I'll give you my love. Promise I'll be everything you ever need. You know that's right, baby. I won't leave you Say you don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely.
Tell me, baby, who better for you? Writing for a page, letters for you. She can't top all the things I do. Chasing your love, boy, I'm in pursuit. and time is of the essence. All the second guessing, asking too many questions. I'm just being honest, baby boy, I made you the exception. Kick it up a notch, let me teach you this lesson. Rule number one, I ain't never number two. Let me take it higher, we can get a better view. We too deep in it just to let it be. I'm just saying, stop playing, you look better on me.
You look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely. What you say? Hey, let's run away. Hey, tell me where you stay. Hey, hey, on your hips like that. Got me thinking I might relapse it. Why you doing that bad? I guess, let's face it.
Oh man, oh wait. A little shawty got body when she moved to the beat. Said she used to have a man but had to leave him behind. Too cute for little buddy when she wear that designer. But trust that I floss, I could keep up. Straight spaghetti with the sauce when we link up. Modified T-tops with the V12 engine. Let you whip it, baby, not to mention I got your whole attention. Now you tempted, take you anywhere that you want. That's a gold impression. Every summer in the jet just to go around the world. Promise you gon' get tired of the diamonds and pearls, girl.
Don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely. What you say? Hey, let's run away. Hey, tell me where you stay. Hey, hey, on your hips like that. Got me thinking I might relapse it. Why you doing that bad? I guess, let's face it.
Look, yeah, I've been in that. Biggest player in the game, that's big facts.
LCP 리그 자체가 이번에 처음 생긴 리그이기도 하고 여러 나라의 팀들이 모여서 리그를 한다는 것 자체가 되게 색다르고 재밌는 것 같습니다.
やっぱり参加しているチーム自体が競技力が高いリーグで上位のチームなので、そこでお互いに競技力が上がる、中国、韓国を除いたアジア地域のレベルの底上げになるのかなというふうには。
今回のリーグだともうおそらく全員が本当に最も強いレベルの相手と常に戦うことになるってことで、一戦一戦も本当にちょっと気が抜けないような戦いになるのかなと思ってます。
ロースターも去年と変わってすごく手堅いチームになったなっていうふうに感じるし、
저희는 이제 소프트뱅크라는 AJL 팀이고 저희 팀원들이 이제 많은 좀 AJL 팬분들이 아실 만한 탑에는 이제 에비 선수가 있고,
에비 선수는 팀에서 이제 든든하게 탱커를 맡아주는 역할이라고 생각하고
리더 같은 역할을 하고 있고 팀 이제 분위기 메이커도 하고 있는 것 같아요.
모두를 놀라게 할 만한 선수요. 그거는 제가 될 것 같습니다. 항상 하면서 이제 발전하고 있다고 생각해서 밑바닥에서 이제 시작한 만큼 모두를 깜짝 놀라게 할 수 있습니다.
커리지 선수는 나이도 어리고 유망하다고 생각해서 앞으로가 좀 많이 기대되는 선수고,
일단 갱형이 좀 오래 일본에 생활했으니까 일본어에 대해서 되게 유창한 편이어서 저희가 하고 싶은 얘기들을 잘 통역처럼 해주는 것 같아요.
またソフトバンクホークスゲーミングっていうチームの名前を背負って大会に参加できるっていうのもすごく貴重な経験だと思うので、貴重な経験だと思います。
저는 이 팀에 와서 생각보다 놀란 게 이제 마블 선수가 좀 그래도 되게 잘하는 선수다라고 생각이 들 것 같고,
마블 선수도 제가 AJL 내에서는 되게 신예라고 얘기를 많이 들었는데 그중에서 좀 되게 잘하는 유망주라고 들어서 마블 선수도 아마 되게 잘할 것 같고,
인게임에서 팀을 이제 선수들한테 어디로 가야 될지 방향성을 좀 제시해주는 리더가 이제 페이트 선수 같고,
저희 팀에 있는 선수들이 되게 경쟁력이 있는 선수들이라고 생각을 해서 저희 리그도 뭔가 가능성이 되게 크게 있다고 생각합니다.
国際戦のトーナメントとリーグはどう違うかっていうのは、やっぱりトーナメントっていうのは負けたら そこで終わりじゃないですか。そのリーグっていうのはやっぱり学びながら戦える場所だと思ってるので、やっぱりその試す余地っていうのがトーナメントはやっぱなくなるので、その点リーグ戦は試す余地っていうのがすごく大幅にあって、それによって新しい、戦術とかチャンピオンとかで新しいものがリーグ戦によってのおかげで見れるようになるんじゃないかなと思いますね。
이 롤이랑 게임을 정말 일본 내에서 좀 인기를 좀 끌어올리고 싶고, 그리고 소프트뱅크를 응원하는 팬분들 입장에서 얘네 팀은 정말 한 팀이구나, 다 같이 하구나, 이제 그런 생각을 가질 수 있게 하고 싶습니다. 그게 성공이라고 생각합니다.
got options. The elders dream Barack success as they got options. Some things we'll never know. Our history they rarely show. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Police need on a brother's throat. Triangle traded Jimmy Crow. Rosa Parks and Selma's Road. Frederick Douglass still the GOAT. One thing that I know I go. I'm going hard until Marcus Garvey is proud of me. I'm going hard until Sister Sojourner proud of me. I'm going hard for ancestors that's up above. The ones who fought for us when our people were shackled up. I'm going hard for our people, for the love. Black magic in my veins, black magic in my blood. Gotta apply the pressure, keep the movement moving. Oh, that's where they test us, impeding the improvement. So I throw my fist up, John Carlos, I salute up. Black women so precious, Kamala, she proved it. From a people born in change, feels so good to see some change. Eeny, meeny, miny, mane.
Welcome back, everybody, to this fantastic Saturday night where we will have some more fantastic games of League of Legends here in the LCP. And I will once again be your host, Fish, and alongside me, to my left, it is once again Blue Panda who is joining me.
Look, coming back, there's something in the air for the Pacific at the moment. Last night there was potentially, maybe some upsets coming. Tonight there could be some more. We've seen some very interesting stuff out of the Vikings. I don't see that happening to CFO. They've looked pretty solid at the moment. But yeah, great day 2 for week 2 of the LCP.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, as you sort of touched on there, first game of the day going to be Vikings going up against SoftBank. SoftBank yet to pick up a win, playing 2 series last week. Not able to find victory in either of them. They did pick up a game win up against GAM. And honestly, I think the standings and how they find themselves right at the bottom of the table doesn't really tell the story of what you'd expect from a team like SoftBank. Uncharacteristically bad game from Evie last week. I think we're going to come in this week and look pretty strong. Should be favored as an individual going up against Kratos on the top side.
Yeah, but look, I think it speaks volume in a roster like the Vikings. Every role has a backup bar one, and that's Kratos at the top lane. And that speaks volumes to the confidence that this team has in this guy. He doesn't need backup. He is the backup for this team. He holds his own. So I think that is where the biggest struggle is going to come for SHG. So I think if your win condition is on the board, it's got to be somewhere else.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, he did look very solid going up against the likes of Kiaya over last week in our first week of the LCP. And that speaks volumes because we saw Kiaya play at Worlds last year against some of the best top laners in the world and dominate them. There's no real other way to put it. He was just very dominant there. And so being that Kratos went up against him did very well in comparison, especially to Evie, who got Omega gapped. I'm struggling to figure out a different word to use there. Just completely stomped up there. Does speak volumes of the level of a player that Kratos can be. However, I always just have to come back to Evie because he is such a historic player and he always is sort of that middle ground between being the best of the top laners and the worst, and if he's better than you, tends to win more often than not.
Yeah, but again, I talked about it yesterday. A good team plays well, win ahead. A great team plays well, win behind. Same goes for players. A great player will play well from behind and do what they need to for the team. But, I mean, you look at it, the Vikings coming in from last week nearly pulled off a bit of an upset against CFO. They did lose the series 2-1, but taking a map away from CFO in their opening, week of play in the LCP, a new competition, new environment for them to be playing in is hugely impressive.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely very excited to see what the first series, honestly, both series of the night, because we, touched on Vikings versus SoftBank. Second game, arguably even more closely contested, being that we have GAM, the traditionally most dominant VCS team in history. They obviously did, fall to Vikings last week, and that's another VCS team, but going up against CFO, who have put together what I would say is, at least on paper, the second strongest roster here. You have, obviously, in that game, we're going to have Levi going up against Junja, and Junja, for my money, is the best jungler in our league. Maybe Levi's the only one really contesting him, and they are very different in their play styles. Junja likes to help his team a lot. You even see on that Zyra game, finishes are clear, not looking to just get a quick recall off and make sure he's got his fast rotation into his second clear. No, looks up top, finds kill after kill after kill for his team, and is very good at doing that, whereas Levi, much more likely to be the carry of his team, right? Take those resources, go top. He wants the kills that he gets for his laners instead, as Junjia tries to give them off, and I think that's going to be a clash of playstyle. Which one's better? Might just come down to the pieces around them, because I think, honestly, you look at both of them and you're like, okay, yeah, these guys are very good. What can everyone else on the team provide?
Well, I mean, it's the difference. Obviously, with Junja being, that team-oriented jungler, the win condition is not him. He's there to make sure that the win conditions for the team can show up and get those kills and get the gold and get the freedom they need to move. Whereas, Levi coming in as a carry jungler is going to be looking for those kills. He's going to be the one looking to be the tip of the spear for his team to blow opportunities wide open and take the game that way.
Yeah, absolutely. So just a little sort of rundown on the night, but obviously Vikings versus SoftBank being first. We touched on the top lane. I think that should be the most important lane to focus on in general, but across the map, I mean, SoftBank, they have sort of that quintessential AD carry. I talk about it quite a lot where, you get these AD carries. Some of them are that X Factor. Betty always strikes me as one of them where if you're going to win, it's oftentimes through him. Not so much at the moment with the meta, but Marble is the absolute epitome of it. He wants to play the Misfortune, he wants to play the Ashe, he wants to play the Varus. Outside of that, not as comfortable, doesn't look as strong for his team. And so I'm really looking to see if particularly the Misfortune gets targeted in the pick ban up against him, because the Ashe Varus, they're the staple of the bans, right? Like, we're seeing that those two champs pretty much taken out most games, if not immediately picked up, sure. But I want to see if the Misfortune's taken away, because so far, at least for my eyes, that has looked like his strongest champ.
But we saw the inherent weakness of the Misfortune yesterday. Yes, again, she can run fast, but notoriously immobile without the flash. We've seen the Rel deal with the Misfortune time and time again. Sejuani, anyone with heavy CC that can get on top of it and look to shut her down is a real problem for Misfortune, especially if there is limited heal coming out of their own team. So, yeah, look, you might be the best Misfortune player in the world, but if the team that you've drafted to deal with this Misfortune has lockdown after lockdown, you're not really going to get an edge in. We saw that game yesterday. There was 4 different opportunities for a bullet time out of the Chiefs, and not one of them got used.
Yeah, it is a scary thing, like when you're trying to put down that bullet time. I think nowadays you're less reliant on it in general, just because you do go for that crit build. You start off with the Bloodthirster into the Essence Reaver, i.e. Armor Pen, depending if you need it. And you do start to rely more on your auto attacks, more on that double up coming through. But still, bullet time is always going to be very important part of her kit, right? Like, whether it's just being used to try and take out one person, whether it's in combination with the rest of your team's ultimates or lockdown abilities.
I mean, it's an amazing zoning tool, if nothing else. And the fact that we saw Misfortune die 4 times with that bullet time in pocket, it wasn't used in between those deaths either, just speaks to how teams are approaching those easily punishable ADCs, bot laners, that don't have the mobility of like an Israel or something along those lines.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be interesting to see, at least in my opinion, because it is just what I've seen from the last year, especially. Marble pretty much always just defaulting to that Misfortune. It'll smolder back and split one, but yeah, typically the Misfortune has been what he's going for. Of course, we do have the 1v1s. Now, yesterday wasn't necessarily the most impactful results from the 1v1s, right? Yes, Talon did win it, and they were able to get the win, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
That Fofo 1v1 made a bit of a statement. Yep. Cleared taking it, absolutely taking it to the Israel. That was rough to bear witness to, as the team going up against Talon. I think that definitely helped Talon's case, and they pulled off some magnificent stuff against Team Secret.
Yeah, for sure. 2 minutes now, I believe, until we will be heading into our 1v1. Not even sure, actually, at the moment who it is playing. It's very hard to tell. It looks like a top laner versus support, but it might just be top lane versus top lane. Oh, there we go.
Oh, there you go.
Voices in the head. It is the 2 top laners, Kratos versus Evie, so maybe a sneak peek on how the series may play out, at least in the top side. Evie, a very, very good 1v1 player in general. Obviously, had a bad Ornn game, not a 1v1 champion by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, look, I don't know. It's an interesting one, especially given how we've seen some of these. You don't necessarily stick to your lane when it comes to those picks, and we've seen how effective that can be. If Fofo out of the mid lane picking a Cled and just, like I said, dominating is not even quite right when it comes to what we saw. It was manhandling of that Israel. I mean, we've seen the Draven mirror matchups. We've seen Draven LeBlanc coming out. Yeah, it's interesting. I just seeing how these teams try to adapt, especially going through later stages of the split.
Yeah, absolutely. And I believe we're even going to be graced with some updated videos, so it's going to be exciting.
We love the content. We love the content. It's always good. What's the point of having a league like this if you don't get to know the players in it?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we have had over the social medias, if you aren't following, of course, on the Twitter, LOL Pacific EN, a lot of content going up from each of the individual teams, introducing them, seeing what their visions are, seeing what they think the strong points of their teams are, end of the year, where they want to be, what they expect for the start of the year. I think is very important to keep up with the teams, but we are going to be right back, I've been told. So I believe there is going to be an intro video now, so please do enjoy. Howdy doodly, we're back. I really do like that intro video. I do.
Look, APAC has been one of my favorite regions in esports for the longest time because it is just such a passionate, dedicated, tenacious region. And you can see esports and Southeast Asia, Asia Pacific as a whole, all the way up to Japan, Korea, it runs deep. And you can see the passion coming out of these players. You can see, I mean, it's, again, one of the most historied regions when it comes to competitive gaming in the world. And to see these guys get that chance to represent the stage and seeing some of these storylines coming out. I mean, you and I, gaming since we're children. These guys have been gaming since they're kids, and now they get to represent not just their own countries, but their region potentially throughout this 2025 season. This is what it's all about.
Yeah, ultimately, as you say, I mean, and touched on, every single player that is now competing in this league is making history, right? This is the first time that they've been, well, not all of them, but this is the first time this region in specific that they're from, that they're representing, is a major region. And so just truly are pathing a pathway for everyone else, you know, especially from, you know, the lesser regions, you know, like Oceania, there's 2 players representing us. Vietnam have a whole roster, you know, multiple rosters almost. Obviously the 3+, you know, Ooh. Vikings almost have 2 teams in themselves, but Ambassador versus Sion, if Evie's able to play this lane correctly, I actually think this should be okay for the Sions. Simply
so lethality Sion, yeah?
It can be, but I think Ambassador early game isn't that strong, and Sion is actually very strong. Like, he does a lot of damage that is completely unavoidable. Unless, of course, you know, Kratos is an absolute beast and dodges it all with his 5 dashes.
Well, I mean, if we also get, you know, full channel smash onto the Ambassador early on out of a bush, that's going to really make things a little bit more difficult going into the later stages of this 1v1. So look, on paper, if this does go sort of, you know, a little bit longer than they have been as of late, Ambassador really can look to run away with it. But Sion is that stalwart. He's just going to stand tall. He's going to play his game. And unless something foolish does happen in the hands of Evie, this could be one of the best 1v1s this season.
Yeah, this could be very exciting. I think there's a lot of chances for both of them to make plays. I think importantly too, there is always the chance where, you know, Kratos gets the first blood on Evie. You still do need 2 kills, and Evie in that revive could even just take him out afterwards. So I'll be interested to see the dynamic and see how it plays out. Chain Vest and Ruby Crystal will be the start for Evie on the Sion, whereas it's the more traditional double Dorans. And We'll land it.
Shield comes out as well, going to get a good smack onto Kratos. The grasp the Undying, but the turnaround, it's a trade that just goes away at Kratos. It's not by a huge margin, I wouldn't say.
Barry going to come out as well. Evie will be able to claim himself yet another grass proc. The Conqueror fully stacked up means that Evie will not be wanting to partake in any aggressive trades for the time being. Actually dodging out of some of the Ambassador's abilities. Barrier will come out now from Evie, but unfortunately he's going to miss out on the armor reduction. Still Decimating Smash will connect, and both the Ignites used.
I'd argue Evie came out on top there, and the risky thing is Kratos can still win the fight outright, but if Evie, you know, makes sure that there's no resources in the hands of Kratos, gets the revive off, starts, well, glory and death indeed, just pounding away at this Ambassador with no ability to get out. Yeah, this could quickly turn into a 1-for-1 trade.
Yep, absolutely. You're seeing not the easiest champ to deal with though, the Ambassador. Going to be taken off just as the Decimating Smash connects.
I mean, it's a bit of a lead, if nothing else. Evie's going to heal up and look to clear this wave. Should be an alright back, especially if Evie, as soon as, we see the sign hit 6, that's essentially a free back, because you can just, ult back into lane. It could potentially spell something in a 1v1 situation. That's cheeky from Evie. You love that, because could make things a little bit harder in the coming 1v1.
Yeah, definitely. I think, as you touched on, he will eventually get that unstoppable onslaught, be able to just ult back into the lane, and Kratos doesn't have that luxury on the Ambassador, meaning that all Evie really needs to do here, it feels like, is take a really heavy trade, and as long as he doesn't die, it should ultimately favor him.
It's not even that, you just hit the 6 if you're Evie. Because you can, there you go, you got 6, do a bit of damage, and he's done great damage onto Kratos. Right now, finish that cannon, go back to base, buy up, and then you're just ulting back in, down stop or onslaught, straight back in.
I mean, the other way you can look at it is just both get to very low HP, and Evie gets a recall off, and maybe Kratos doesn't, and get back to lane very early, start doing some damage to that tower, because once again, we've only seen it once so far, but tower is an absolute win con that I think is not very well utilized. Obviously, the Noxian champs don't strike many people, as, okay, we're just going to play this one to take the tower, but in 2024, at least in the PCS, the majority, I almost feel like, of the 1v1s were won by tower.
A little bit concerned for Evie. Maybe some greed coming out. We'll get the shrine off. The heal, Kratos just going to keep chipping away. The longer Evie stays, the more chip damage he takes here. I think the bigger the risk that he just gets turned on by Kratos and loses out in that first blood. So I think smart call. Yeah, back here. Finish off the last couple of minions. Back, and then unstoppable onslaught into lane. Because, I mean, you've got so much gold in the pocket, and that's the call.
Yeah. See what he gets. Sunfire Cape. I think Sunfire Cape might be the choice. We'll see, though.
And it's a great delay there out of Kratos. Just holding Evie in lane a little bit longer means that Kratos can get this wave in, get a bit of chip damage on the tower, more gold. It could potentially spell it back as well if Kratos wants to, but it's the Iceborne Gauntlet.
Yeah, interesting. Obviously means it's going to be easier to stick to Kratos, but still I don't think it's going to provide enough to be able to do that. This champion is one of the most slippery in the game. Evie able to connect at least with the damage, and Kratos going to get stopped by that Decimating Smash, but still will be completely okay. Loses out on the barrier. It's a barrier for Ignite trade. No harm, no foul, but still, this should be a lot of damage now coming onto this tower. Is demolished there for Evie? No, it isn't.
Oh, that's a bold call from Evie, but luckily that Iceborne Gauntlet gives some heft.
Yeah. Able to survive. Takes another tower shot for his troubles, but trade of the ult eventually, but hold up. Evie, not going to be able to quite land that E, and Kratos should be okay. Certainly no angle for him at the current power deficit he finds himself in terms of those items to now look for a trade, especially with the ultimate now gone.
Just the power of the Decimating Smash, wave clear for the Scion means that, yeah, easy damage onto this tower. Lose out on that last minion. We'll be able to walk this wave in, but I think the smart call, yeah, back off, use the extra bit of gold that you just got, because, I mean, that difference, the timing in the backs meant that Kratos didn't have any, significance in terms of items in the back pocket. That Iceborne Gauntlet meant that, Evie was a lot tankier, could just manhandle in the 1v1.
Yeah, Bramblefish now picked up. As Thornmail, if they manage to somehow make it to a second item, will be the choice for Evie. As Eclipse finished up, massive power spike for Kratos.
Yeah, so things get a bit dicey for Evie, but I mean, you look at the health disparity, it's so significant. Kratos, that chip damage of the decimating smash is just going to hurt more and more, not to mention the Bramble Vest is going to make things very, very difficult, but the full commit.
Yeah, Kratos able to dodge out of that decimating smash and find himself a decent trade, but Evie just with the single auto attack and the Grasp of the Undying Sheen proc will eventually even out and in fact win the trade eventually.
Kratos, great wave. Should get some more decent damage onto this tower, but again, decimating smash completely nullifies the majority of that. Shield should pop, finish off the last few minions. Evie, yeah, I mean, look, I don't know if Kratos can take this in the sudden death.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be difficult. I'm not entirely sure the Conqueror healing will exist and do have access to a shield because of the Eclipse, but you see Evie here. This is kind of the power of Sion, especially in a 1v1, is that you are just so hard to get through all that health and even the sustain that comes through from your domination tree. Not domination tree, sorry. Resolve tree.
I mean,
Circle not coming in yet. Evie's still able to find it back if he wants to, but will not have long to do so. Looks like rather he's just going to sit in this tower, or in this bush.
Level 2 ultimates for both. Kratos is looking for something, but he's taking so much damage. Oh boy.
Yeah,
that's a heavy commit.
Find the public execution. It is sudden death now as you do see the circle coming on in. Evie finding a massive trade for himself. Just going to go take this health relic. And Kratos trying to get into it. Won't be able to do so. And if he does, he's committing really, really hard. Will eventually do so. Keep in mind, Unstoppable Onslaught is still up and available for Evie, but by the looks of things, not going to need it and just takes him out of auto attacks. It's going to be SoftBank who gets side selection now, at least for the game number 1 here in our series.
Slow and steady wins the race. Sion holds true. The Sentinel in the 1v1. I mean, it's an interesting path. You see what was picked there for Evie. He's played Draven, he's played Darius, and now played Sion. And, I mean, that tank just held firm in the face of Ambessa, who, I mean, clearly in that matchup was going to need a little bit more than just the Eclipse to get over that finish line because of the sustain, the heft of a Sion, and the raw damage output that the champion brings to bear.
Oh, looking groovy. Looking groovy over there in the Vikings camp. I think ultimately, yes, 1v1 was picked up and won there by SoftBank. You don't really have to worry, I don't think. I don't think either team or any team I've seen so far have truly worked out. The draft phase, I think Fearless is still taking people aback. You know, like it took, what is it, 14 years for us to get to the point we were in regular pick bans, and I don't think it was even close to being worked out. Now we've got an entirely different format. I think you're honestly feeling like it's even less worked out, and a long way to go until these teams are truly getting on into a place, and not only the LCP, just globally, getting to a place where like, okay, this is the best way to draft. If we draft this way, we're going to set ourselves up for the highest possibility of success.
Well, I think what we're going to see is teams are going to figure out it's better to finish series early because then you don't have to worry about that dwindling champion pool. So I wouldn't be surprised if, as things develop throughout the 2025 season, teams look to be that much more aggressive style of play. They want to take these early wins in series. But there you go, SoftBank opting into blue side.
Yeah, pretty consistent
which teams have been looking very solid on at the moment.
Yeah, and I think ultimately, more often than not, the winner of the 1v1 has been choosing the blue side. We saw obviously yesterday, Talon did, Chiefs did as well. I don't really notice a massive discrepancy in terms of, wow, this team looks so infinitely better because they got blue side in game number 1. It seems, you know, kind of like a 50-50 still, honestly.
I think it still speaks to teams prioritizing Void Grubs at the moment, given how much they impact, you know, taking those objectives, being able to deal with the turrets, opening the map, giving you a little bit more freedom to rotate around. It hasn't always been a done deal, but it makes a lot more sense given that some of these early dragons don't have the same impact as, say, getting those 3 grubs and actually starting to pressure these towers. So I think that's why we're seeing a little bit more of a lean towards blue side first pick, but it's not the be-all and end-all at the moment in the current state of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And ultimately, the one thing I will say about it is you want to, especially in this series for both of them, set yourself up for the highest possibility of success because this is a do-or-die game, especially for SoftBank, who are 0-2 now. If you want to I don't think they feel like they're at risk of not qualifying for the playoffs because as top 6 go, you're pretty confident, I think. Most people will be confident they will at least be top 6. But it's where you come. because where you come in top 6 will change who you end up going against when it comes to those first stages of the playoffs. You know, you don't want to come in 6th because then you're probably against Talon. That is probably not a good place to start your playoff run because it doesn't seem, you know, like you're putting yourself at the highest chance of success. Vikings, they're currently 2-0. They haven't lost a game. If they're able to win here, it will do a massive job at like, okay, now we can kind of lose a game and we still are in a genuine contention for 1st or 2nd. And so I think, yeah, ultimately, no matter what game you go into, both teams are going to try and want to win. But especially in games like this, where so much can be on the line, even though it's this early into the season, it's a short season. You want to be able to get that first pick, get the side selection, and offer yourself just that slightly heightened chance.
Yeah, I mean, if you can make it easier for yourselves, why wouldn't you? Like, you'd just be foolish to try and go into a game and make it harder, which we saw out of the Chiefs yesterday. They definitely made it a little bit harder for themselves than they probably should have in that matchup. But, I mean, in this situation, you come in as the Vikings, there is a very real, possibility that they're in talks for a top 3, if not top 2 team, depending on how things go. Because, I mean, they've started strong. They've looked like they could strike very highly in this competition. And this is still early on. So, look, if you're going to aim for the top, you might as well do it the entire time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the point of strength for this Vikings lineup is Shogun. I think, honestly, when I'm thinking of the 80 carries we have in the league, he strikes me as possibly the 2nd best, I would say, right now. The only reason I say 2nd and not just straight best is because he's competing with Betty. And I think for me to comfortably be like, okay, this guy's better than Betty, I have to see him versus Betty and do better than him in that sort of direct matchup. But certainly, so far in this league, he has been a standout performer. He's been the person to get Vikings across the line. You know, that Smolder pick stands out to me as one of the more impressive games we've had here in the EPCS from an individual player. So we'll see. I think a lot's on him to be that X factor in this team. You know, he's going against someone that's not going to be the X factor, which means less likely to find advantages in lane, but higher chance of finding plays in team fights, positioning well, setting himself up for success as you get later on.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, especially going with this pick ban phase and seeing sort of these patterns establish themselves, these repeating factors with these teams. You look at the likes of SHG, very much creatures of habit. I mean, we see triple ups on the Mbessa for Eevee in the top lane. Courage has played Sejuani 3 times. Down the bot lane, Marvel 3 times on the Misfortune. No surprises there whatsoever, but it's definitely indicating to me that they will stick to what they can if it's available to them, rather than deviating to anything crazy out there. So that does present a problem against those higher echelon teams, the top 4s, who might see that and say, well, if we just ban away those comfort champs, what do they do?
And look, I don't want to speak too early, but things are looking good. Things are looking good. We're in Champ Select. Kalista taken away. Zyra taken away by SoftBank. On the other side of things, Vikings will opt into the Vi and the Rumble ban.
Skarner not yet taken away, which has been a pretty consistent ban across the boards. Ashe, a pretty consistent ban coming out of SHG as well. 83% ban rate coming out of them. Nocturne, understandably banned away, given that we've seen it out of the Vikings. Guru's played it twice. A pretty significant effect, so that's not that surprising at all. I have to say, it's a pretty varied ban pool against Vikings. Definitely a lot more coverage in terms of what's being taken away from them. Aurora taken out, which means Skarner is in the pool.
Skarner and Ashe. So now SoftBank have the decision. Do they want to take the Skarner? Obviously, it's a champ that we've seen one time. It did lose, but we all know how egregiously broken that champ is. Or do they want to get the Ashe, which we know Marble is also comfortable on?
Courage, again, 3 times played Sejuani, twice played Wukong, once on the Viega. Again, looks to be creature of comfort, deviating there, going for the Skarner. Is this a Skarner pick because it's available and they think it should be played, or because Courage is genuinely comfortable on it, do you reckon?
Well, I think if you're playing jungle in Season 2025, you have to be able to play Skarner, because especially in a competitive environment, if that champ's open and your jungler cannot pick it, you are putting yourself at such a hole in the draft that it is very unreasonable, so he has to be confident on this champion.
Well, the response, Kratos gets the Cassante, Ashe there, the Shogun as well. This will be the first Cassante for Kratos as well.
Yeah. Strong champion, does well in 2v1, does well in 1v1, and does well in team fights, so no reason
Plus,
to take
has one of the best beards in the game, let's be honest.
That is, fair take, fair take. Okay, so Marble not going to be going for the Misfortune this game, rather trying to match the aggression in the lane with the Varus. Of course, Misfortune can withstand the Ashe lane, just get some healing online and feels pretty okay. Evie once again going to go to the Ambassador. I believe we've seen it twice, and a 50% win rate for him on the champion.
Yeah. The control poke ADCs down in the bot lane makes a lot of sense, and this is going to be the 4th appearance for Ambassador for Evie.
Oh,
so has been pretty consistent. Brand coming out. Now there was a lot of talk, obviously Zyra making her appearance in the jungle. A lot of talk about parallels, Brand. Now seeing it come in. This is going to be, I believe this is the first pick of Brand for this split.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, so. Basically, Brand does operate similarly to the Zyra. Very unsafe. You're probably going to want to look for a Leona ban next on the side of Vikings to protect Guri. And, on the other side of things...
Brand pick.
Yeah.
Officially in the league. And
I think Leona will come out as the last ban for Vikings. You just want to, try and take away these non-committal engaged supports. Rakan's one of them, goes in, goes out, and Brand kind of just gets locked down. Leona would be the other one. So... interesting Renata ban, I feel, here for this side of SoftBank. It does do well into the Leona, and obviously with sort of just how the champions function that we're seeing for SoftBank, it can shut them down. But also could have been a champ they wanted to look towards if they wanted to empower the Varus. Obviously, first pick does go over to Vikings, so reasonable ban.
Fun fact, Ambassador is now the most picked champion in the league, with 9 picks so far.
Okay, interesting. I guess it's not getting banned. So it's kind of one of those champs that's not good enough to be banned, but it's too good to leave through the draft.
He's only been banned twice so far. So yeah, obviously seeing a lot of priority. The most banned is Skarner, obviously, with 18 bans so far this split. And well, this is actually 2nd appearance of Skarner. So haven't seen it.
Lost game 1.
Yeah, yeah, look, it's a rough time being a Skarner fan. But yeah, Brom Renata banned out by SHG, targeting Shillong. Tristana.
Yeah, Cuddy.
Yeah, that's a mid-Trist. Those ADCs in the mid lane making their appearances once again.
Yeah, makes sense. You want to have something that can steer clear of the Skarner if you do face any gank pressure. You also don't want to pair up another AP champion, being that you have the Brand. So obviously a lot of pressure on Guri to not be mispositioning, not be caught out, and not be taken out clinically. Also noticing the Leona just wasn't touched. I'm very perplexed, actually. I don't think the Rel is nearly as good against champs like the Brand as the Leona, because ultimately, by the time you crash down, Guri can have just gotten his pyroclasm off, and all of a sudden that thing's going through your team and burning away at Skarner's ridiculous health pool.
Poppy is still up and available. Xiong's played it twice already.
Yep.
Would work well into the Rel, but it's the Pyke, the 2nd appearance for the Xulong Pyke, coming out once again. I rate it. I'm a big Pyke fan.
Yeah, he did well in game number 1. Why not pick it again? It does well with Ashe. You've got a lot of setup there, and pretty hard to avoid the Pyke hook once you're slowed by Ashe auto attacks. As well as, again, you can just find those executes, right? Brand often has the damage to get you into that execute threshold, but maybe not quite finish off the kills. Pyke can seal the deal here. We've already seen him do well on it once. And it just does well against the mobile AD carries, which of course Varus is.
And Fate bringing out Azir for its 3rd appearance, the split for him. Again, yeah, SHG just leaning Creatures of Comfort, definitely in their pick so far. The big outlier being that Skarner. It's the first time that we're going to see Courage on it. 2nd time we're seeing it all split as well. And it has been a rather impressive pick, not just, in comp, but those poor ranked queues. If Skarner's up and available, someone's having a miserable time. But I think the draft out of the Vikings answers it very well.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say coming into the game, I have no clear favorites regarding the draft. I think, honestly, all the lanes should feel pretty good for both sides. It's really going to come down to, at least in my mind, is Guri getting caught? Because if he is, then SoftBank probably win. If he's not, then it's probably just going to go to the side of Vikings. Lot rests on the ability to catch or not be caught on this Brand.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a lot of dissuasion tools, I suppose, in terms of lockdown. I mean, you got Brand. If you can land the stun, it's kind of hard to chase him down because there is so much damage coming out of him. There's a lot to make this a very, very uncomfortable game for Courage and Evie on that Ambassador. So I think placement, timing, positioning is going to be key here.
Interested to see how this Tristana does as we now load into game number 1 here. SoftBank up against the Vikings, and of course it is once again our former LJL representative up against the VCS representatives. So going to be a pretty interesting game to watch, I think, honestly, on paper. similarly matched teams, at least in my opinion, going into the league, as Courage not going to be hit by that skewer. No fried... What is that guy?
A scorpion?
Scorpion, yeah.
No, he's a... There's a specific term for it in League of Legends.
Scorpion.
Yeah, well, not quite. But lore-wise, not accurate, but for those of us that don't know, this opening could be everything. Evie will dash away. And you can just see, Vikings are looking to apply that pressure the same way they did last week. They got aggressive, they almost took a series away, and now they're looking to try and dominate. Again, they're striking for a top 4 position. They want top 3 at best.
Okay, lane swap coming in for both teams. So,
I mean, hey, look.
Why not? Why not? You're going to have a lot of pressure. Now both teams get their choice on which objective they want to go for. There can be the option for an early dragon. There can be the option for the early grubs. Of course, dragon spawning 1 minute before the grubs may mean we have action quicker.
Was it 2018, 2017? We had the the duo lane mid meta for a while, where you just send the mid anyway, push down tier 1, and then go roam.
Yeah, I don't remember now. My favorite meta of old is the Ardent meta, and that was 2017 Worlds.
Double jungle. That was a wild time. That was a wild time to be a League fan. But yeah, look, this Pyke lane is going to really be something that is hard for SHG to deal with. I don't know, maybe the lane swap probably would have been a little bit more forgiving for SHG if they'd tried to avoid the straight bot lane matchup, but realistically, a Pyke lane with an Ashe is always going to be a bit rough regardless who's there.
Yeah, admittedly, they've got probably the best AD carry in the game at dealing with it. In terms of the Ashe specifically, less so the Pyke, but then Ral does fairly okay into the Pyke, so yeah, I think all things considered, it's not the worst lane matchup. As soon as you see Ashe, there's never going to be something that you feel like, okay, yes, sweet, we're one lane. Typically, Ashe winning near on every single bot lane matchup and even beating out those mages that most of AD carries just get completely wiped by.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is Shogun doesn't really want to be taking an outright fight. You kind of want Yulong there, destroying, distracting, drawing attention so that he can pump away in the back line. But Guri is looking for an early fight.
Ooh, Fate. Quick on the reaction, will be dodging out of the stun and trying to find some damage on the way out for himself.
Saw it. Bit of a scrap in the top lane. We are seeing fights in mid.
Damage being done. No kills though, meaning so far the Ruin is looking exceedingly unlikely.
But yeah, I mean, we saw Caddy and Evie in the top lane both were sitting very, very low. So obviously a fight had happened. But Caddy decides he wants to get the hell out, wants to go back and get some items in the back pocket. And once again, we see things carrying on. A lot of skirmishing, a lot of scrapping around the map.
Kratos doing a great job against Fate specifically, as you're seeing here, just a lot of damage being done. Cassante he'll be able to heal most of this back up, still has the potion available to himself, but I mean, everyone is just completely even still. 200 gold. And it's not even really that, I don't believe, going in favor here of the Vikings' bot lane.
They're really going to look for a dive here, and Caddy is going to... They're going for a dive here.
Yeah.
Potentially? No, okay.
They get the flash away, obviously, before from Evie, and so they're looking for something aggressive, but Evie with a lot of mobility is able to get out. He'll definitely be able to get away from Guri here, but still some damage. Definitely trying to help us get to Ruinous, but you guys need to start getting some kills.
This has been probably the most skirmishing I think we've seen of a game so far this split. Early fighting, but no kills yet. Very, very near misses, I think. Both top lane, well, both players in the top lane, obviously one of them was a mid laner, could have gone down with Courage in position. They might look to make something happen.
Courage going to be looking top, but Cuddy ultimately will be aware that, okay, I'm probably on the weak side now, so just Rocket jumps out, drops a ward, and looks for the recall.
I mean, this has been such an intense matchup so far already, with no real results. No early deaths, nothing. But we are starting to see those objectives come up. Dragon is up, Grub's at 20 seconds away. And I think that is primarily the reason we've seen this Ashe Pyke head towards the mid lane, because they know they can threaten that a little bit more than a Varus Rel in the early stages of the game. And they can look to back up the brand in contesting these Void Grubs. And we've seen it in both teams, the way they've been approaching it. They're sort of trying to outmaneuver each other and looking for something in the mid lane.
Yeah, they certainly are. Flash away from Marble, but the cleanse comes out and it's not going to be enough. Sealong able to find the hook there onto that Varus. Flash not being respected, and we'll be able to find first blood there. So one of the feats of strength and a nice gold injection for Shogun. I said he's that X factor of this Viking squad and a great way to start it off. He has Flash available to himself, able to get on and will Courage, and once again Flash maybe being a little bit disrespectful with it. Shogun ultimately will be getting stunned up. Flash is over the wall. Courage as well as Gang still trying to hunt down this Ashe, won't be able to find it.
I mean, both bot laners now have no sums, but it's the opening that was needed there by Vikings, and this is, exactly what they knew exactly what needed to be done. They knew that Marvel was isolated. They go in, they hold the hook for as long as possible, because you know what sucks more than a hook? Stuns. You know what sucks more than stuns? Slows, because they had all three of those waiting for Marvel as soon as he stepped out of position. They did exactly what they needed to do. An early pick going the way of Shogun as well, which, I mean, arguably is going to do so much for them going into the mid game.
Yeah, and I think ultimately, once again, all that really had to happen was Marble just had to accept that, okay, sure, maybe I can dodge this by just clicking, but it's just safer to use your flash, right? Not give over that gold. Ultimately doesn't respect it, uses the flash too late and just dies anyway. Massive, massive play for Vikings, and you know, it hasn't been a slow game. There's been a lot of skirmishing, but in terms of anything actually occurring, and you don't want to be just giving over things for essentially free.
I mean, in hindsight, maybe there was a world where he pathed towards Raptors, flashed over the wall and got out of that, but in that moment, all you're trying to do is get under the safety of tower. I don't think, reactionarily wise, you were anticipating all three of them being there and up on your face. So, look, you make the best of a bad situation. You're still alive. You got those ults coming up. It's only, look, 1,500, 1,700 gold difference at the moment, so it's not insurmountable going into the mid to late game. You've got the tools. I mean, a brilliant lineup from SHG in terms of, you know, what their ultimates and utility bring to bear. So the team fight is going to be phenomenal out of SHG when they find it.
Yeah, looking at our screen here, Kratos is walking down towards this dragon. Seemingly Vikings wanting to take it, or I don't know, actually just wanting to put the Kazante against the Azir. As Kadi now heading back up to match up Evi on the Ambessa.
The Pyke, I mean, look, realistically, how much trouble are you going to find yourself in as a Pyke? Does get the hook off onto Gang, but it's a fairly beefy. A lot of just posturing around this dragon. Both teams know that it could definitely help, but we've seen so many times already, this weekend alone, just overstaying your welcome in a dragon fight can cost you so dearly.
Oh, hold up, Gang finds a way here, and you say, how could you be in too much trouble as the Pyke? I think I've just found out, and Marble's able to get it with the hail of arrows eventually. Courage even dodging out of the stun there. Flash forward looking for Shogun. Will be able to land. And there it is. Going to be a double kill going over to Marble. Impale, fantastic out of Courage. Knows that he's able to get in there. Even looking for one more. Going to be dragging Guri back closer towards this Varus. Not able to find too much damage yet. And in fact, maybe going to go down, paying the price. The burn is there. Is the passive going to be enough? No, the level up comes through.
Yeah, unfortunate, but Kratos, again, a lot of eagerness to fight at the moment, but the Empress Divide will keep Kratos away, keeps the danger out of the realms of, you know, another death going down in favor of Vikings. But Sealong held on. He soaked so much CC in this fight. Caught the chains of corruption. He was stunned out by the rails, stunned out by Courage. Unfortunately, pathing, I think, was Shogun's biggest enemy here. And if maybe the stun had landed onto Courage, he was right at the tip of that suppress as well. I mean, it was a bit... We're talking about pixels being the difference between Shogun living there and getting away and him ultimately dying.
Yeah, but pixels are what counts, and down he does eventually go. Damage once again onto Evi, but Gang here. No real progress can be made. Piltover would not be impressed, but the public execution definitely is coming through and is going to be answered back with the Buster shot. Kadi making sure to use that ultimate to ensure Sealong's able to get on out of there, and Flash was also lost on the Pyke.
Yeah, but Pyke, pretty mobile in the grand scheme of things. There's still ways for him to initiate and still be effective around. I mean, to be fair, the ultimate coming up very, very soon for him as well means that he's just going to be providing infinite utility for the team with that execute. Makes those fights just that little bit quicker. 10 seconds off the second lot of grubs, so right now. Vikings are going to be looking to try and contest that, I think, whereas SHG want to steal that one away, and Guri's in a bit of trouble here.
Courage looking for Guri. The Impale's fantastic, suppressed, but it is going to be a lot of damage and even a jump really coming out maybe too far, as Sealong will be able to pick up Marble eventually. No, he won't. Marble finds the Execute, eventually does go down. It's going to be the burn that comes through from this Brandon Shogun trying to kill Courage. Will be able to do so, especially with the help that does come through from Kadi off the back of that teleport. And all things said and done, it's a 2 for 2, no real winners. But it is going to even out and no objective just yet.
I mean, Dying Breath Pyroclasm coming out of Guri there did so much damage, and you can see Courage spots the opportunity over the wall, hits Guri. The suppress going down onto Guri, I think, was a misplay there. If they utilized it down here, they would have negated a lot of damage, but Sealong in the thick of it. If it had the ultimate, that would have been a much quicker fight, but Shogun just having that extra sustain. Courage doesn't have the DPS to deal with an Ashe at this stage. But yeah, I think Guri, instrumental there. Had he not got that Pyroclasm off with his Dying Breath, that could have been a vastly different story.
I'm hearing lots of sounds. I believe a replay playing in my ears, but my ears are deceiving me. The voices in my head, they're getting to me. The Void Grub's now going to be started up by Courage. See if Vikings want to find a way in there. It would be at least one of 3 of the early objectives found. If they are able to get it, Emperor's Divide does come through. It's going to land everything onto Guri. Guri's not able to get anything out. Maybe he will at the end. No, Marble gets the Execute, but it's going to be answered back by one of his own for Sealong. 2 for 2, or 1 for 1, and 2v2 still remaining here in the mid lane. Shogun, though, with that piercing arrow connecting onto him, will take a sizable amount of damage.
Mid for jungler, I think that ultimately works out for Vikings. Caddy knows Courage is on it. I have to say, Caddy's been playing this very well, just continuously shoving in that top lane, putting pressure on the tower, coming down to assist when needed. And I mean, you're at 1-0, you got to collect on the Tristana, you've been farming brilliantly. So, look, that's exactly what you want in this situation from your mid laner, knowing full well you're not going to be looking for those fights consistently. You want to scale up. You're a Tristana, of course. You want to build those items and then come into the late game as an absolute powerhouse. So it's exactly what you're looking to do.
Ooh. Kadi playing with fire a little bit, as Fate will now arrive in the top side, down a level on the Azir. And a lot of CS, actually. A lot.
23 odd CS and a kill to boot. Heartsteel now in pocket for Courage. Sealong on the hunt, just forcing Fate back. And I think, yeah, I mean, the fact that Fate still doesn't have a finished item, and look, to be fair, yes, it's a collector, so it's a little bit easier to get online as a Tristana, but not even that Nash is to be able to really get in and start pumping out damage. Dragon just solid up by Guri as well down on the bot side. So MVK playing the macro game very well at the moment.
Yeah. As we see Guri now, as you said, take himself that dragon. 5 minutes now, Mountain will be spawning, is also the Rift Shield, and 2 minutes on the top side, but Guri for the time being, looking for Evie. Oh. Observer's doing wonders with that vision toggle, as Evie kind of doesn't move, like he's darting back and forward, but sort of staying in the same spot and managing to dodge out 3 or even 4 crucial abilities.
Yeah, nothing like a free haircut as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow cuts across the front of you. But yeah, it should open up this bottom tier 1 to be taken down. Shogun and Kratos there, just scaring Evie away. I think Evie playing smartly, not overcommitting and losing out, but first tier 1 picked up. The tower got away with MVK, and they're going to look to pivot, I think.
Yeah, the feats are going to be completed up now for them as they do take that first tower alongside the first blood, so no longer do the objectives matter in terms of trying to secure yourself the feat, as it was 1-to-1 in terms of that, and Sealong landing another one of these bone skewers, but no real follow-up just yet as the stun won't quite connect onto Gang.
I mean, great answer back from SHG. Caddy pulled out a lane. They will get the top outer tower. Fate just drops his own replacement and walks himself away. But I mean, that top tier 1 full Shogun, SHG isn't much longer for this one. Oh, Evie is well overextended right now. Yeah, let's see if he finds a way out. He will see now that the public execution can come through, but he's looking for the trade onto Kadi. That's almost a one-shot. He doesn't connect. That will be the Sambesa going down. Even flash for Kadi as he was getting a little bit too scared. Yeah, I don't blame him in that situation. That was a very scary spot to be in. I have to say, Courage, I mean, despite farming reasonably well, it sort of felt like he's looking for opportunities that aren't presenting themselves. He's going to go for an invade, steal that red buff away. But while he's looking for these opportunities, Vikings are still making plays around the map.
Yeah, I mean, losing your red buff doesn't really matter when you've just picked up a kill on the enemy team's top laner, right? Going to be much happier about the situation as the Vikings, and Skarner getting a bit more gold doesn't really feel like you care all that much.
I mean, the big problem I'm seeing at the moment, all that gold, is in the one pocket of one player in particular, Let's Marble, which, to be fair, is kind of one of your win conditions for this SHG roster. But in saying that, all other 4 roles on the map are winning for Vikings at the moment. Oh, look, yeah, 300 gold difference between the supports, but it's a Pike. That gold is going to be doing infinitely more in a team fight, I think, than the Rel at the moment.
Yeah, generally, that is the case. Rift will start up by Courage. Once again, feels like a power spike sort of time for the side of Vikings, as Leandri's, you know, all 4 core members, you know, barring Sealong, do have their first item online. Same can be said on the other side of the Rift, but I think in particular this brand just feels a lot stronger than Courage unless he's able to find a magnificent impale.
There's a big problem that I'm seeing at the moment as well. Fate does not have teleport up and available. Caddy does. So that's not an Emperor's Divide, which is going to be able to help. So there's already an outnumber in favor of Vikings at the moment. You can see SHG want to force the issue here.
Yeah, do manage to land at least the Chain of Corruption there onto Shogun. Low health now on Kratos. He flashed away. The Impale will connect. It connects onto 2, and importantly, one of them is Guri. There comes the Magnus Storm. It is a 4v5, but somehow SoftBank are finding a lot of kills. Cardi flashing in. Courage now left all alone. Fate trying to get there, but he's so damn far away. It's going to be all 4 members present in the team fight for the side of SoftBank going down. Triple kill to Sealong on the Pike, and Vikings getting themselves a lot of gold and the Rift Herald.
Yeah, I can understand there's probably a bit of frustration there for Fate, because what can you do? You haven't got a teleport. You need to shut down this Tristana, who's just shoving in side lanes. Caddy has been controlling these side lanes so very, very well, drawing attention away, maintaining the cooldowns on that teleport to be able to outplay that. Unfortunately for SHG, that wasn't up to them. They played right into Vikings' hand. Vikings knew exactly what they wanted to do. Yeah, look, a little bit early damage onto Kratos, finds himself in trouble. Great suppress onto Guri as well. But as soon as Cardi is involved in that fight, they've got the damage output and they just absolutely shred what is the 4-man stack of SHG. They get the Herald as well. And all Fate can do is sit there and watch.
Absolutely. Now, second item coming through for Marble. Not striking me as the greatest item, the Edge of Night. Yeah, it's going to block one Pike Q, it'll block an Ashe ult, but in general, there are ways to get it right. If Shogun finds himself a volley, going to take that away immediately. Guri even with that expand, I don't know what the ability is called on the brand passive.
The spread.
Yeah, the spread, and there it goes. Just a volley lands, and Flash going to be forced out as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow was certain to connect as well. And okay, Shogun perhaps learning from Mir that instead of going into their inner tower, you just drive that thing the opposite direction and get yourself to safety.
Conflagration, by the way, is Brandy. Conflagration.
Conflagration.
If I remember correctly, it's spread of something, usually fire. But yeah, Rift Herald in the mid lane. SHG were looking for something, but unfortunately all they were doing was really chasing shadows. And I mean, it feels like they want to make a play here. They are all geared up to maybe, well, they should, in reality, take this tier 1 in the mid lane. But there's a lot of posturing for Vikings.
This could be a bit of a problem, though. Gang taking a lot of damage. Everyone getting slowed up by Shogun on the Ashe. Nice damage coming through from Courage, as well as the CC from that slow. Q3 will not connect onto Fate. The mid lane tower does still stay alive. Flash from Sealong does connect on the chain, but oh my lord, everyone's so low. Courage does miss the Impale, and Cardi getting very, very low as Evie does manage to find that isolated 1v1 down in the bottom side of the river. But all things said and done, tower does remain. A lot of cooldowns used, but nothing found for either side.
But Sealong's not done looking. He does have the execute there as well, up and available. So if they just chip away a little bit more, maybe. But no, they're going to find the opening to go and take that Earth Drake, which is going to do so much for Kratos. He's going to be that much tougher to deal with. And Artican comes up voracious rather than ruinous, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you here, Blue Panda. I don't think we're going to see very many, if any, ruinous Articans. Still yet to see one. Still yet to have proof that they actually exist. There's a good chance they don't.
No, so I reckon what it's going to be, it's going to get to like the last game of the season, like maybe 7th and 8th playing off, and they're just going to go full send and see if they can make a ruinous happen, because at that stage they can't, obviously make it through the playoffs. But Artican, we've seen ASSG, they've postured so much around these different objectives, only for then Vikings to come in and collapse and make it a miserable time for them. So long he's chucking the emotes down, letting them know. I mean, you look at the items on the boards, that Kraken Slayer is done. Once again, you've got MVK just manipulating the map the way they want to, putting pressure down. Evie doesn't have a teleport, Kratos does. They have just drawn, distracted, and kept SHG out of the position they want to be in.
Absolutely, mid lane will be answered now by Cuddy, and yeah, it's quickly feeling like SoftBank are running out of time in this one. Honestly, it still does rely on Guri positioning well, and I think the reason we have these long down periods is because Guri doesn't have flash, and Vikings being the team that controls the pace of the game at the moment are just like, okay, no flash on our brand. Him being alive means we win the team fight. Let's just not do anything.
Yeah, and Rudans comes up as well, so Shogun is just going to be dishing out even more damage. Raid mechanics have been well learnt, but Courage up in the top side acknowledges full well that this is likely what's happening. Evie going to be going in as well. They get some decent damage onto Ida Khan, but the Vikings make the right call in the situation, I reckon. They back off. They don't want to overcommit, because overcommitting can be a death sentence here. Yeah,
absolutely. And ultimately, Guri did not have access to the flash. Now he is going to, so this time it is more likely they just stay on it and take it. The same members for SoftBank do still exist in the exact same position as Courage, looking for Sealong, will not be able to find him. Vikings though, I mean, Guri is attacking the outer Khan. In fact, he just lost a quarter of his HP, walking through his damage.
I have to say,
it's real pissed off.
I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. But I have to say, SHG have made the right call here. They send Fate down to deal with Kratos because Fate has teleport up now. So if Kratos does decide to get involved in the fight, look for the collapse, Fate can match that. Evie doesn't have that up and available to himself just yet, so we'll be looking to play a little bit closer with the rest of the squad so it can contribute. I mean, you look at it, again, averaging a 1.5k gold lead for every other role but ADC in this map that goes the way of the Vikings. That's, I mean, consistent across the board.
Yeah, and ultimately, while, yes, Marvel is ahead in terms of that gold, Ash doesn't really care. You know, 700 gold in the grand scheme of things for all those AD carries, it doesn't really matter. If you're able to dodge out of the poke, then this Varus champ is substantially worse. Sealong going to attack the other Khan and make him angry yet again. This guy's not had much time to rest in his pit.
Sealong punished for his arrogance. Cody again in the mid lane. Flicker Blade there. Looking, I would imagine, towards the Lord Dominic's. But, I mean, look, we've seen crazy things.
Yes.
Maybe just a pivot in one direction or the other. But, I mean, this Tristana game has been phenomenal for KD. Just controlling side lanes, dishing out damage. And they find the opening, they find the window that they're looking for. The back from Marvel, poorly, and maybe not poorly timed, but obviously enough that it could spell a bit of disaster here. Courage, Evie, and Gang need to try and force something. Got Kratos, great teleport in from the back. Fate's there as well.
Yeah, public execution does come through, lands on the Sealong, but the Voracious does get picked up. That's one withdraw already coming through. Sealong, yeah, sure, you're going to withdraw him too. That's one kill, however, for Vikings. They're actually able to kill people. That's a second. Can I get a third? Yes, it's going to go to that top laner on the right as it's Kratos gets himself another, looking for the ace, and down go the entire squad of SoftBank as Vikings claim their bounty and look to march down top.
I mean, that is macro game at its finest. They manipulate Shogun, SHG into the position that they want to. Shogun in the back lines with the Runans, sitting there with the Kraken Slayer. He just danced around, pumping out damage, and Kratos just walks in, mops up the remainder. Shogun identifying full well, I don't need to go help here, I can just go shove the lane. That is cohesion at its finest, and Anakan going down at the perfect timing as well. It was an overmatch in a significant way. Public execution lands on the wrong person. They're trying to deal with Shogun. The withdraw picked up at the last second, so they don't lose out on much. That could not have gone better for Vikings. They bait SHG into the overcommitment. And unfortunately, that money is all still stacked on Marvel, who doesn't do well in the face of a Cassante.
No, certainly does not. Lethality Varus not built to deal with that champion, but Dragon number 3 now also getting started up and will be finished by the Vikings. They still do have withdrawals available to them, I believe 3. Shogun, Kratos, and Guri, if I'm not mistaken.
No, Guri went down first.
Okay.
So Guri...
So maybe only 2 left then?
Yeah, no, so Katie has the last one.
Oh, did he just
no,
did he just
so he
recall?
got withdrawn. Yeah, so no, never mind. So they've got 2 left. It must
Yeah,
be.
public execution does come through, and they actually connected onto Guri. I want to see what's happening. The flash away from him, and he does get out as 2 kills found very promptly after. Shogun can keep going forward. He does still have to withdraw. He's 1 HP. Does get away from that impale. However, on the other side, Seolong will be going down. There's at least another kill found for SoftBank. They are able to at least get that one for themselves. The Shogun still will have a withdrawal, and Kratos coming in, looking like the God of War, as no one built to deal with him at this given time.
Yeah, so 3 withdrawals we used. So Guri and Shilong have used theirs. So it is just the 2. Kratos, there is a ward on this Baron, but I mean, realistically, you don't have Evie, so you don't have the engage. Gang is only just coming up, so that CC is well away from being utilized to deal with this team fight. So it is just going to go free over to the Vikings. They're 9 kills up as well, 11k gold. Now, if it was a different matchup, there's a possibility where the comeback happens, but I think in the situation, Vikings just have this lockdown.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I think they have all the tools to just get this one over and done with very quickly. They have a fantastic setup, and yeah, just, Shogun. Immaculate positioning, able to dodge out of everything, and yeah.
He's just dancing. Look, so he's a sliver of HP, steps out of the suppress. They just cannot land a darn thing onto Shogun, who had to withdraw anyway. So even if they did connect, wasn't actually going to go down. I mean, steps out. To be fair, I don't think he necessarily dodged the Chains of Corruption. It was sent wide by Marvel. He was well off the mark there. And the response, Enchant and Crystal Arrow returns. Kratos, buddy, you might be unstoppable for now, but I don't think you can take all 5 of them.
Yeah, we'll be able to get on out of there, and honestly, doesn't even feel that worse for where he has. Red buff going to heal himself up. Just sitting on these Raptors, trying to stack up that Q and possibly find an engage angle for himself, but Courage comes and will smite away the big Raptor. Still Baron up for another minute and 45 seconds coming up on, and it's mid lane inner tower being the primary target, it seems, although Vikings being pretty content with just taking out the vision for this wave. Maybe wait on the next one as this cannon minion, especially as that piercing arrow gets sent. Full poke will not be going down very quickly.
Brutal. I mean, Shogun has the mortal reminder as well, so yeah, wounds coming out. They're just well and truly controlling this mid lane. The best you're hoping for SHG is to try and lock someone down. Kratos hit with the chains. China Crystal goes wide, but they're still going to take the tower regardless.
Yeah, get the tower. Azir will put up a sandcastle and it'll assist with clearing out this wave. Still 1 minute left on the Baron, but I think for the side of Vikings, just cut your losses. You got a 3,000 gold swing off this, or you were ahead. Still are. You've got the Dragon coming up in 1 minute, 2 minutes even. Just don't die before that. Get the Ocean Soul and you know, try and use that to get one more Baron. Job's done.
I mean, 2,500 power play there out of the Baron. They're just going to clear the jungle, back off, finish up another couple of items. There you go, Mercurial Scimitar for Caddy, who's now even harder to lock down. I mean, it's a Tristan. It was hard to lock down in the first place, but everything is going, I think, the way that MVK want. The gold swing in the last few minutes has just been even more severe. It's MVKE every step of the way. They've dominated the game. The Vikings have just been on point.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see, 1 minute until the Baron's up, and Courage finds himself a Tristan in the wall, but he's going to be completely okay. Still very tanky. He is on the Skarner, picks up the Randuins as a second item, trying to help him deal with these crit 80 carries that are being shown on the side of Vikings, but does feel to me as if it's a little bit too little too late. Seolong being looked at by Courage, Impale available for the Skarner, as Seolong feeling fairly phased by the Skarner, the Scorpion. He's going to get bone skewered and slowed up by Shogun. Still will be able to get through that wall very shortly, if not for any CC. Low still on the Skarner. Kratos not able to find anything of meaning with that Q3. All damage can come through to him. It will land, but teleport is going to be available.
It almost felt like it was death by 1,000 cuts there for SoftBank, but I mean, like, they hold out, they keep the majority of their HP, and they dish out some decent punish to Kratos, but Kratos has that teleport, can get back into the thick of things. Dragon's coming up, they're looking for it.
Yeah, talking about teleport, he's right in the thick of things there. Guru does go golden, Fate 1 HP. How's he going to navigate this? He won't be able to do so. Execution does come through, but a double kill for Marble is found in the meantime. Still too little too late, as everyone is just going to be completely demolished in almost split seconds. And it's going to be once again Vikings who pick up the ace, only 2 of them going down. Both AD carries still up, and the Cassante means just maybe they get the claim for game number 1.
SoftBank exploded there. They were there 1 second and just gone the next, and yeah, they're just going to brute force down. Base is already cracked open. Inhib's going to be free, and Kratos should be able to tank up those Inhib towers, the Nexus towers, and they should just be able to end the game here. They've got the minion wave in a second anyway. Yeah, no one's going to be able to spawn up in time. It is just, you know, this is how the game ends, not with a shout, not with a roar, but with a quiet closing, unfortunately, of the door for SoftBank. They just could not stand up in the face of this Vikings roster. They got steamrolled.
Yeah, absolutely. Vikings will be taking game number 1. The former VCS representative, now of course all LCP representatives, but looking very, very strong, this Vikings roster. And unfortunately this now once again will put SoftBank to a position where they are backs against the wall. They're almost on the verge of losing their 3rd straight series, which coming into the split, not what you'd expect out of this roster.
Yeah, I mean, they take the 1v1 quite convincingly, if I'm being honest there, from Evie, but it was a chaotic game. From start to finish, consistent lane swaps, just rotating around the map, but it was all by design, courtesy of the Vikings. They controlled the macro, they controlled the lanes, they were constantly pressuring, and when it came time to fight, boy did they fight.
Yeah, and I think I really do want to credit how the Vikings were playing this, and we saw it time and time again where, okay, we'll poke around this objective, right? Okay, we'll start up the Arakan. Okay, they're contesting, let's back off and wait for Brand's flash to be up. Brand's flashed up, started it, committed to it fully. They throw a lot at the Brand because correctly, you know, SoftBank have identified we need to kill Brand if we ever want to hope at winning these team fights. He flashes out, throws all of his abilities off, maybe you end up killing him. But by then, Shogun as well as Kari had provided the damage on top of that Pyroclasm that it just didn't matter that you managed to get the Brand. It was just a complete wipe. And I think it was already kind of over, but the Arakan was really, for me, the straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah, I mean, it almost felt like it was a decline before that point. You had Caddy consistently playing those side lanes. You had Kratos consistently playing those side lanes. The timing with the TPs was just brilliant, on point from Vikings. And you look at it across the board, barring this Void Groves, which, if I'm being honest, didn't really do a heck of a lot for SHG by the end of it. The numbers were just all there for Vikings. Unfortunately for SHG, when all your eggs in the one basket, which is Marvel, we saw, yeah, having a fed Varus is great and all, but he needs frontline, because when it comes down to a Cassante versus a Varus isolated, Varus loses 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, and honestly, it feels like maybe we needed to put more priority on making sure Fate got gold, because yeah, Fate was just laning against Kratos the whole time, but not able to find that gold. And when it comes to any champion that's going to be able to deal with that Cassante, it's only ever going to be the Azir. But that was game number 1 done and dusted. Vikings once again looking to claim their 3rd series in a row. SoftBank on the verge of their 3rd loss. Let's see if they can bounce back.
If you want it faster, say the word. If you want it louder, make it heard. If you want to ride the wave up high, you can sit back, enjoy the ride. 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 Enjoy the ride.
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 2 on the horizon. Game number 1, a very dominant showing by the side of Vikings, and bodes well, I think, for not only themselves, but the VCS representatives. Honestly, the showing we saw from Team Secret Wales yesterday, ultimately GAM as well as Vikings, all truly showing up here to the LCP. Now one more game to get their 3rd consecutive series win.
Yeah, I mean, look, it wasn't a brutally one-sided game, but it was definitely dominated by the Vikings. They controlled the pacing of all of it. They dictated how the flow of the game went. They forced the issue more often than not. And SoftBank, all they could really do was react. And I mean, Skarner has been banned out 18 times and is now 0-2 in the 2 appearances that he's had.
Yeah.
We're starting to see some interesting stuff coming out of this Fearless draft.
Yep, absolutely. Once again, yeah, Fearless draft, so no Ash Novaris this game, which means I would be very surprised if we don't just see Vikings ban the Misfortune. I don't think Marble looks half as good on anything else that we've seen so far. Maybe he has something hidden away for us, but we do now head into the champion selected as the Zyra Jace banned by the side of SoftBank, and the Rumble taken away by Vikings.
Divine banned out once again by the Vikings. No surprises there whatsoever. It's been one of their more... in the league, it has been banned out pretty consistently. In fact, 83% ban rate between both the Rumble and the Vi out of Vikings so far, so that's only going to rise with these 2 bans. Poppy taken out for support. Look, I understand it. Shillong has had a pretty solid champion pool at the moment. Poppy was integral to that as well.
Yeah. Let's see what the final ban here is for the side of Vikings, as we do have, I mean, the Callista going to be taken away. I imagine Marble probably just wants to pick the Misfortune. Is it worth a first pick? I guess we'll soon find out. Wukong strikes me as something that can be picked.
Look, I wouldn't be surprised if it is first pick, because it's kind of expected at this stage. So, look, they know that it's likely coming, so why would you not get it out of the way early, save something for a little bit later in the draft? Obviously, there is some thought going into it right now, but Sejuani coming through, one of the big ones in the pool, still left for that jungle at the moment. Very, very solid, very consistent. So Courage, I think, looking to redeem himself a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, as you said earlier on in the day, 3 appearances on Sejuani already. This is going to be the 4th. Aurora was banned last game, now going to be picked up by the side of Vikings, and the Misfortune taken away from Marble. Also strikes me as the one strong AD carry, or prominent AD carry, I should say, left in the pool.
2nd appearance for Shogun's Misfortune, 2nd appearance for the Aurora for Caddy as well. So starting to pick up some of those staples. Also helps denying it away from Marble in the bot lane. So now we have to see where the pivot is for that bot lane for this SHG roster.
Jax, we've seen both full tank and damage Jax. We'll see what Eevee's take on the preferences, and the Yone. So very, very strong skirmishing potential up on the top side. 2 melee, you know, high damage, high CC. Solo laners paired with a Sejuani means that skirmishes will be very, very difficult. Viego isn't the worst champ against the likes of the Yone and the Jax, but also isn't kind of the best. Jax can play around the Viego, Viego can play around the Jax. It'll be interesting to see just how well Guri is at piloting this Viego, because certainly we already know that Fate and Eevee from prior experiences are very good at their given champions as well.
I mean, looking at what is being banned out, the Kai'Sa targeted away from Marble.
Jhin. I think it should be Jhin.
I think that lines up pretty well with the comp so far from SHG. That is going to be a great combo with, you know, Jax, Yone, and Sejuani in the front line. Jhin is just going to have an absolute field day. You're probably looking to pair it with something along the lines of a Brom Leona, just to make sure that if they do get back to that Jhin, he's safe. So
yeah, I'd say less the Brom. It's just pretty difficult for Brom and Jhin to function in lane because he only has access to 4 auto attacks.
Yeah, but I mean, it does deny a lot out of this Misfortune as well. So not the ideal one. I think Leona is always going to be the more ideal, but Alistair as well potentially could do.
Yeah, I'm thinking that just any melee support. I think Brom less so. Brom, as you said, does do well into the Viego, does do well into Misfortune, but it's kind of just got this power trough when you
it's not synergistically enough, I think, to back up the Jhin. Gragas taken away as well from Kratos. I mean, looking at that, the Udyr, I was thinking it could come through a little bit beefy in the top lane. Is going to have great side lane pressure as well.
And it just does very well into Jax.
Oh yeah, very much so. And what do we see coming out Marble? I mean, yeah, I think Jhin is still likely going to be the best option here. in terms of what else is left in the pool. I don't see another option that is just standing out to me and screaming, look, this is going to... Okay, yeah, look, a little bit of mobility there. I still think it doesn't do quite as well as the Gen, if I'm being perfectly honest, but it's a little bit more secure in terms of how it plays.
Yeah, and it will help in killing this Udyr a little bit quicker, being that you have the true damage and just higher DPS. Still, interested to see how Marble plays the Corki. Certainly doesn't strike me as necessarily one of the Corki players of the league, but still a strong laner, a strong champion. I'm sure you'll be able to pilot it, being that he is a very good AD carry in his own right.
And Rakan rounding things out there.
This Long as well.
Yeah, this, I mean, synergistically, it doesn't scream to me. This is sort of like a wombo combo team from Vikings, but they've got great setup for the bullet time. Aurora's going to have an absolute field day in terms of what damage can be put out. And then, realistically, I foresee Kratos just playing those side lanes as an Udyr. That's what Udyr loves to do, play those side lanes, come in when needed with the teleport, and just sort of control the map that way. But
run at you as fast as possible.
Yeah, exactly. But Viking don't want to be taking these outright fights. I think they really do struggle in the 5v5.
Yep, absolutely. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, one thing I will say about Vikings is they have shown they're very good at picking their fight timings. So if they do find themselves an advantage, they find, you know, a pick or possibly one person out of position, they can start the fight by just chunking them out. I do think they can commit to the fight, as well as a lot is going to be rest on how well Shogun can play. He's got a lot to do to navigate not getting found by the Sejuani, the Jax, and the Yone, because if he is found by them as a misfortune, he doesn't have a way out. Probably will just go down, and with that, a lot of damage will be missing for the side of the Vikings. But at least so far, Shogun here, the AD carry for the side of Vikings, has played very well. As has the rest of the roster, really, and it's just shown in the results. They need one more win now, as very shortly we will be heading into game number 2.
Yeah.
One more win for 3-0 start. That is not what I expected out of the Vikings, considering the teams they've had to go up against.
Well, no, so they obviously had their first loss in week 1 against CFO.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
So it's not a flawless run so far, but it's still taking CFO to a 2-1 loss is hugely impressive and does put them in contention for that top 4. But yeah, look, the Misfortune might struggle a little bit, but you've got the grand entrance, you've got the quickness out of the Rakan. It's not the perfect bailout in that situation, but you've got 3 champions that are going to be hunting for the Misfortune, and that is a decent enough answer, I think.
Oh my god, surprise. We're into game, and Vikings are deep within the jungle of the side of SoftBank, and everyone dispersing just at the wrong time, but they're coming back, and the ward goes down. Now we're going to know, is there going to be action? Doesn't look like it. Was close.
Nothing like yelling into the wind at each other and then backing off and going to do your standard stuff. But yeah, look, at the moment, it's just, no real telegraph. It looks like it is going to be Shogun Shillong heading bot lane. It does give the opportunity for SHG to lane swap, and we do see the Alistar heading up top side with Marble. So it is going to be a lane swap that I think, honestly, neither top lane does phenomenally, but if they can catch Kratos here, this could be disastrous.
Yeah, we'll be able to do a sizable amount of damage to him, and he is going to promptly level up his W. Just a bit of extra tankiness. Also sustain is available for him now.
Yeah, I think it's the smart choice. You want to play just for what you can get. Fate taking some early punishment in mid.
Oh my
HP against Caddy. And that could spell essentially the end of his laning phase. He is going to have to be playing very, very cautious from here on out.
Yeah, ultimately, I mean, generally you are expected to get low in these matchups, but considering Caddy just got, I believe, 2 procs off with 1 singular Q, just based on auto attacks, it's a really bad start for Fate. Probably with just how these runes work, we'll still have enough sustain to be okay, but less than optimal is very fair to say, as Jack's pretty capable of laning against 2v1 lanes as well. When anytime he wants to actually go up and try and get the minions, just chuck up that counter strike, walk up, no damage really can come through to you, and feel a-okay.
Yeah, this is a bit rough for Fate. He's going to get what he can. Unfortunately, the telegraph of the return of the Spirit means that Caddy can get further damage out. And you can see just the HP from Fate. He is at some point in the very near future going to have to back and teleport back to lane. And he's only got the 14 minions so far, so he's not going to have great items to return to lane with.
Yeah, importantly, it's the mana on Cuddy that he is struggling with. So Fate now popping his potion will pump up their health number just that little bit more, and it's going to be possibly Kratos, the first person to be truly targeted by any form of magnificent pressure. And you see the combo coming through. It's going to be the first blood, picked up unfortunately by Courage, but a very good pickup and one step towards those feet of strength now for SoftBank very early on.
Caddy has enough mana that really could just make things even harder. Fate, yeah, chunked out with the electrocute, looking for minions where possible. And Guri spots the opportunity. They're going to go for a dive of their own, it seems.
Yeah, Counter-Strike should be available to Evie. Let's see how he navigates it. Going to be able to get that leap strike onto minions to flash away. Still taking a little bit of damage, and Seal Long will be able to trade his flash for that of the top laner. And Evie, not too bad by Evie, honestly. Survive, going to be able to claim all of that XP, and certainly a better start to the game for him than it is for Kratos up on this top side.
Well, Shogun found, but Evie might have overextended. Will have the hop to get away. Yeah, maybe if Seal Long was a little bit close, that could have been a kill, but I mean, look, Jax is incredibly mobile at the best of times.
Yeah, Fate with his wave, not in the most optimal position. That's a shield now going down as well. So if somehow Caddy's able to find some combination of abilities with what little mana he does have remaining, should be pretty good for him. But Gang realizing the situation in mid is going to come out and help make sure Fate can get this wave in and get the recall off.
Dangerous spot for Caddy. Takes some decent damage. I mean, Gang might have found an opportunity to go for the headbutt pulverize and off the flash, but I mean, realistically, you want to save that for something a little bit more impactful.
Yeah, absolutely, as he's hitting back bot now to join up with his AD carry. Marvel doing completely fine, both AD carries really are. It is the Sejuani who's the big winner, but I mean, you're pretty happy about that as Vikings. Sejuani's the one that claimed that first blood.
I mean, goal difference minimal at best at the moment. In mid lane, things are going reasonably well. It's a huge lead, but I mean, now that Kratos has the 1v1, him and Evie going at it.
Yeah, Evie finding a really nice counter-strike there and a lot of damage. Flash fall from Gang. There's no answer yet for Shogun. He does have cleanse, he does have flash. He is going to be able to use those summoners if he chooses to do so. The flash will come out now as Guri does arrive in the fight. One more auto attack should do it. The Q needs to come through the Blade of the Ruined King, and he will get it. That's a reset. That's going to be Corky. Mobility available to him. If he's able to even get to the Spirit, he will eventually. The flash for Courage though, they're going to be able to find Seal Long. The Guri's still going. He's going to get the reset. Will he be able to pick it up? Yes, he does. Now the combo can come through. There's no way for him to swap back into the Viego form, but pick up the Yone, he will, and the triple to boot, as it's going to be Guri coming out on top.
You talk about clutch plays coming out in this competition. Guri just pulled out one of the clutch moments of the tournament so far, just holding on with minuscule health. The rotation down from Caddy. Everything came together once again for Vikings. SHG overstepped their mark in this game, and it's cost them dearly.
It certainly has. We see now that gold swing that wasn't very significant. It was in favor of SoftBank. Now a massive swing is only 6 minutes in, 6.5 even. It is almost a 2k gold advantage swinging over to the side of Vikings. They pick up the Dragon, and they pick up so much gold on this Viego. Courage back on the map though, straight onto those Void Grubs.
They were so bloodthirsty here. Gang spots an opportunity, flash onto Shogun. Punches, headbutts him back as Courage comes in, but it's not a level 6 Sejuani. You haven't got the guaranteed lockdown. Guri, flash, stun, perfect timing onto Marvel. He's just desperately trying to run away. They will look to get the finish. The headbutt was too little too late from Gang. Shulong plays his life phenomenally, just drawing that attention. Guri off the reset, Caddy in the rotate. Everything that could have gone right for Vikings did. They lose one, and Guri, with the clutchest of clutch resets, survives.
He certainly did. Very close call, but close isn't good enough for the side of SoftBank as Kratos is charging down at Evie. Guri, that big winner of the last team fight, now looking, won't be able to get anything, as if he does get that counter strike, the leap strike, and gets himself out.
He's just a little bit too close there. If he maybe got out of the counter strike, could have got the stun off, but yeah, look, timing, sometimes unfortunate. Hextech flash for that minion secured. Gang. That's peak support play right there.
Yep. Oh, here we go, another mechanic. I'll be using the sweeper.
Oh dear, it's just sort of that support face-off.
There we go, another one.
Oh, cheeky attempt. We see the junglers meet top side of the river. Both have ultimates here, so they could look to make something happen, but Fate just doesn't have the HP. Bullet time coming out as well.
Yeah, Gang getting very, very low, doesn't have his flash available to him, and the team that are punishing it there on the bottom side is, yeah, as you said, very rightly so, bullet time going to be used. Still, no kill found, so Gang going to be completely okay, all things said and done. Sealong not able to cancel that recall, but now Marble is in the spot above. He does not have any summoners available to himself and has to be very, very mindful of the fact that Guri's down here. There's a red buff secured for him on the Viego, and slowly but surely just growing his lead individually in this jungle.
Yeah, I think... Oh, Fate. How does he get away with a sliver of HP? That was close.
Funny Yone things gets all the minions anyway.
Kratos up in the top lane. He's looking to continue this bullying session as if he does get the counter-strike off. Kratos going to close that gap with the Phoenix form. And just... Oh dear things.
Yeah. A ridiculous champion. An absolutely ridiculous champion.
Oh, look, it could be worse. It could be the, you know, the Tiger Form one-shot build that you had back in the day before the rework. That was an interesting time.
You think that one was bad after the rework? Hold up, Courage going to be able to use that ultimate, and what a cleanse time!
Wow.
That, yeah, happy B emoji. No, like you're allowed to do that after that. Very well played by Shogun to get out of that and pretty much negate the ultimate of Courage. Of course, that is now cleansed down if you are able to find that angle again, as the Sejuani should probably result in a kill. But as I was going to say. After the rework, and when Prowler's Claw came out, there was a one-shot Tiger Form Udyr that you just pressed Prowler's Claw and empowered your Q, and it was like 2 auto attacks and they were dead.
Oh no, the one-shot build that I'm talking about is the one where you would just bleed to death because of the Tiger Form, and it would take your entire HP bar. There was nothing you could do. Kratos is not in a great spot right now, trying to play his life.
Yeah, not able to find the sustain. Now he will. Gang going to be going down. That's 1 kill found. Can he find a second?
Oh,
he
no.
gets the stun. That's going to be a second. No, the tower doesn't connect, and Marble able to answer back, so it all ends up being an actually good trade for SoftBank. Certainly worse than it should have been, but eventually Kratos getting a little bit too far up, a little bit too aggressive. I thought he'd had it. I understand why he did too, but it is going to be Marble that picks himself up at least 1 kill.
Yeah. Guri though, Eevee's in a bit of a pinch here. I think Eevee now realizes that they have all the tools they need to finish him off right here, but Gang, great rotate.
Yeah. Gang, right place, right time. Has been pretty good at being that consistent supporter, finding those positionings. It is down XP though, which is really important because now no ultimate available here on the Alistar, whereas it is going to be Gang that does have his. Going to force out Courage's flash, and not the most impactful ability on the Sejuani, more often than not being used as disengage. But still, a great find, and it's just going to make the game that much easier to play, especially now that the Void Grubs are spawning.
Ult Disparity, Gang does not have his, so he's just not that beefy tank that he could be at the moment just yet. Quickness is there for Xulong, so if they time it right, could play off of that Disparity. Gang has to be known. They are looking for something. It's Xulong, it's the Rakan. He's incredibly mobile. Hextech flash into the void, and yeah, all Gang can really do is just walk away and say, how's it going?
Yeah, pretty much. Guri, though, while that's all going on, just secure himself and his team. Those Void Grubs, now 3 apiece, as well as that's now a second step towards picking themselves up the feet. It is actually SoftBank that picked up the first blood this game, so they are ahead. But it goes Sealong, it's a nice double ultimate, and that is followed up by Shogun with the bullet time. Now Courage going to be able to get away.
Oh, no.
Nice timing. A really nice timing on the ultimate there does mean that he just gets bumped away, and Guri not going to be able to follow up with the headbutt pulverize combo.
Peak timing there. That's as a support man myself, there is nothing more infuriating than getting stunned mid headbutt pulverize, because all you do is help them out, and it looks like you're a bit of a clown. So no, look, yeah, I can understand the frustration there from Guri, but they do secure the kill. They do isolate out and force Courage away, so they can take this dragon for free, which again only helps this roster because Kratos is looking to get beefy. Inferno taking over the Rift as well. All of a sudden you got a Misfortune and an Aurora who are going to be looking to pick out that Infernal Soul if they can. Yeah,
absolutely. And we're in a position now where both teams, neither of them have the feats of strength online just yet, so it's going to come down to who gets the first tower, and I would imagine this top lane is what Vikings are looking towards. We see Eevee taking a massive amount of damage. Xulong here, it's going to be the Grandmaster's Might coming out, the Between Worlds, and Eevee will be able to get away for the time being. The Armor Match was just helping out just so much. Fate Sealed now used on Katie, who does not have access to any mobility, trying to get that leap away, but it's going to be Gang cancelling it out. It's going to be Fate who does secure himself a shutdown. That's a lot of much needed gold here onto the Yone. And now SoftBank, all of a sudden, they're the ones that marching down top.
Yeah, and Courage Up as well, playing in the front, trying to dissuade this defense. But Guri gonna get in there, clears out the menu wave pretty quickly, all said and done. So not really much of a transition off. Again, Evie just narrowly avoiding disaster time and time again this game.
Yeah, playing to his limits here on the Jackson. I think, honestly, doing a very good job. He's down in CS, admittedly. He's laning against an Udyr. It is kind of what you expect. And later on, the later this game gets, the easier it is for Evie to navigate that side lane up against the Udyr. Is hold on, Fate being looked at. He doesn't have ultimate available to himself, but he does have the flash. He's going to be knowing where he's going with that soul. And Cuddy looking to get one back. Not happy with how things went. Q3 for Fate, trying to get himself out, but it should just be him going down. Guri's the one to claim it.
Yeah, look, again, across the board, gold lead for Vikings. Turret plating going down. Oh, Shogun. That's not the ideal spot, but the sidestep, that was big.
Massive sidestep. Does have cleanse available to himself if he really needed it, as well as the flash, but ultimately the sidestep does mean that he's never going to have to use it, and with that, it's just Courage having to back on out.
A little in there for Caddy. So, could stick around, pressure the tower, but I think, yeah, just lack of information means it could be danger. Evie just consistently has been bullied this game, and the fact that he hasn't died yet is so impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. Been the target of a lot of harassment, but still staying strong. Even starting to have a little bit better of a time in these trades. One of the few champs in the game that you want to go the unflinching rune, because you know, a lot of the damage out of Udyr does come from the poke of Phoenix stance, and you would get the magic resistant armor the entire time it's going. Fun little fact.
Artican, 5 minutes away. First Infernal Drake, about 2 minutes 20. Rift Herald as well. So some big objectives just around the corner. Vikings have just consistently been chipping away at these outer turrets at the moment. Top, mid, and bottom lane have all taken some decent damage, and SHG are just trying to alleviate some of that pressure as best as possible, because as soon as one of those towers is cracked, not only is it the feats online, but it opens up the map as well.
Absolutely. Talking about the feats, it is at the moment looking like Kratos is going to be securing himself and his team that boot upgrade, and with that, down goes the tower. Down goes any chance of SoftBank claiming that objective in itself. Now, oh my god, Sealong finds his way somehow. The charm from Marble, he's going to have to flash the Valkyrie out. A lot of damage still coming down onto him. It's going to be Courage trying to peel for his AD carry. And Marble, yes, he'll survive, but at what cost? It's going to be at least the Rift Herald, although Teleport coming in. Evie trying to find his way in, but Courage stunned up. Guri, if he can get the reset, could be massive. Evie going to stop it for the time being, but there it is. No way to claim the soul, though, with no minions under the tower. It could just be Guri getting taken out near on immediately. Look, though, it is Kratos trying to find a way in. He gets headbutt, he gets pulverized, he gets taken very, very low here, but no one able to take him out for the time being. The flash, the counter-strike, he's out. No, he's not. The fate sealed, and his fate certainly is. But Katie trying to get on out of there. Evie's still on him. Can he get more movement speed, at least for the time? Shogun picks up a kill, he goes invisible. Evie's still not able to connect. So many kills going down, and we're watching Ring Around the Rosie, and it's going to be another one. And with that, he'll go straight back to the soul. Guri's gonna have the magic and armor. No, he won't. The kill is found on the back end there for the side of SoftBank, but Vikings putting on a clinic.
Absolutely styled on. Can we talk about Caddy breaking Evie's ankles there? That was great. That was so good. Guri has been styling this series, pulling out play after play, especially here on the Viego. 5-1 and 5 goes down for the team because unfortunately the tower is just too beefy, and you look at it, looking for the commitment. They find the opening Marble, isolated, bullet time. It's just everything that you could have wanted. It just whittles away at that health bar. Marble can't hang around. And it looked for a moment like Vikings going to back off, but then SHG for some reason think that with Evie there they can commit to this fight. Courage gets caught. They dunk on that big beefy tank that you want in the front line. They look to start mopping it up. Kratos comes in, finds himself in a position where he's overextended, gets SHG to a point where they feel overconfident. They want to start figuring this out and finishing what they can of Vikings, but they get caught. It looked like everything could have lined up for SHG, and here it happens. Caddy, boom, gets the slow, jumps one way, fakes the other, jumps again. Poor Evie. Someone get that man a leg brace because his ankles are well broken.
Yeah, I will say I'm a little sad. Neither in the game nor in the replay did we... Actually, Guri would have lived there, by the way. So how Viego interacts with Yone, if you're in the soul and you press Alt, you will immediately go back to where the soul was, but he didn't. And he stayed under tower because he went for the transform. If he didn't go for the transform, he would have immediately gone back to the soul, and I believe he would have lived. But either way, still a team fight win. We didn't really see what happened in the team fight because we did just watch Katie
breaking ankles.
Evie's ankles both times, but still, Dragon Wild's claimed at the end of it, and it is still just Viking.
Evie was so confident. You can see that this is the freest kill of my career, and then no, just not at all.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the way she goes sometimes. Vikings looking so good here. 6k gold advantage. Atakan spawning in the very near future.
For a good 30 seconds, SHG has just been baiting this top lane, and Caddy is just not falling for it. Sealong's going to come in. Does he play his life here? Yeah, okay, so Sealong's playing his life to get that information for Caddy. Grand entrance away, yeah, the battle trance is almost there, but the CC stun, yeah, the stun layering means... I mean, look, that was a long commitment for just a support kill, and Vikings did read that. They knew full well that there was something going on. That's why Sealong went in alone.
Yeah, and why Cody honestly stayed very far away from it. Ultimately, yeah, okay, SoftBank, they pick up the Rakan kill. What was it worth? We'll have a look. A lot of damage coming back here onto Fade. A nice trade for both of the mid laners, but ultimately it is going to be Cuddy winning that one.
Rift Herald, obviously, the next priority for both teams. They are posturing again. That's top side. Once again, top laners down in the bottom lane. Kratos and Evie going to be going at it. Hammer and tongs, just sort of trying to manhandle each other, and then teleports come in and the fight happens. Ultimately, it is going to be a bit of a wet noodle fight. I don't really see kill pressure for either of them down in that bot lane.
Okay, choice to just go over the Rift Herald. I don't hate it. I don't think they're in any position to be contesting that objective. Fade trying to find his way onto Sealong again. And with a quick turnaround from Guru there, we'll be able to assist and ultimately take more of Fade's health than he took of Sealong's.
You know it's a bad time when your only option is to bully the support.
Yeah.
It's clearly not a great time for SHG at the moment. With Atakan up on the top side as well, Vikings already being positioned there. Kratos has sent himself back down to the bottom lane, has teleport up and available. So, I mean, teleports are up for everyone bar Fate. So long as he sticks around this top side, he can have great effect.
Yeah, he did just teleport up here, so should be okay to stay there. 4 people from both sides up in this top side. Keep an eye on Caddy. He can be the engage for the team with that between worlds, and not going to be Gang finds his way in. A lot of damage coming in, but Sealong with the peel.
Oh, wow.
Shogun gets his way out. Fantastic peel coming through from this Rakan. It's going to be Shogun who does manage to live, and here comes Caddy. The between worlds is good, but Marble's able to just get out of it. Gang will be going down. They're going to have to at least commit him, and Courage does get slowed up. Not going to be enough. Fate trying to find some way in, and it's not going to be enough for him. Atakan going to be started up, but you know, meanwhile, Evie is trying to march down this top wave. Ritual as well being used, but not close enough to the tower to find that charge. Eventually Sealong gonna, so I'll get it done myself, goes on in. That's not a repeat of yesterday's game number 3 between the Chiefs and DFM, as he is able to get on out of there. Atakan will be claimed. Believe it is the Voracious once again.
Yeah.
There it is.
Tier 2, well, I mean,
Evie
that's a
getting
great
a
read by Evie. Yeah, he sent over to that tier 1 mid lane, said, look, maybe, just maybe, they're going to be hanging around too long. I can get this tier 2, so he's going to do just that. But Caddy on the hunt, yeah, doesn't overcommit. I think that was a brilliant answer from SHG given the situation. And you look at it, this is why the Rakan was picked. It is that bailout, grand entrance quickness in, catches all 3, allows Shogun to get out, and by that time the rest of Vikings has showed up, so SHG just didn't want to bar of it.
Yeah, and you're seeing just how fast this Alistair does go down without ultimate available to himself. But still, as you said, I think Evie did the best he could in that situation. Ultimately, doesn't matter. Probably not. There's going to be this Voracious Atakan for the fight here. Vikings do choose to go for the Dragon Soul. Does make sense. It's not going to be up for the Baron. Fate will be able to almost secure the tower, and even if they do find something here, is Keddy just going to sidestep? Yep, that's the tower going down, but Sejuani losing ult in 27 seconds on this Dragon means Dragon Soul is all but confirmed for the side of Vikings.
Yeah, especially with that mid lane being shoved in as well. If Guri can potentially find a catch, I think that would be foolish given the collapse coming down from Evie. That follow-up could have been devastating. And Kratos, again, just doing Udyr things. Down on the bot side, looking to threaten that inner tower. Just keep shoving those waves in, draws attention away from... It's really just smoke and mirrors from Vikings. They're just drawing attention to one side of the map when in reality they are focused on something else entirely.
Yeah, absolutely. Dragon now started up. No one in the vicinity for the side of SoftBank. They are slowly trying to creep through the jungle, but knowing they have no vision, they have no way to get there. It is going to be that Dragon Soul now. 23 minutes in, picked up for Vikings. A very, very strong buff to have acquired this close to the Baron. Now, the other Khan buff should be disappearing soon. No withdrawals come out, and I believe, Vikings realizing this are just going to full commit to the bot side. Bit of damage on the gang, but he should be completely fine to get out by himself. Vasco helping just that little bit. Xena does go down the bottom.
Yeah, and this map is looking a lot darker than it did not that long ago for SHG as they're looking for this fight in mid lane.
Yeah, have to look at how long is left on the Voracious. They're going to find their way in. It's at least gang that's going to be taken out completely through that ultimate that Alistair does provide. The reset is going to be there, so Guri will be able to get himself out, as I believe Voracious now will be timing out. 1 minute, however, on the Baron buff. If Vikings able to control the map this much and continue on like this, it should just be their objective.
That's a rough spot to be in. So you're 24 minutes in, you have 47 stacks on your Heartsteel as Sejuani. You haven't been able to close that gap.
Two autos.
You haven't been able to bonk anyone with that big flail. Unfortunately, the Soviet Bear is not able to get the satisfaction that it's yearning for. Yeah, look, this has been a rough game. It's every time SHG has tried to play off the front foot and make something happen, Vikings have been just one step ahead and just completely broke. Much like Caddy did with Evie, broken their ankles, just gone a completely different direction with it.
Absolutely. Now, Seeker's Arm Guard and the inventory of Caddy just made him that much harder to kill, and the armor pen Lord Dominix does provide for Shogun, make him hit like an absolute truck now if he finds a good bullet time, which he's been able to consistently do throughout this game. Baron on the cards, 5 seconds away. His vision control should firmly be in favor of Vikings the second they want to look to claim it. SoftBank, though, they are trying to find an angle here. They see both the Viego, Guri's Viego, as well as Shogun playing on this top side of the river.
Teleports up across the board, so at a moment's notice we could see things kick off, but Kratos is going to be pushing in that top side wave, start to create an opening for the team, but Fate is looking to try and match him here. I don't know if that goes all that well. I don't think there's really that much kill pressure onto Kratos right now because it's in Udyr.
Yeah.
They are notoriously hard to kill, and it is going to provide an opening for that inner tower to go down, which should open the floodgates for Vikings to either set up a bait and collapse back onto SHG once the Baron started up, or just outright finish it.
Yep, starting it up now. Evie still making work in his bot lane. That's another objective bounty claim for him as he's continuing on forward. Teleporters available for him if he's able to find a good place to go in. But Sealong has absolutely one-shot courage. Next on the agenda should just be Gang, but still Fate and Marvel. The rest of SoftBank trying to do something to Kratos, but nothing is being done. There's 3 still alive for the side of SoftBank, but 2 dead means that Vikings should feel 100% confident to just take this objective.
Yeah. That tribe rush. Oh, Evie's going in.
Evie finds a nice counter strike with the flash away from Kenny. Does get him out of harm's way. Fate trying to find anything at all, but nothing to be. It's just going to be this Baron eventually. Evie and Fate trying to do what they can. These solo laners of SoftBank, yes, they do the damage, but Cardi is too quick on the trigger. Gets himself out, gets himself a Baron buff, and gets himself an almost certain game number 2 and series win.
I mean, no one checked the try rush. Sealong was there, straight in onto 3 members with the quickness grand entrance combo. And with that, they find 2. Vikings, that's all they needed to start that Baron up. And SHG did valiantly try and make a re-engage happen over towards Baron, but they just couldn't. It was brilliant, yeah. I mean, Sealong's right there in the thick of it. Finds the opening, Courage just explodes, follows it up, zoning out Marvel. They look to get the second on the gang. Takes a little bit longer than they would have liked. And Kratos, again, it's about shifting that priority for SHG, and they shift the targeting priority away from their carries into these big beefy frontliners, which is exactly what they want.
Absolutely. So another 2 minutes of Baron. What can they get done with it? That's the important thing, and that's kind of what shows you the difference between a great team and a good team, right? Is you get the Baron, like you're in such a commanding position, now close it out. Because from this position, the gold lead they have, they should be able to end the game here, I feel. It's not like the opposing side, the side of SoftBank, have that much wave clear. It's a bunch of tanks, a bunch of melee champs, and then just a Corki. So we're seeing it here. They are trying to get their way through onto this inner tower on the top side, but still not being that competitive. The bullet time comes through. It's going to find a bit of damage, but ultimately not that much. I think you're taking that as a big win for the side of SoftBank, because they do still maintain this tower up and available for them. But Fate has to be careful. Kratos might just find the 1v1 kill. Doesn't look like it for now. In fact, knocked up and Fate's sealed, and he's going to be going down. I think the shielding's there. Does survive. Other side of the map, the main screen. Between Worlds is committed, still no one going down. SoftBank, they're doing a pretty good job at denying any true movement towards ending this game. A lot of key cooldowns down. Looking at the bot lane again, there's another fight, and somehow Kratos is living. Gang flashes in on the top side. Shogun able to flash on out of there. Very low is this Alistair, but no damage to follow through. They do eventually get one. It's a reset for Guri. He gets the Yone, he gets the double kill. He's going to get the transform, and there's another double kill. There's double kills all around the Rift. Shogun is going to pick himself up one. Guri transforming into everyone. That should just spell the end of this game. Evie shouldn't have anything to say about it.
Yeah, you can't leave the doors open, otherwise Vikings are going to storm on in, start going through your pantry, start going through your fridge, and they're going to take everything they possibly can. Vikings have controlled the pace of this series, start to finish at 2-0. Brilliant stuff out of the Vikings.
Yeah, absolutely. 2-0. That now leads them to 2-1 in terms of series score over the split. Their only loss did go to 2-1. I think this team is truly proving that they are true contenders for going to possibly represent us in the International here in just a few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like it's an overwhelming dominant performance. Right now, what we're seeing from Vikings is a slow burn team. They play the comp, they play to the win condition, they ramp it up, they don't do anything too ambitious, too keen, they don't risk throwing away opportunities. They are playing these mid to late comps that absolutely steamroll once they get online, and they just do not give an inch.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is very important that they're doing that though, right? Like it's better to, okay, we're not exactly sure how to immediately just blow this game open like some other teams maybe, but they're also not throwing the lead within the time that is maybe having the game extended, and I think that's a very important factor. You know, there's always been teams in competitive league, even at the very top levels, where you would possibly argue that they should be able to end the game quicker, but as long as they're not throwing the game in the times that, you know, they could possibly have ended it, I think that's an important thing, and that's a good starting point. You know, we're in week 2.
Yeah.
There's a lot of time to grow throughout this year. When you're looking this good this early on, that's a good sign for the rest of the year.
I mean, yeah, as a team, Vikings have been a phenomenal tempo team. They've just, like I said, slow burn team. They play those conditions. They don't get too keen. They don't get over eager. They don't even get baited into some of these fights. I mean, we saw it at the top lane. You had 3 members of SHG waiting in the top side brush. Vikings say, hold on, there's something not quite right here. They do sack the Rakan, but to be fair, I think that's the right call in the situation, given it's the Aurora or the Rakan. The Rakan goes in. They actually nearly got him out. The Battletron's nearly connected on the caddy there, but the CC followed up. So the understanding that Vikings are showing in this competition is massively impressive. This is a team, like you said, that could potentially go on to represent us internationally. This is a team that really could be one of the top contenders, not just here, but they could really strike out at the rest of the world.
Yep, absolutely. I wholeheartedly believe that. Looking at the stats here, I honestly, who do you think was MVP? Because the stats look really good for Cardi. He played really well, but I would also say Guri played extremely well, and I also think Shogun and Seolong played very well. And the reason, I almost want to give it to Shogun, and the reason is the original triple kill that Guri got was because Shogun was so patient with his summoners in the 3v2 that was occurring before Guri got there, that he was able to sort of bait them in as far as he did. You know, if he immediately just flashes out, they're like, okay, got his flash, turn around, nothing happens. But he played to the absolute limit of where he possibly could have. Guri got there in time, and that's kind of how the game fell on its head.
Well, I mean, it's the thing. So you look at this Vikings roster, there's no real one standout that blows out the game every single time. Players on this team look good because the rest of the team help make them look good. It is a team effort at the end of the day. Just because Guri's the one picking up all the kills. To be fair, it was pretty flashy around that Dragon. Yeah. Let's be honest. It is because of the efforts that the rest of the team put in to make it happen.
Absolutely it was. So that is our first series all done and dusted. It's Vikings, the former VCS representatives that do claim their win. They're now 2-1 here in the LCP. When we're back, we're going to have a banger at CFO vs GAM. You're not going to want to miss it.
but the river runs dry. Ain't no start without an end. Who knows if it's a heaven sent? Every cloud that's present, but you know they rain for a while, so we keep holding on. All my good friends I used to know, all the houses on the road, they come and go, 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 come and go, go. They come and go, 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 come and go, go. And all these times are never coming back, but anyway it wasn't meant to last. They come and go, 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 come and go, go. They come and go, 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 come and go, go. Holding pace when times are fast. Soon enough we're gonna call it past, yeah. Woman's luck makes women sad, and even eagles need to land. Angry words leaving a scar, but she'll be covered with a smile, so we keep holding on. All my good friends I used to know, all the houses on the road, they come and go, 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 come and go, go. They come and go, 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 come and go, go. And all these times are never coming back, but anyway it wasn't meant to last. They come and go, 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 come and go, go. They come and go, 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 come and go, go.
Move it, shake it till you make it, you know I'm a star. Crave it, chase it, I'm gon' make it, baby, I'll go far. Crush it, kill it, you can bill it, my tab's on the bar. Crush it, kill it, you can bill it, my tab's on the bar. Oh, let the rhythm go, go right deep into your soul. Move your body in here tonight. Oh, let the rhythm go, go right deep into your soul. Move your body in here tonight. Shake it. Shake it. Touch it, own it, I can tune it, yes, we raise the bar. Want it, feel it, know you need it, like a shiny car. Kiss it, feel it, don't conceal it, I'm on your radar. Kiss it, feel it, don't conceal it, I'm on your radar. Oh, let the rhythm go, go right deep into your soul. Move your body in here tonight. Oh, let the rhythm go, go right deep into your soul. Move your body in here tonight. Shake it. Shake it. Shake it. got you figured out. It's something that you got, babe. It has me going wild. It's the way.
Two Japanese AD carries have discovered between themselves. Xenoblade will connect, hero very low. Ash will also land, and the Stranglethorn's used. I mean, Jace is living for now. Hero, please tell me he doesn't get out. He is going to turn around. Oh my god, no! Oh, Hero! He dodges everything! Things remain even on that front. Oh, I didn't even notice
see
this.
the replay. Yeah, so Evie did TP in when they went for the initial engage, and I guess, yeah, Artemis just got caught out, but
that...
very good in your 1v1. You are quite tanky in team fights, but you just don't do that much damage. Whereas if he like lands his fate sealed onto a carry, he doesn't have the crit to really take them out. But if he's able to stick onto them, like they are now.
Yeah, they're able to find a 3-man knock-up and just a fantastically executed team fight from SoftBank. Gang sitting up. Courage, but will be matched by another hero's entrance, this time of Fate. Not quite able to connect, but the quickness will mean that the gang will go down. The flash from Doggo as well. Fate does go in, the Kingslayer, everything being used. Junior trying to trade back, the Conqueror now sucked up. It is going to be a shutdown, it is going to be the triumph. Everyone's so low, but everything's coming up CFO. There is just 1 point of damage that separates the fight, and Doggo gets the triple. Okay.
Land.
Okay.
This is just the power of the Poppy, right? The trade of the barrier.
Oh no! Oh, he lands the Q and the Poppy goes in for the second, and Taki.
I get you all to myself. I like it like that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I like it like that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Call it a savage love. Just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Double the waist and ride. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say. You've been messing with greatness. Space to stay in your place. I was looking to play. Then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck on your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love. Just till I had enough of us. Take back your heart. Here's another party I didn't attend. And here's another boy I forgot to kiss. Here's another life that I forgot to live. 'Cause in my head, that's where I've been. 'Cause how was I supposed to know this was a party of a century? That there was somebody that I was supposed to meet. The way you're describing it sounds like make-believe. I should have been the first to know. But wait, no one really invited me. Well, I wasn't really feeling too well anyway. I've got a bad case of FOMO. Fear of missing what I don't know. Got a bad case of FOMO. So don't you tell me what I don't know. 'Cause I don't wanna hear what I've missed. I bet Diddy had champagne poppin'. I bet Bieber had all the girls flocking. I bet Khaled had every key unlocked. I bet Hova had beat throwing up the rock. I bet Oprah was handing out cards. I bet Bruno was headed to Mars. Bet my night wasn't better than yours. 'Cause I ended up spending it alone. But how was I supposed to know this was a party of a century? That there was somebody that I was supposed to meet. The way you're describing it sounds like make-believe. I should have been the first to know. But wait, no one really invited me. Well, I wasn't really feeling too well anyway. I've got a bad case of FOMO. Fear of missing what I don't know. Got a bad case of FOMO. Don't you tell me what I don't know. 'Cause I don't wanna hear what I missed.
You know that I got it, yeah. You know that I got it, yeah. All this game up in my pocket, bet that you can't stop it. You know that I got it, yeah. You know that I got it, yeah. You know that I got it, yeah. This game fits in your pocket, guaranteed to watch it. You know that I got it. Came through stunting with the moves you ain't never seen. Handle so dirty, jumper wet, so I keep it clean. Hand down, man down when I come through dripping. Back turn on the oop, I'ma catch him slipping. Yeah, no look, don't look. Nay, dancing in the sky, boy, no hook. Serving up a big plate, what I just cooked. Yeah, that line got 8, pride got took. Yeah, 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 yeah. And now you on a poster, they can't even court you. I did it for the, I no look, don't look. Nay, dancing in the sky, boy, no hook. Serving up a big plate, what I just cooked. Yeah, that line got 8, pride got took. Yeah, 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 yeah. And now you on a poster, they can't even court you. I did it for the culture. Yeah. You know that I got it. Yeah. You know that I got it. Yeah. All this game up in my pocket, bet that you can't stop it. You know that I got it. I want it all. Fight to the finish. And don't make you fall. Go back to beginning. You never seen this. Game is was the meanest. You watch on your phone now. Can't wait till they stream this.
Welcome back, everyone. Series number 2 now on the horizon. It's GAM Esports up against CFO, and I think this is truly the big one of the night. GAM, the most storied org over in the VCS, now obviously joining us in the LCP, as well as CFO. They have always been one of the contenders. Every single year they put together a massive roster. You're like, okay, these guys look unstoppable. Can they continue the form? They're obviously 2-0 in series right now. They have won their first 2. They did beat Vikings, who did beat GAM, so if you just went off that alone, okay, CFO should be favorites. I'm willing to give them favorites too, because I don't think Levi is going to be capable of exploiting Junja. I think Junja is the best player on the map in this game, and I think him alone, while not necessarily looking at him to be like, okay, this guy is just going to be 20-0 and carry, he is the kind of player that gets your top lane at 20-0, gets your mid lane at 20-0, and that's what's the real struggle.
Yeah, he's not the one doing the most damage. He's the one allowing you to exploit that weakness and then capitalize, which, I mean, it almost goes back to like the OG jungle style back in the day. That was your role. We didn't really have carry junglers. We had
Alistair
the one
jungle.
Oh, dude, don't even get me started. That was peak League of Legends back in the day when people only just started jungling Shaco. But I mean, yeah, your goal was not to win the game for your team. It was to allow someone else to do it by being the vessel for their will at the end of the day. But yeah, look, that supportive style is always going to favor a 5v5 format. The carry, sometimes a carry jungler can just sort of get ahead of themselves and to be too ambitious because there's that much pressure on themselves. And yeah, like you said, transitive properties would dictate that Vikings likely, that victory spells disaster, because they did contest CFO and then steamrolled GAM. So CFO realistically should steamroll GAM as well.
Yeah, in theory, right? I don't think League of Legends ever plays out like that. It often turns into this game of rock, paper, scissors. So we'll see if the same case is here. Obviously, 1v1 is what we're dealing with first of all. It's Artemis, the AD carry, up against Rest, the top laner. I wonder what they're going to play first of all, but I wonder if Rest playing the 1v1 signals maybe they're willing to give Rest another try on stage, because yes, they played him in the very first game. He lost, and it's been driver ever since.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that I've talked about. I mean, not just in League of Legends, but across titles. There is an inherent problem with these multiplayer roles in teams. Having multiple players that play the same role can be damaging to team cohesion. The idea is you build a roster, you develop that roster. Switching out players because of, a failure here or a failure there can undermine their confidence, can really throw things out. It also works in the other direction where it can motivate them to step things up. So I'm going to be interested to see, Rest coming in. Is this his opportunity? Well, it is. It is his opportunity to redeem himself and prove that he's the one that's more deserving of that spot. And as we go into it, Darius, we've had a Draven mirror matchup. It's time for the brother. It's Darius going toe-to-toe with Darius.
Yeah. All right. I mean, I think on Bruiser channels, even more so than AD carry, there's a lot of variety that you can see in terms of those opening builds. Do you go for, something like the Doran's Blade and the Doran's Shield? Do you go for just double Doran's Blade and try and take it to him? I think it's going to be an interesting dynamic.
Do we see that like the Draven mirror matchup where we had one going tank, one going, heavy damage? I think heavy damage on Darius is going to make for a very explosive 1v1.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I'm interested. I think Darius is a good 1v1 champion if you're able to close the gap. These guys, if they want to do any damage, are going to have to be in each other's face. Mirrored builds aside from 2 pots instead of the refillables. So 50 extra gold is the advantage.
I mean, the question is, are we going to see this, like that UFC moment where you point at the middle of the ring and just go absolute slobber knocker just until one of you hits the mat? I think that might just be it. Rest playing off the front foot, looking to get up in the face of Artemis.
Yeah, Apprehend, and Rest is certainly losing for now as the stacks come online early for Artemis. That's going to be extra. All the barriers are both coming out. Rest is going to go down. It's first blood to Artemis, and I feel like when you're in a mirror matchup and first blood comes out like that, that's not a good sign. This is a top laner versus an AD carry on a top laner champion. The AD carry's winning.
Yeah, look, this is your opportunity as driver to come, as Rest to come in and prove that replacing you is the mistake. But you've lost in a mirror matchup against an ADC. I mean, look, that could potentially shake Rest's confidence. At the end of the day, it is a 1v1. It is not the be-all and end-all in this matchup. Yes, it might help you, but again, realistically, I think potentially it does shake Rest's confidence a little bit, though.
For sure. It might even just come down to skin gap.
I think it was just, I mean, Rest forced that issue. He was the one who walked straight into Artemis's bush and copped the first decimate. So, I don't know. Yeah, look, questionable, but not irredeemable.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't know. It feels a little irredeemable in terms of coming back in this.
In the grand scheme of the
Yes,
series,
yes.
not irredeemable, but
Yeah,
yeah,
I mean, just
definitely
losing
not
1v1
helping.
isn't- yeah.
Not helping at all. Yeah.
I think it's a bit of a lost opportunity for one of them to go Dunk Master and just do a little bit more damage. But Artemis, I mean, you're seeing here, it's just completely decimating. In the trades, Rest down items, still
Spamming the laugh.
even if he was even on items, I believe he still would have lost that trade. I think Artemis is just recognizing Darius' trade patterns a little bit better, or at least finding the angle for them. Possibly proving that AD carry mains are, in fact, the best players in League of Legends.
There are several hundreds of thousands of people that are very upset with you right now. Rest, yeah, dunked.
Yeah, that's dumb.
That's look, he's going to survive, but
Will he? The bleed?
maybe.
is-
No, yeah,
oh.
okay, so he survives, but
This tower is about to take an absolute walloping.
he lives, but in what state of life is he in? Unfortunately, yeah. Look, you can't back because the tower's just going to cop so much punishment. You can't fight because you're just going to die and lose the 1v1. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Honestly, I think, if I was Rest, I'd just get it over and done with. Like, you're just drawing out the inevitable at this point.
He's up Ignite for this next fight.
He hasn't got an ultimate. Cool, he's got Ignite, but, yeah. Well, look, he might have it up first, but he's still down a level. He's still down
If
items.
he comes to lane and somehow finds a way to immediately trade in a minion wave, hits level 6 with Ignite, there's actually an angle where maybe he can find a killback. And if that killback does happen, then he's all of a sudden back in this game.
But Artemis is up a serrated Dirk.
He is up a serrated Dirk. I still think the ultimate as well as Ignite can sway that team fight. Not team fight, 1v1.
Well, technically it's a team fight.
True, the entire team is fighting.
Yeah. I mean, he's down a level. Yeah, look, it's a very... I think, honestly, unless the tower's involved, I don't see Rest winning this. I think this is just going to be a slow burn Artemis. Artemis is going to say, look, I'm just going to do it. Fight. Rest is going to go down.
So Rest, I've just worked out, has bound his laugh to W. So every time he Ws, he laughs. Possibly the reason he lost. It does appear to me, I don't even know what skins these are. I don't play Darius.
Isn't that like the Academy? Is that Academy? I don't know.
I don't know, but all I know is Dunk Master would have done more damage.
Oh, absolutely. It's just one of those unwritten rules. Yeah, look. I don't know. For some reason, Rest one looks like he's barefoot, but I think that's just because the angle that we're on the TV, he's not. He's wearing scuffs from the looks of it. Too cool for school. And I don't know. Honestly, I don't know why Rest just doesn't force the issue. He's got everything up. At this moment, he is... unfortunately, he's given away that lead. Other than having a serrated Dirk up on the one long sword that Rest has.
Yeah, I mean... Maybe, I don't know. If you're able to get to one item and the other person's on a component and sudden death, maybe Rest can find an angle. You know, crazier things have happened. Rest now, as well as Artemis, they are fighting, but that's it. Barrier's still available. He doesn't have to die here, but this is not the position in which Rest would want to be in. He lost both his summoners. Artemis is still full HP.
Yeah. Again, honestly, I think it might have been better. Yes, look, fight till the bitter end, but at this stage, it's kind of, the writing is on the wall. The great hand, the hand hath written.
I think the tower might just go down.
Yeah. I think you just get it over and done with, go into the match and play it out there.
I mean, yeah, he's going to have to. This tower's dead, so Artemis will be winning. That means GAM will be able to secure themselves side selection, and it's going to be maybe meaningful. It'll be interesting to see.
Explosive start. Kind of a boring finish, honestly. Yeah, just petered out there. I think Artemis could have committed. He's yeah. Look, okay, whatever. We've got it done. I think Rest probably could have saved himself a bit of mental if he'd just gone back and died and then let it happen, because it was clear. Artemis just played it very well.
He might not have to. Driver might just be playing. yeah, we obviously will not know until we see who's coming out onto the stage. I will say that Rest is not packing up his... Oh, Driver's actually coaching him.
Yeah,
Driver's giving him some coaching.
You meant
hey,
to,
man.
You meant to hook the Darius, not the minions. Yeah. Oh, look, I think a good team will say, look, that's a 1v1. It isn't the game. We've got a 5v5 to play, a best of 3 to play. There's more League of Legends than just the 1v1.
Yeah, for sure.
A bad team would definitely start, piling in on them, but you can't be doing that. So the competition, everything should be about uplifting the team and making sure you have the best chance at victory as a whole. So yeah, look, have a bit of fun, try and get the spirits up, look towards the actual game itself. You've given over side selection, but that is not the end of it. We've seen, yeah, okay, so GAM has opted into blue side, which we've seen every single playday pretty much. So.
Yeah, no surprise. I think at this point, we can probably just assume you win the 1v1, you're taking blue. Doesn't seem to matter. SoftBank, they had their side selection, lost on blue both times. I'm not putting too much weight in the side selection. I think it just comes down to who is the better team. The Fearless draft puts too many spanners in the works of this draft phase. I think ultimately, obviously game 1 isn't affected at all, but I just don't think the meta is entirely worked out as how to do this draft, because it doesn't feel like there's any one champion that is identified as, okay, if we're forcing these bans, we get this champion, and that makes the draft so much easier for us.
Yeah, we've gone from a meta of you have these champions that you play, you only have the 10 bans to worry about. Now we've got, first, second, and third string, comps that you're picking up. So it's now about prioritizing, do we play that third string pick first, get it out of the way, hopefully we'll pick up a win there, and then rely on that big pick later on down the line if we can still get it. So yeah, look, I think it honestly simplifies things a little bit while also making it complicates the prep, but in the actual game phase, I think it simplifies things.
Yeah, and I do believe we're going to have Rest playing because he didn't pack up his keyboard and mouse to take off stage and drive it and obviously bring his on. Unless Rest was just playing on Driver's setup, in which case you're like, okay.
Mind games. It's all psychological. A great Australian, esports competitor did say at one point it is 95% mental at the end of the day, and I do stand by that. It is psychological at the end of the day. If you could psych your opponent out before you even get onto the Rift, it can definitely make the game a whole lot easier. But yeah, you want to be in the right mindset coming into this. So hopefully, your coach is sitting there behind the scenes saying, look, you lost the 1v1. We've got a game to play. Get out there, get it done.
Yeah, absolutely. All the players are now filing onto the stage. It was Rest, of course, coming here and playing top lane. It'll be his second appearance here in the LCP. I'm sure. I didn't see anything wrong with his first performance, honestly. He was on that full tank Jax, and he was kind of the force that kept him in it. Eventually, they did win the series with Driver, but still, I think he's a very, very capable player. I'm most interested in this game, and I've talked about it already, the dynamic between Junja and Levi. I think that is going to tell a massive story of this game. If you throw your mind back to last week, where we did see Junja last on the Zyra in particular, he completely just 1v9'd. Yes, he wasn't the guy that got all the kills, but he pathed bot to top as Zyra. He cleared his entire jungle in about, I think it was 3 minutes and was it 3 minutes or 2 minutes? 2 minutes and 53 seconds or something like that. Got his jungle done, went into the opposing team's jungle, got 2 kills for his team, and then just did that on repeat. Every time he ended up topside, found kills more for his team, and kind of just dominated.
Yeah, look, it's about consistency at the end of the day. CFO's consistently proved they're one of the top teams. GAM hasn't had that same level of consistency. They've sort of been battered around. They've had some success, but they've also fallen short a couple of times. And if you were to lock in at any point in the tournament for a team like GAM, I think it's right here against CFO. It doesn't even have to necessarily be a victory against CFO. If you can take CFO to a 2-1, it proves that you are capable of contesting top 4 going into that playoff stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Work cut out for them, though, of course. Just so many big names. Junja, of course, we've talked about, but Rest is a phenomenal player up in that top side at the worst of times. Just a very, very solid player. Doggo, for my money, has been sort of that weak link. Not to discredit him, he is a rookie. Big shoes to fill, being that, last year it was Gory in that mid lane, a storied player in his own right. And it's easy to look like the weak link when your entire team is arguably best in position or second best in position, and you're the rookie. Don't really fault him for that.
I do have to say, I did say it earlier, I really rate Honkyu in his approach to the start of this tournament, giving over first blood to Arakan. No other player can now claim that against you. You've had your first death. Honestly, it's one of those, it's almost like a trial by fire. You go in, you die to an NPC on the Rift, and it's like, well, realistically, I can't do much worse than that, and they still manage to pull out the victory. So everything from that point on is up.
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
It's about looking at the positives.
That's right. As I hear Champion Select music, seeming like we're getting there. There's Chowie. I like that guy. There we are. Ash Yone taken away. Hongkyu has been favoring that Yono so far in the tournament, and it's going to be the Kasante as well as the Rumble taken away from Kaya.
50% pick rate for the Yone there for Hongkyu. Not going to be this time round. So he's had a couple other picks in the pocket, so maybe we see that we're going to have to see the deviation away from that. What seems to be his safety pick at the moment. Rumble Kasante taken out. Kasante picked once by Driver. Again, we haven't really seen the depth of Rest's champion pool in this competition at the moment. Jay's taken out. It means we're seeing some big staples target out the top lane by CFO.
Kalista going to be immediately locked in. The natural progression here to me would be Doggo picking the Varus. Taking Varus Renata actually strikes me as something that you could just do immediately. Renata doesn't feel particularly threatened by many of the engaged supports, is something you don't really want to give to the Kalista, and pairs well with the Varus.
Not to mention Hostile Takeover is just an insane ultimate.
Yeah.
We've seen, it is the most frustrating thing as a support player to see that hit one of your big beefy hard hitters. Corki coming in, could be Hongkyu, yeah, it could be Doggo, so there is that flex option, gives a little bit more mystery, trying to play that mental game once again. And I mean, Junjie, Sejuani's available, Zyra's available, he's played Xin Zhao, Wukong as well, so he's got options.
Yeah, you can just look to, okay, well, yeah, all right, Levi's got his work cut out for him. Levi probably could just look to pick himself up a jungler here. They could just take the Renata, as I said before. Although, when you do see this Zyra, I said it in our last series, it was Brand that time, but same concept is looking for something similar to the Leona in the support role could be very good, but it seems like we will almost certainly be having Nico as our support. And Nocturne, we forgot. Managed to sliver his way, maybe paranoid into the draft.
Yeah, pretty high ban rate out on that champion as well. Yeah, second most banned behind Skarner, of course, and that is a big scary gap close. That I think the one benefit, you've got great, control coming out of the Zyra, so as soon as that Nocturne jumps in, you can be heavily punished. That spell shield's only going to block the one. You then have the route to follow it up. Ambassador coming out in the top lane for Rest.
Yeah, very good champion. Don't know what it's into. Can just take away two more top laners here to give it an even easier time. I wanted to ask you really quickly, was it Levi, because on the top of my head it was it Levi that played Skarner the last time? Obviously not the game we just saw, but...
Yes, no, he was the other Skarner pick. So Kindred, Zyra, Xin Zhao, and Skarner for Levi so far.
So I think that is a problem, that you are now on blue side and feeling like you have to ban Skarner. I think that is a big problem. You've tried to play it once, obviously it wasn't successful, and now you're banning it on blue side. Makes me wonder why you'd select the blue side, because generally the power you get in blue side is you're forcing the other team to ban the OPs. This time with the Ashe, with the Skarner, it felt like you did that.
I don't know, Jack's banned out as well. I mean, interesting. I mean, in terms of top lane, I mean, there's still plenty up and available, but they obviously want to limit Kaya. Enable Rest as best as possible. Leonid shut down in the bot lane as well, so not coming out for Kai Wing. I mean, there's still potential for a mid or an ADC pick and that support to come out, because Corki still could flex.
Yeah, and Raul will be that final ban here for the side of GAM, so another engaged support taken away. Of course, you do want to pick one alongside your Zyra, Rakan, Alistair. I mean, there's just still options, right? Is the point I'm getting to. Won't really enjoy laning against the Kalista Nico, so certainly it will be CFO looking to lane swap, trying to get their bot lane out of harm's way, because it doesn't strike me as really a lane.
Yeah, okay.
Even with the Israel, you're not really wanting to lane against the Kalista Nico.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be possibly Brom Israel coming in. Brom can do a lot to deal with a lot of that range threat coming out, as well as the Nocturne is going to punish that quite heavily. Anyone that goes for that heavy engage. I mean, there's arguments that could be made for other supports, but I think the likelihood is going to be that it is the Brom Poppy coming out. So this is not going to be a support Nico, I don't think.
Could be mid. It also could just be top Poppy.
Yeah.
Top Poppy does well into Ambessa simply because you stop her from being able to use the dashes on her ability. She can still use the ability. She doesn't have to dash when she presses her buttons. But of course you lose a lot of power.
You have to dash. Come on, like it's there for a reason, right?
Yeah. But it also is a takeaway, being that they do have the Callista. You don't really want to be the Callista into a Poppy, and if their plan was always to pick up the Aurora here, then it also, you know, shuts down what she wants to do. We saw it yesterday, Woody doing a really good job of that, so it can be a top Poppy. It could... the other way to do it would be like mid-Nico, top Aurora, which I don't think it will be.
I think it's a bit too limiting, yeah. Nautilus, I did think maybe... potentially could be that they want Brom, but like, I think Brom would have done quite well, with, especially with an AD carry mid lane as well. I think the synergy is just very, very solid, but maybe it's a case of they want that for game 2, maybe, potentially, but Nautilus still offers a lot of CC. He's going to be heavily able to punish anyone that does go too deep trying to deal with either Doggo or Honkyu. On the whole, both teams have fairly well-rounded drafts. I just think there's a lot of potential for things to go wrong for GAM.
Yeah, I think the good thing about the Nautilus here is you can press R on Callista and it's going to hit her. You can stop her from dashing around. There's no one really else on the team that can do that. Sure, Ginger provides a lot of zone control here, being that he is on the Zyra. It doesn't really lock the Callista down. The Callista still can navigate around those plants and try and find damage, whereas Nautilus is guaranteed CC. If you catch that CC within range, then everyone's going to be able to follow up. So Nautilus does make sense. They will still, of course, be trying to look for a lane swap. I don't think you can justify Ezreal Nautilus into the Nico Callista. But we'll see what GAM do and what CFO do to try and manage to find their angle and into that lane swap here in game number 1.
Yeah, look, I'm very intrigued to see how CFO look to round out their home stretch run, I suppose, going into the next couple of weeks of play. And then there's obviously other conversations we can have with new champions coming into the pool, potentially in the tail end of the split. Mel looking like it could be a bit of a powerhouse if it's let through. Yeah. I think it has the potential to be one of the scariest champions in the game. Yeah.
Yeah, that champ is... I don't know what word to use other than ridiculously overloaded at this current time. You know, maybe it's a case of people don't know how to play against it yet, but it does feel like, okay...
This is your fault. This is your fault. You came in after game 1. We haven't had pause yet. Of course.
Yeah, at least this one's an in-game pause. Usually these ones work themselves out a little quicker.
Yeah, look, it'll just be one thing or another that they need to get sorted. But, I mean, look, smiles all around for GAM. Maybe a bit of a nervous smile there, I think, than anything. Look, again, we've seen these comps. On paper, I think at the moment I'm leaning just a little bit. It's only a slim margin towards CFO, because if GAM find their openings with that heavy engage comp, if they find CFO at a position, they are just going to monster and front to back this team. Whereas, I mean, if you catch CFO would like to team fight. They would rather 5v5 fight because their comp is just going to work that much better. Whereas you're looking at GAM, they want the picks. They just want to isolate targets and then work their way through the team.
Oh, he spilt something. He spilt something. Or he's knocked something out of the PC.
That's unfortunate.
That's what it looked like to me anyway. There's no confirmation. I am just assuming here. But by the look of him pointing down at the floor and then the person helping out reaching down there, it's either something's coming out of the PC or something's come out of his cup and landed on said PC.
That's a rookie error there. Well, I mean, looking at what CFO at the moment, their ideal is contesting top position. They are looking beyond this competition to what is, you know, international competition going into regional. For GAM, they're one of those teams like you know, Vikings coming into this. That have something to prove. They are here to prove that they deserve that spot in the league. They want to be able to contest as best they can. So they find themselves in a similar position to Secret, Vikings. Any success is a massive success for them, because you're looking at Talon and CFO to top the league. Any match you can claim against them is a huge boon.
Yeah, absolutely. I think honestly, the results of this match will kind of cement to me the order in which I think the team's level are, depending on who wins this one. I have an idea in my head now, and sort of the unknown to me is the difference between these two teams. Maybe you'd argue, you know, CFO wins here, then I'd have to, okay, Talon and CFO seem like the front runners, which is sort of what I had at the start of the season. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like GAM, yes, they lost a game to Vikings. They still are, to me, a top 3 team. You know, a slow start isn't the end of the world.
I mean, it's something that's talked about sometimes. Anyone can have a good day on game day, but people can also have bad days on game day. So just because they've lost a match doesn't mean that they're a bad team. It's just maybe they had a bad day. They could come out and have an absolutely phenomenal remainder of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully, whatever the issue is resolved very shortly. I believe words in my ear have told me, unfortunately, we were getting there. We were in the second game. Things were looking good, but we are going to throw to a 10-minute break while things do get worked out. Hopefully, we'll be back into game very shortly. If we are going into game earlier than 10 minutes, we will
how have you cast a curse the cast? What is this?
We will see you all very shortly.
Touch it, own it, I can tune it. Yes, we raise the bar. Want it, feel it, know you need it like a shiny car. Kiss it, feel it, don't conceal it. I'm on your radar. Kiss it, feel it, don't conceal it. I'm on your radar. Oh, let the rhythm go right deep into your soul. Move your body in there tonight. Oh, let the rhythm go right deep into your soul. Move your body in there tonight. Shake it. Shake it.
And we are back. This time with a groovy disco beat. Oh, it's gone. We are in. GAM trying to find those early wards, and likewise CFO were doing the same. They do manage to pause champ.
Cast a curse the cast.
It happens.
I've seen casters, you know, cast a curse games, never a broadcast. Oh, there's no pauses tonight. Well, we've got 2 now. 2 in the space of 1 map. All right, okay. But I mean, yeah, look, at this stage, GAM's game plan has to be avoid direct contact, especially for their bot lane, whereas CFO, find target, kill target is pretty much all their game plan.
Other way around, right? It was GAM. Yeah, GAM had the Callista Nico.
Yeah, they don't want the head-to-head with Israel Nautilus. I don't think that goes well.
No, sure. It's pretty hard for Nautilus to. I mean, it's just very hard for Israel to outdamage the Callista. It should go well for the Nico Callista as long as, you know, health bars aren't completely depleted by Israel Qs. I think it's very reliant if CFO are going to win that bot lane matchup. Doggo's going to be having to weave some of those Mystic shots through the minions. Callista, traditionally one of the most difficult champ to land skill shots on. So should be okay for them, but...
Yeah, but I think that the problem is then you've got Ginger who's going to be looking to make those plays around the map. So I don't think it is going to come off the back of a straight 2v2.
Yeah,
it's going to be Ginger comes to the lane, helps lock down both of them because they just don't have the health pool to survive that level of onslaught, and they're both just going to get wiped out. So I think you take the lane swap if you are GAM, look to play to the mid game because you aren't going to be the one making any massive plays until that mid game hits.
Yeah, I think the important thing there is kind of, as you touched on, Ginger on the Zyra is going to be a much faster clear than Nocturne, even if he doesn't beat his, you know, last game record that he set. But it will be a much faster clear. It's also just generally a stronger champion early on because Nocturne kind of wants access to that paranoia to find success.
Yeah, that's where things really start to unlock for GAM, is that level 6. Once Paranoia comes online, that's much more global pressure that comes out of the Nocturne. Plus, I mean, you can even technically use it defensively just to throw your opponent off, because if, you know, they're looking to make a gank happen, Paranoia comes out, you then start second guessing because you lose vision.
Yeah, especially because of Nico's there. If Nico's level 6, Paranoia comes out, all of a sudden, it is very, very difficult to tell what is real and what is a Nico, because you just have such a limited vision, of course. We did get word it's a player keyboard issue, so hopefully either that's resolved or players do always have a backup at the studio if one keyboard goes, you know, pear-shaped. Definitely a possibility that we spilt water on a keyboard.
Deep in thought there.
There's definitely a real possibility that water was spilt onto a keyboard.
Yeah, I mean, GAM looking to psych themselves up from the scene, what we're seeing on camera. CFO, it's all communication, all talking about what's going on. A lot of discussion, which you'd expect coming into the first game for them today. But, I mean, you got to ask, so who suffers the most from this delay? I mean, CFO coming in confident, realistically, would be the favourite to win. Does this potentially undermine their confidence a little bit? Or for GAM, is this, you know, psyching themselves out?
I don't know, because it's first game, it's pretty hard to tell, I feel. I think the biggest loser from something like this is probably Rest, because he's the only person that's lost anything so far in the series in that 1v1. So maybe having doubts about himself up in the top side. But hopefully this pause does get resumed. The game does get resumed very shortly. We will, being told, go to a 3-minute break. Once we're back, hopefully game number 1 gets resolved and we're all back in. We're back! And if you didn't see, there was a keyboard replacement, and it was in fact Junja. So there is a chance that we had a cup mishap.
Hydration is important, just not for your keyboard.
Absolutely. Will be a slower clear. He didn't get 4 plants like he did last time. Didn't mind control the RNG. Still will be faster than Nocturne, undoubtedly, as he now works his way towards the Gromp and Levi on his red buff. No lane swap coming through, so both sides feeling okay. Hook missing from Kaiwing spells a disastrous trade in terms of Doggo's health bar. Just so ridiculously hard to compete with the Nico.
Wow.
But Hong Q has near on solo killed Ares at level 1.
Yeah, just man fighting in the mid lane. And that's the power of the Corki. Does a decent amount of damage with limited to no resources in the early game, so you got to be very, very careful, especially with the Gatling gun. Shredding that armor, just, I mean, you're essentially paper at that point.
Yeah. Definitely a good start for Hong Q.
I wonder which Callisto is the real Callisto.
Yeah, probably not the one charging head first into my bush.
Oh dear. I mean, top lane, Rest being pushed in by the Poppy. Yeah, look, it's going to be pretty punishing if you want to play it safe. You're looking towards that mid mid game to really start ramping things up. Junja, good clears so far. Sitting pretty happy, I think.
Insane clear. This guy is so good.
Hitting the 3-minute mark, all camps down. Yeah, he's sitting well, pretty hitting bot side, wants that scuttle as well. And I did say, it is likely going to be Junja that dictates how these lanes go. He's going to be looking Scuttle Crab. He's going to then rotate bot for a fight. And you look at it, there's not a heck of a lot of vision. I don't think they know.
No, there's no way they suspect this. They know he started bot side. Going to get the flash out of Artemis. There's a big pull there. And going to be Elliot. Okay, he does dodge out of that Mystic shot. Elio's going to be completely okay, but still, that is both flashes now lost on the bottom side of the map.
I mean, against a jungler like Junja, that's kind of a rookie mistake. You know full well that he's got a fast clear. He's going to be looking for something. Levi now going to be looking for a dive.
Wow.
The ward not quite spotting. They do know now.
Really well played in terms of that vision. Rest trying to find a way to contest here. He's going to be grounded, and Kialia's actually tanking up. Will be able to get out of the tower. And there's eventually going to be that kill going over. Levi finding it. I thought for a second there maybe Rest had done enough to turn around, but not able to find any usage of the flash, not able to get out of harm's way, and does go down.
I mean, that was a very near miss. I don't know, I'm wondering, maybe pathing behind the tower, it might have kept Kaya under the tower long enough for a kill to happen. It would have drawn them into the aggro range for a little bit longer, but at that point, in the middle of that situation, you're not thinking about that. You're thinking of trying to do any damage you can, so you can't really fault him in that situation.
Yeah, also just scared of getting hit against the wall. Not sure if it changes, but oh, Levi comes and yoinks one small Krug, but yeah, okay, Levi picks up first blood, but Junja, he is
I think he kind of needs that first blood to keep pace with Junja at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, he just had both of his bot side camps taken away, so while immediately the difference isn't felt, once Junja gets his bottom side camps, it's going to feel really good. In fact, there might even be a little skirmish here between Levi and Junja. Levi missing the path, will still be playing a little bit aggressively. There's a collapse coming through. Levi does have flash available to himself, and with the support of his bot lane being here first, should be completely fine.
And if the collapse happens here, I don't know that Levi is going to be able to offer all that much, especially with Kaiwing pushing in.
Junja looking for the flash, it's not going to get it. Levi even not finding a very successful spell shield at all. Kaiwing trying to find his way onto him, does have flash, but it's now Elio that's going to be under the pressure of the CFO jungle and 80 carry. Flash over the wall as Hook will connect, and Levi should just be going down. The route is good, and Junja finds one back. CFO on the board, smite onto the dragon. That's Junja's next objective.
That's exactly what CFO wanted. Hongkyu isn't really under threat here. He's going to be able to back himself off. I question what Levi's game plan was there. I mean, yes, look, you've had your bottom side jungle, second rotation taken away from you. I think it was just greedy to try and go and contest, knowing full well that this is exactly what Junja sort of wants.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, it is absolutely greedy. You got the Gromp. What did it cost you? Everything. You know, the classic tale. Ginger going to be able to secure himself the dragon, but with the mid lane collapse is going to be for the Void Grubs. Ares going to use that between worlds, gets him out of harm's way. Can Ginger find himself another kill here? Flash available on Aurora does suggest to me it shouldn't be possible, but a lot of damage coming through. Root also going to connect, and Ares maybe being a little bit greedy, but Ginger taking a lot of damage back. Maybe he's the one in trouble. There's no passive proc onto the Zyra, so we'll be okay. And Levi now going to be able to get back that CS he lost as Ginger spending a little bit too much time here on the bottom lane.
I mean, yeah, look, Levi's getting something back. You look at the damage that's been dealt to that bottom lane tower. I think that works out again in CFO's favor. Ginger is going to go and get Levi's Raptors as well, so he's not losing out on much now that Levi's going for that clear. So, I mean, Ginger is really just min-maxing everything right now.
Yeah. Absolutely is. Levi doing a good job to stay even in terms of that farm as things stand, as Rest is very low and will be going down again. Levi with the ultimate. There's absolutely nothing Rest can do to get out of this. Does try to flash and actually gets away from Levi for the time being. And I said he couldn't get out. He absolutely did. And what an amazing performance. That was while he couldn't see.
That was, yeah, that's peak Embessa play right there. It can just be a get out of jail free card there if you line it up correctly. And he did just that. Paranoia goes in, just jumps away from the real threat, which was Levi at that stage, because Kaya has limited kill potential in that situation, especially given the sustain coming out of Rest. Yeah, Rest has a chip on his shoulder right now after last week. He's got something to prove.
Yeah. I mean, how long was this Nocturnal? I'm pretty sure he did not have vision. He definitely did not. There was no vision that he had on Poppy. Poppy no mana, wasn't able to find the kill, and the only way he ever lives, he managed to find it.
Yeah. I mean, it's it's limit testing at its best. I think Rest maybe should go and get a lotto ticket after that. That could have been rough for him, and it would have put him even further behind, but he salvages it, keeps himself alive. He's even in CS as well. The only difference is that Poppy has an assist up on him. So, I mean, so far, CFO have withstood pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. See if they're able to continue the pace. I think ultimately, Ginger, he's just getting stronger and stronger now as he finishes off his red buff. It's going to be pretty much even with Levi. I think Levi's done a pretty incredible job and really showing just how talented he is as a player to be kept on pace with the Zyra. I think, you know, Ginger has been looking for a lot of ganks, and some of the uptime we would be used to seeing for a Zyra wasn't really in this game, but likewise on the other side of the map, you know, it's not like Levi's just been sitting there farming the whole time.
I mean, they spotted opportunity, unfortunately, without Elio being level 6, doesn't have that pop blossom. Levi in position, has the paranoia up once again, so they could look to capitalize on this CC stacking that they do have available to them in the spot side. But you can see CFO pulling things back. Kaiwing now has the depth charge as well. So the turnabout potential now out of CFO's bot lane is a lot scary. But do they know that Levi's here?
No, they have no idea. Levi did sweep all his way there. Pop Blossom coming through. Doggo's going to be able to get out just for the time being. But in comes Levi.
Oh my lord.
Come back. Not going to be able to find it though. The answer back. The barrier. Oh, the tower shot's not going to be there. And Levi will be able to make his way out. A fantastic survive by Doggo. But still, that's all 4 summoners now used on the bot side. And Doggo will have to try and get out of here before a potential dive can come through.
That was like max distance hook there out of Kaiwing to get back in position to help his AD carry. That is true support play. That was phenomenal. You can see they didn't really telegraph, but they committed. Great flash just outside that pop blossom. Flashes back. That max range hook into the depth charge, and all of a sudden Levi was running tail between his legs to get out of there. Look, Kaiwing, that was top tier play.
Yeah. Absolutely, it's something he's always been very good at on the Nautilus. Actually, last year it was one of the most banned champions against his squad in Frank Esports. Just a very capable player on it, and showing again why that was the case. Now, CFO, they're in position, starting up these Void Grubs, and Kiaya Rest sort of battling to the death, but at this stage of the lane, doesn't feel like Rest should be under that much pressure, and it's Ginger who is going to claim himself his second objective of the game in these Void Grubs. Dragon spawning soon, maybe going to be able to look for that, but with the bot lane committed up here, I suppose it should go to Levi.
Ginger's there as well, so they are going to look to take out this poor Poppy.
They will get Ginger out, but he manages to get everything off. Poppy is just completely dead. Giving it over to Rest 2. Going going to be very good. You love the gold on the Ambessa. And Junja lands everything, then gets yeeted away. Didn't need him anymore anyway. All abilities were down. Hook lands. Are we able to find the kill? The true shot barrage. So much damage. The auto. Oh. No, one more. And Doggo does manage to find it.
Yeah, that is just that could have been disastrous, but gets it done in the end. And all of a sudden, Artemis finds himself alone. And Bessa, I look, if the public execution was online, I think Artemis is just dead to rights there.
Yeah. But knowing it isn't, able to play a little bit more aggressively, and Hongkyu, while he peers his head down towards that dragon, quickly realizes that, hey, I'm 1v2 here, and turns back, goes back towards the mid lane. All things said and done, though, it is 1.5k gold in favor now of CFO, as they are fairly commanding in their lead, despite some good looks for multiple members of GAM, but in particular Levi.
Ults, for the most part, up across the board. Levi going a little bit tankier in this Nocturne build, knowing full well that a dive in is potentially a death sentence if he doesn't, because there is a lot of punish coming out of CFO.
Yeah, Experimental Hexblade, it does offer you a bit of utility with that attack speed and whatnot you gain, but certainly there are more damage-heavy Nocturne builds. Probably a little bit less viable in the competitive environment when compared to solo queue.
I mean, at the moment, it's not an irredeemable lead for GAM. They are playing from behind, and they are definitely feeling the pressure that comes out of the CFO lineup. Right now, they want to force the issue. They want to start something up. Paranoia does go out. All they're going to find is Kaiwing.
Going to find Kaiwing. They might be able to take him out, and almost certainly will, but Ginger gets everything he needs, and doesn't really feel that bad for CFO that all of that was committed just for the Nautilus. I mean, the fact that Nautilus has only died once at this stage of the game is, you know, you're not feeling that bad. A lot committed, and Ginger did get his buff. Will be able to survive, and still, there's gold back in the pockets of GAM as we see Callista and Artemis there picking it up.
Oh boy.
Oh my lord.
Yeah. Trinity Force out already. I mean, we're already starting to see the power of that experimental Hexblade coming out as well, as that Paranoia is almost halfway back off cooldown.
Yeah.
A lot of posturing around the map at the moment. A lot of, again, these early skirmishes. 14-minute mark upon us. Don't think we've quite done enough for the Ruinous Artican, unfortunately. Teleport, this could be a death sentence.
Kaya being the one to teleport down here, so Rish is going to be completely alone up on the top side. All the damage, flash away from Kaiwing. Should be completely fine. The Keeper's Verdict, of course, was already used, and found his mark once again onto Ginger. Just kind of a sitting duck when you're playing Zyra.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It was fairly messy. Lost a few flashes there for GAM that could probably have come in quite handy, all for a tier 1 that goes down ultimately anyway. I don't know, I'm not sure what the call was, bringing the Poppy down there to use the Keeper's Verdict. I think the lane swap was already in action. Artemis is already, you know, in position to go back towards the top side to try and position for this Artican, which, I mean, look, it's still 5 minutes away, but the sooner you can get that lane pushed in, the better.
Yeah. Rift Herald though on the menu, 1 minute. Ginger still just trying to cycle through his camps. Levi again has remained ahead in farm. So we'll be changing as Ginger's getting flashed on, and oh no, the flash away, and Levi does match it. It should just be this Zyra getting taken out. He finds a lot of damage. Able to maybe turn it. He's gonna make it out. No, the flash forward from Elio will be able to secure the kill back as Hongkyu flashes and secures himself 1-2. Now there's so many low health bars. Doggo, if he can land one Mystic Shot, will be able to take down Levi, but not able to do it. Actually just going for Artemis. Misses the Essence Fluxo, and Artemis should have the damage. Doggo gets out, but it's the red buff from Levi as he turns around and finds his way back in. That will secure the deal. Out he'll go. He's trying to get away as Kaiwing hot on his heels, but I don't think he's got the movement speed, and Honkyu's teleport will not be able to find anything.
2 for 1 going the way of GAM. Look, Rift Herald coming up. It does give GAM the priority over this top side of the map, so they can start that up. But Levi doesn't really have the HP to be making pressure on towards Rift Herald, doing much more than backing off. He needs to reset ideally, and I mean, look, it was scrappy. You could see what the game plan was. They wanted to find someone so they could get that priority over the Herald. Great spot off the Chemtech plant there. Unfortunate for the blast cap. But you see how long it takes them to get Ginger down. They have to commit not one, but 2 ultimates to take him out. Elio pushes too deep, and it will be a kill going over to Honkyu. So, look, they take out the jungler. They do get Doggo as well, who... I mean, look, let's be fair. He was very close to picking up a double kill right here, just off the mark. Unfortunately for him, Kaiwing was just too far away and just burnt down, yeah. I mean, look, very near miss that. I mean, if they had connected, got that double kill, they would have been in much more of a comfortable position.
Absolutely would have. Rift Herald's still alive and Dragon has spawned. You see GAM with priority over the objective will be able to take it up for themselves. And off the back of the kerfuffle that happened on the top side, it is pretty much just a dead even game now. With this Dragon going down especially, will now even out. Actually, give GAM 1 up in terms of those Dragon objectives. Rift Herald, however, will be the prize for CFO. Let's see how much they can get off it. You're certainly looking for at least a tower. If you can get more than that, kind of feels like a bonus.
Yeah, but I mean, feat's been taken already, so at this point, it's just opening up the map more than anything. You got to wonder how much longer is this Zyra going to be able to find effect? Because you're going to have to start thinking about Arm Guard soon because of that effectiveness of the paranoia, that ability to close gap.
Yeah.
And I think at this stage, yeah, that's your main focus. Ginger is going to be targeted out. You get the Arm Guard.
He just, I don't know if he was doing that for fun, but he cancelled like 4 auto attacks on the ward in a row.
Silent on the ward. Show him who's boss. Yeah. Lucket's out as well. Proto belt for the Nico to better set up, better engage. Yeah, look, both comps are coming into their own. GAM, I think so far has played theirs just a little bit better.
Yeah. I still think there's a lot to do in this game for both sides, though. Neither team really feels that far ahead. Honestly, for the side of CFO, because the objectives are all so far away and the Artican's so hard to do at, on the spawn, especially against a champ like Zyra, I think all CFO need to do is wait, the next 3 minutes out. They'll have both of those Mirror Manas online for the Corki, for the Ezreal, and at that point, they should feel strong enough to contest any fight. In Lido, we found our way onto Honkyu, who still has Valkyrie available, or maybe used it off screen. Anyway, does get found, doesn't use the Valkyrie, at least what we saw, and it is just another pick found from GAM. Objectives on the map aren't really there, so should just be the gold given over and nothing too much more.
The pick comp doing what pick comps do best, and isolating a target, shutting it down. I think at this stage, I mean, my big concern is, yeah, as soon as we start to initiate those 5v5 fights, it definitely feels like Poppy could be a bit of a hindrance. Yeah, look, he can definitely disrupt and make things a little bit harder, but it feels more like it's a second support rather than, something that could be a damage threat and deal that priority. Look, yeah, you're going to draw attention being that big frontline tank, make things hard. You got the Fimble Winter as well, but I still think in an all-out 5v5 brawl, CFO and the champions that they have bring a little bit more to the table.
Yeah, sure. I agree as long as the Mirror Manas are online. I think right now, if a fight were to break out, I would heavily favor the side of GAM. Just because, both of your AD carry champs are power troughing. Sure, Junja's very strong, but cannot say the same for the rest of the map. Honkyu, I want to say, has also got an insane amount of CS in comparison to the rest of the map. Admittedly, the rest of the map is kind of not doing that well, for what we expect in a competitive game these days, but I think the nature of just so many objectives being up all the time does lead to a lot of these carry champs just having access to less minions.
Yeah. Riley's coming out with the Leandries for Zyrus. That's a lot of damage, a lot of disrupt coming out of the jungle. Zyra, Ki is slowed. Not a connection that you really want to follow up on. It's decent damage, all said and done.
Yeah, Leandry's doing a lot against that champion, especially considering there's not yet to be any magic resist purchased. So, while theoretically tanky and the health bar certainly will be shredded by Junja, and Poppy's going to have to play. Gaia will have to play very well around the plants.
Stride breaker out as well for Levo, so that plus the experimental hex plate. As soon as he's on someone, it's really going to suck for them. So, I mean, they've got decent gap clear. You've got an Ezreal, you've got a Corki that are going to be able to just create some distance. Fortunately, flashes up for Levi, so he likely will be able to follow. So this Zyra is going to be instrumental in trying to deny that initial engage anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. Recalls being channeled now across the rift for CFO as you have to suspect their plan is to get these recalls off, come back out. You know, GAM can use this time to try and secure themselves a bit of vision back, although CFO for the time being are largely pathing out to the bot side.
There we go.
Straight mid now.
Both 80 carries for CFO at a great spot. Romana's finished up and fully stacked. So they are going to be hitting that a little bit harder. The power troughing is over.
Yeah, definitely. This is where both of these carries are kind of the strongest. Of course, they don't get weaker, and Corki, if he's 6 items, will just be the strongest 80 carry on the map. But for now, you do want to fight. It's a half item for RS. Full item here for Honkyu. A significant power imbalance in terms of those mid lane strengths.
Dragon is up. Baron's 2 minutes 30 away. So CFO likely going to push in this mid wave. They want to then take the Dragon, equalize, deny GAM a chance and push it for that soul. That's exactly what's happening. Junja and Rest going good. They've got a pretty decent take on the Dragon. It's not the fastest, ideally, you get the ADCs, but GAM take it as an opportunity to go for Artican. They're going to be spotted, though.
Yeah. They're going to, raid mechanics again. As soon as the scream comes down, it's just going to walk out of that circle. CFO, though, they aren't willing to just give it over. Teleport coming through. Where is Resh coming in? Just with his jungler. Flash away. Actually, flash in. Does Kaiwing.
Oh,
That's going to be one shot. Ari's just shut down, and it's Honkyu that picks it up. Yes, at least they were able to pick themselves up this Artican, but importantly, Aris does go down before it even comes through. Grounded now will be Rest. He is tanky, but is he tanky enough? No, that's another kill found as a keeper's verdict. We'll be sending everyone back to base. It's Doggo trying to do as he might, but it might not be enough. Is Elio able to get back onto him, knock him up? A double kill for Levi. That's one more withdraw at least, but still. A massive team fight for GAM on the back of the Artican means, while it started off terribly and their mid lane does get shut down, they still end up winning.
Yeah, GAM, the rule of thumb is the more chaotic the fight, the better it is for them, because it means that CFO spread, they can't take that cohesive 5v5 fight, which is exactly what they're looking for every single time. And yeah, look, it was a good initiation over the wall from Kaiwing, but at that point it leaves just so much of your team disjointed. Doggo and Honkyu so busy focusing, and GAM make the right call here. Finish the Artican, get the buff up. Elio just going to draw attention, and Rest finds himself just isolated, going the wrong way. The turn and burn is so severe for him, GAM, even for what is a reasonably tanky Ambessa. And I mean, this is GAM playing their comp the way they want to be playing it. It's a pick comp. They want to isolate targets, and they just want to chip them away.
Yeah, absolutely. Doggo able to at least get one of those withdrawals you see on the left-hand side. Still, a big team fight win in favor of GAM. Honkyu, importantly, though, is picking himself up more and more gold, working towards a rapid fire cannon here as his third item. Will progressively get stronger and stronger, but GAM, with the lead now, even in Dragons, they can just look to play this one a little bit slower and try and slowly push to the end.
Up top side, Rest using the public execution to try and fight Ares. Kiaya, I mean, in a 1v2, no support anywhere near. And just not really that phase. I mean, look, I suppose Levi is close enough that could jump over if need be, but that is a lot of confidence for a Poppy.
Yeah, definitely. Revive still available for the majority here of the GAM team as Kaiwing will be hit on out of there. Levi coming in, but very, very far forward as Rest trying to do as he can to help out the rest of the team. Elio's going to go down. That's an actual kill. Kaya getting very low as Honkyu constantly going forward. The headbutt will not be landing into that wall as Kaya knows he's just dead. May as well make it quick. Goes back to his fountain immediately though, and the tempo's still pretty decent for the side of GAM. Still, well done by CFO to be able to thwart off at least that siege onto their mid lane tower.
I mean, sometimes that's the rule of the raid, right? You got to play your life to make sure the rest of the party gets out. And look, that's a solid call out of Kiai. So look, you guys get out. I'm gonna have to withdraw anyway. Might as well burn it before it times out. And yeah, just getting caught under the tower. Keeper's verdict sends out Nautilus. Pop Blossom off the mark again. Very disjointed, which is kind of how GAM wants to play it, but they overextended. They overstretched their resources, and they were punished heavily because of it.
Yeah, Levi just assuming that Pop Blossom will land, obviously with the paranoia going, it's very hard to dodge, but Doggo as well as Junja fast enough on the trigger, both get the flash, both get out, and then Levi is just very, very far in there.
Yeah, look, I can understand a tower dive, but rarely do tier 2 dives go well, especially with a Nocturne. So, I mean, look, they overplay their hand, give CFO a bit of a reprieve. It's down, what, a 500 gold difference. This is well within reason of them being able to bring it back, especially given that we are continuing to see these dual AD carries ramping up. And like you said, Corky is just going to get to a point where he is the hardest hitting thing on the map. So I think if you're GAM right now, you are looking to accelerate the close.
Yeah, I think that's true, and I think you have to try and do that by, once again, it's similar to what I said in the brand game earlier today, you have to try and do it by locking down Ginger. Because while, yes, Hongq will be providing the most DPS, to shut down Hongq, you have to first get through all the Zyra plants, and the easiest way to do that is to kill her. You know, it has to be said though, Ginger has that Seeker's Arm Guard now, so the Zhonya's active is up and available for him. If Levi does choose him as the target, should just be able to go golden, and not a whole lot that can be done for the rest of the side of GAM.
Yeah, but at this stage, the next probable fight will be the Chem Tech. That could then transition into a Baron pretty quickly, and you can see teleports up for Kiaya, so play those side lanes, control the macro, try and divert attention away. Hongq can't be the answer, doesn't have a TP up, Rest does though. So if CFO want to contest this, they're going to have to play off positioning. Oh, okay, True Shot Barrage, looking to clear that minion wave, does reveal Levi. So, I mean, CFO, you can see again, they're posturing for this fight. GAM are going to make the call onto Baron, it seems.
Yeah, they have the Callista for the secure, although Artemis just takes half his HP and damage before even really getting it started. That's just teleport used from Kiaya and a free dragon going over to CFO.
Yeah. A lot of resources burnt there. There was an opening, but I realistically don't think Artemis and the rest of GAM would have been able to shred the Baron quickly enough that they could have taken it while the dragon was going down, especially with Kaiwing heading up towards that top river to threaten Ginger there as well. So, yeah, look, unfortunate timing there for GAM has weakened their position just a little bit, given that CFO are now primed and ready on Soul Point. But look, they still have a powerhouse roster.
Yep. Neither team out. CFO won off that Dragon Soul, and if they are able to get that on, it makes the game a lot easier. All of a sudden, you know, you get below 50 HP or 50% HP, and you feel a lot more tanky. Makes it harder for that Ren to come through and secure the kill, and Levi as well will start to just be less of a threat onto these already mobile carries and Zhonya's Junja.
I mean, it's been a relatively quiet game for Rest since those early deaths. Has been able to sort of right the ship and get that farm under the belt, get a couple of items. Has the Black Cleaver and the Spear. So it's going to be a bit of a nuisance in team fights. Unless isolated, which could, again, become a problem. This is a pick comp from GAM. They want to isolate targets, and then as soon as they get the first, they can then start to walk over the rest, playing over through the overmatch. But I mean, right now, both teams sort of just trading farm around the map, trying to control those waves as best they can, looking for an opening. I think Baron is going to be the linchpin here. It will either spell success or disaster for either of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, Doggo, I think possibly the worst player on the side of GAM to throw your ult at is Nocturne, who is just randomly hitting a camp.
Helping with the jungle clear. It's all about efficiency. But I mean, right, yeah, again, a lot of posturing around the top side. Trying to send those waves out. Rest, about to head back. It's going to be interesting to see what he gets off of this back. I mean, did have a decent bit of money, but nothing massive in terms of upgrades. What is massive, though, Junja now has the Zhonyas.
Yep. Full Zhonya's upgrade, as well as Hongq picking up that rapid fire cannon. Means that he's very strong. On the other side, Artemis did pick up a Bloodthirster. So the poke landing, you know, from Doggo as well as Hongq and Junja, honestly, will just start to matter less and less. Baron now started up for the side of GAM, and it looks like CFO just have absolutely no idea. Kaiwing very close by, it's down to half HP, and they're not even going to look. It's getting very, very low, and still no effort to try and make their way into the pit. They just have no idea.
Wow.
How did this even happen? CFO were just completely clueless. All of GAM off vision for that long, and we had no idea. We didn't even get Kaiwing up there to put a ward in that thing.
Yeah, it feels like a significant error in judgment, honestly. I mean, look, they're not in a position where I think they cracked the base at the moment. I don't think the fights are going to be that brutally one-sided. But actually, no, potentially a good fight would crack the base here, but I don't think it ends the game, is what I really mean. But yeah, CFO, I think they realistically can just wait this out.
Yeah, for sure. Well, they have a reasonable amount of wave clear through the Zyra, the Israel, and the Corki. In terms of safe wave clear, it's not the most powerful of all time, but should suffice considering the state of the map. Still is difficult to break open this mid lane inner tower, as see it does remain on just under half HP. I'm still just in disbelief that GAM somehow found that angle. Very well played.
It definitely feels like an error in judgment from CFO.
Yeah, but
I mean,
just a great capitalization.
Oh, absolutely. GAM read that brilliantly, made the call, stuck to it. They didn't hedge their bets and rewarded for it. Because, I mean, it's the big objective up on the map. You would have thought that someone would have said, hold on, we haven't seen these guys in a while. Why is that not cleared? They will get mid tower because of it. Opens things up a little bit, and they will back themselves off to start spending some of that hard-earned gold. I don't know. If mistakes like that are coming out in game 1 of the series for CFO, I mean, what slips through the cracks later on?
Yeah, definitely not ideal. Honestly, just credit where credit's due to GAM, though. Just being able to find that, even having the will to go for it. You know, just be like, you know what, maybe they're not going to check Baron. Maybe we can find an angle. For Levi, this Levi guy has the most amazing understanding of vision. Like you saw early on when we went for that top dive, you saw it there. There was vision around, there was vision in the river, but 3 of them managing to find their way into the pit to secure that Baron without being spotted is just an incredibly well done piece of macro.
Dragons up, soul point available. Honkyu a little bit out of position here. Rest goes in, that's rough.
Yeah, that's not a great place to be. And it's also a fantastic keeper's verdict. Levi getting low and Rest does manage to flash his way out, but Honkyu still doing so much damage. Kai's trying to turn around and do more. Doggo as well. There's so much damage coming through. The flash for Israel, landing every Q. One more will do the job. There it is. And Honkyu as well, going to leave Kaya on the most minuscule number of health. And while Baron was great for GAM, the fight goes the way of CFO.
Yeah, look, I think they didn't have the clearance they needed to onto Honkyu, and we'll get the replay in just a second, but he was allowed to just sit in the wings, pump out that damage, and given his current state in his build, he is hitting very, very hard. It's going to result in the tier 2 mid lane tower going down for GAM, which opens up the map once again. Soul point secured for CFO, 3 Hex, and here we go. So they jump in onto Rest from the TP. They commit so much onto this Ambassador, who is reasonably beefy. True shot onto 3, and look at it. Kaya can't lock down Honkyu. He just starts chipping away. All these heavy hitters from the side of CFO aren't really threatened there. And I think Rest did a phenomenal job soaking so much of that attention, so much of that damage. It allowed Doggo, it allowed Honkyu to really just rip and tear with Ginger there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So the soul is now secured. There's a Chemtech soul picked up for CFO. Just going to be taking a lot less damage as you do fall under half HP. And as things are gone, yeah, the macro, I honestly do think GAM have been doing a better job at, but it's just been in these team fights when it actually comes to confrontation that CFO have had the best of GAM most of the game through. Looking now onto Kaya, everything being committed onto him. He's very, very tanky, but he's rooted up. He hasn't moved in the last century and a half, and this Poppy should be going down. It is just a Yordle with a hammer, but that Yordle with a hammer should be returned to the Nexus, and my God, was she hard to kill.
Yeah, look, it's a Poppy. He's built full tank, has the Fimbulwinter as well, Sunfire Cape. It's everything kitted towards keeping this Poppy alive for as long as possible. There's only so much you can do in that situation. We are starting to see those feats come through, the upgraded boots as well. The big problem is if GAM do find a fight where Kia is able to get right up in the thick of that and draw the attention, we've seen how long it takes for them as a 5-stack to kill the Poppy. And if it does enable Ares and Artemis to just go to town, CFO, yeah, could really, really fumble this opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely not out of the game. Long story short, yet our GAM, it is a minuscule lead in terms of gold. And hold on, Honkyu might be in a bit of trouble here. Does manage to get the Valkyrie over the wall and somehow creates enough distance that the tether will be stopped. Levi now being looked at the flash. They do find Honkyu. Is Honkyu going to be able to live? No, he won't. Shutdown does come over to Ares, who's trying to get on out of there. Doggo, though, should have the Arcane Shift available. Ares doing a good job of dodging! Ginger burning, but I think he's just got enough to stay alive. Still, CFO, once again, they will come out on top. Honkyu very, very barely breaking the channel. Pick himself up yet another.
Yeah, Steric's Gage keeping Levi alive there, but again, just a bit greedy. They saw the opportunity onto Honkyu. They didn't have any information onto what support was in the vicinity. And the slow coming out from the Rylai's of Junja and those melee plants. Great Pot Blossom in response. By that stage, the support was already there. It was too little too late. They get one. They then, unfortunately, lose a second. Almost losing, almost making it a 2v2. Ares does hit incredibly hard, but great capitalization out of CFO.
Yeah, absolutely. Still, I mean, it is Corky the big winner. Honkyu now at his 4th item, has that Lord Dominance online. Will be actually able to kill the Poppy now, importantly on this Corky. So there is someone to deal with that champ. Seeker's Arm Guard purchased for Doggo, so another target lost for Levi. Really only Honkyu that does remain.
Baron's up. Elder just around the corner. The 2 pivotal objectives that could, again, make or break this first game. First game still in this best of 3, and we're nearly at that 40-minute mark. Posturing around the Baron, wards going down, they want that info. You can see the chip damage coming out from Honkyu. True Shot Barrage, unfortunately, just going to split the difference, not hitting a single of its intended targets. But you can see GAM still not 100% sold that they can take this fight just yet.
You're going to first try clear out this mid-wave, and CFO, a little hesitant here to look towards this Baron in any meaningful way, as Doggo is just arcane shifting aggressively. Not too concerned with the Nocturne now that he does have that Seekers available to himself, as Levi will be spotted now on one of those trinket wards.
This one Mask there as well for the Poppy, just making things a little bit easier for Ares, but needs the sticking power because Ares unfortunately can just be forced right out. There you go. CFO now see their opportunity to clear out the vision around the pit, start this Baron up. Likely is going to be a bait to try and turn and collapse, and that's exactly what's going to be happening. But Junja can't find the route, just hounding them down towards the spot. River Doggo wants to make this happen.
Yeah, someone has to do something. The Elder's about to spawn. 45 more seconds until it is coming up, and that is just going to allow for trading of objectives, if that is so the choice, because generally, Alder means that the other team can't fight you, but if the other team get Baron at the same time, they don't have to fight you because you also cannot push their minions. So it would mean sort of a more stale period of the game still, if that were to be the case. Of course, both teams might commit to the same objective, in which case we get a big fight, and whoever wins it probably ends up winning the game. As we still, despite being 40 minutes into the game, have 2 teams that are completely inseparable when it comes to gold.
Jark shows out as well, but probably this is a very, very beefy front line, top lane tank, which, I mean, we are seeing a lot of tanks out of that top lane at the moment. Dragon is up, 2 key objectives on the board. We are 15 seconds off from that 40-minute mark too. This could be one of the longest games of the tournament so far. 44 minutes 24, I believe, is the longest so far.
Okay. We definitely have another objective to somehow get. Neither team seemingly willing to fully commit to it. Junja, though, he has a lot of plants in this pit. This Baron,
oh boy,
will be getting taken down in a very, very speedy manner. CFO, they are going to start it up. It's the Elder Dragon, though. Artemis and the rest of GAM going down there. Is there any way for CFO to try and get the cake and eat it too, or is it just going to be a trading of objectives?
Potentially. 42 minutes, actually, is the longest game, so we are rapidly approaching that.
Oh, yeah,
we should make that.
Yeah, we've got that.
Baron is going to go down first, but it is just going to be a trade. They sent out the True Shot Barrage a little bit too early. So Baron for Elder, I think that works much better for GAM, if I'm being honest, because they are looking for a scrappy fight, and that Execute really just throws a spanner in the works for CFO.
For sure. It is hard for them to find a fight, but CFO aren't going to do anything that causes a fight, so I think we're going to go into a bit of a lull period. There is 30 seconds longer duration on Baron when compared to the Elder Dragon, so keeping in mind the possibility that, you know, CFO waited out as soon as that thing's about to go, then they start pushing, trying to at least find one of these inhib tower, whether it be, you know, in the mid lane and the bottom lane.
But again, the longer this game goes, the more it favors CFO, well, at least Honkyu anyway, rather than CFO as a whole. And I mean, we're not even seeing full builds out of CFO or GAM yet. I don't think anyone's fully built. Okay, so no, Callista is, but it's a Jark Show final item. No, okay, so there is one more item to go, BF Sword in the back pocket. There is room. There is room for something, at least for every single member of this map. Levi up top side, spotted. That could be dangerous, but they don't really have the sticking power.
Yeah, also with no information on where the rest of the team is, and Outer Dragon sitting on that Nocturne makes it pretty unlikely that a full commit happens, as Honkyu will make enough distance for himself to never really be under threat there.
That is a beefy poppy. Max level, and you can see priority now down towards this bottom tier 2. Elio looking to bait and switch, pretending that it is a big scary Nocturne, but you can see Nocturne in the mid lane. Paranoia is there, so they could close that gap on anyone really quickly. Levi in trouble.
Doggo doing so much damage. Ari's already out of this team fight, and he's still finding these mystic shots. Not going to be able to land another one, as Levi did have to be forced to flash. The blast cone coming out means that everyone in GAM will survive, but again, just Doggo trying to find play in this team. It's going to force Ari's back to base and going to force the flash out of this Nocturne.
Yeah, I mean, that could have been the opening. I think if CFO won that fight, they just marched down mid lane and looked to crack the base, especially with Levi off the board. It's such a significant threat. But no, GAM stay alive for now. They keep that Elder Drake in play, if only for just a moment. It's got 10 seconds left, so yeah, it is just going to be a handshake. Both buffs are likely just going to fade away into the void. And we're already at the longest game so far this split.
Certainly are, and we march forward. CFO and GAM, they're just so tightly connected. Very, very close in gold this entire game. It's been times where CFO looked dominant and times where GAM looked dominant, and now really not doing a whole lot. It feels like both teams realizing what's on the line here, not willing to be the person to lose their team the game, and so are trying to be as risk adverse as possible. It's going to be the top inner going down in favor of CFO now.
There's a chance this is the longest game of 2025.
Yeah, there's a chance.
I would have to fact check. I think it's probably highly likely at the moment, but given that we are no closer to closing things out than we were that long ago, okay. I mean, I still don't think Rest can actually take this fight at the moment. It is just going to be a bit of a wet noodle.
Yeah, I don't think anyone dies. I don't think anyone comes close to dying. Ariz takes a lot of damage from the True Shot Barrage, as you know, Doggo well and truly online. We're seeing the damage he's been able to provide his team. Also keep in mind, you know, the feats of strength are in favor of CFO, so if we do get to that true max build, there is slight advantages that CFO will feel from those once they're all upgraded.
I mean, Honkyu is max build bar those upgraded boots. And actually, Doggo is the same, but Doggo has upgraded his boots, so he is full build with the Zonyas there as well as the Shojins. So they've got a lot of bailout tools. True Shot Barrage used to clear these waves. Does some damage, decent damage, but it's not fully clearing them. Guardian's Angel out as well for Artemis, who still has yet to die this game, miraculously. There is a lot of threat. There is just as much punish coming out of GAM.
Yeah, absolutely. Both objectives will be spawning at the same time, but CFO, now that they are off the map, feel very confident in just walking down and taking this tower in the face of GAM. Very low this tower now will be, as Doggo will put the finalizing touches on it. Keep in mind, though, we see on your screen there, Arez very well behind everyone.
I just don't think the collapse potential is there for Arez at the moment. The problem being for GAM at the moment, if this trajectory continues, we've already seen it. CFO have still managed to face tank them and walk up, crack the base. So if it comes to just the progression of the game, CFO can just keep doing that every single lane, crack the base, and then force objectives based off the minion waves. Because GAM, whether it's they don't believe they can or they just outright can't take a 5v5 fight at the moment, I think it's going to get to the point where CFO force the issue, GAM are going to have to respond and likely lose out.
Yeah. Both objectives 30 seconds away. Last time it was GAM who took the Outer Dragon and CFO taking the Baron. Nothing really occurring since then except Levi losing Flash, but that's all back up and available to himself now.
I think realistically, if you're CFO right now, given the number of near misses in the last few minutes, you go prioritize Elder. Because there have been a couple of moments where the likes of Levi, the likes of Elio have just got out with a sliver of HP. That execute puts the threat on the fight. They've got minion waves control. Levi in a bit of trouble right now. Oh, public execution would have spelt death.
Yeah, now attention towards this Outer for the side of CFO. Will they commit to it? And what will GAM's response be? Looks like we are just trying to commit to this 5v5 fight. Keep in mind that Levi did just lose the ult, but so did the Flash rather, and so did Rest. Immediate team fight power, I do believe, will favor GAM in terms of that exchange, because generally, you know, the Flash is less important than an ultimate. More punishable later on, however. This Dragon now down to half HP. Somehow Levi needs to find a way in the pit. Of course, there is always going to be paranoia available, but they lose vision. That's really good vision cut. In comes everyone. It's a pop blossom onto 3 people. And Doggo's trying to do the damage. He does go golden. Levi really being a menace in the back. Gets the blast cone out. Doggo trying to find the damage. Rest gets out on such minuscule amount of HP to it. So does Kaiwing. And Junja's still wailing away with those blasts. So many low health bars. But Doggo, he's able to get away from the headbutt. Gets off the wall. Levi 1 HP. The spell shield comes out. And no one has gone down. Everyone is so low on both sides. But CFO ultimately will have the health advantage and should be able to start up the Zelda.
Yeah, I mean, that was the tipping point. GAM had to force something there. It was just chaos upon chaos upon chaos. They couldn't seal the deal. They get the consolation prize realistically, which is that Baron. Because again, once again, Levi escapes with a sliver of HP, and now they know that these players are with an execution threshold. They're going to get in. They're going to start poking out. Rest has ultimate.
Rest has ult. It's a nice true shot barrage. In comes the public execution, but he misses. He's not able to find his way in. The stun comes through. Can they find a way in? Kaiwing might just be able to do it. Never have I seen such a menacing Nautilus, but in a position like this, it's GAM getting rounded into the base of CFO. That's not your home. Execution number 1. One more skill shot and Elio will be going down too. Junja and Rest on the other side, taking down Artemis. The Baron was secured, but not quick enough as CFO joined the fray, and only Levi and Aris survive.
That was the game plan there for CFO. They knew that they could play the long game. They knew that they had the damage to force GAM back into their base, and they knew that the win condition from here on out was not the Baron. They knew they were controlling the minion waves, everything. They needed that execution threat out of the Elder, and GAM, desperation play, try and force the Baron. They do get it, but the Elder's already taken. The collapse onto CFO, and the burn, the slow burn, the tick down. CFO are going to look to close it out here. 49 minutes of gameplay. CFO, they're looking for the commit though.
They're trying to get in there, but it's the Elder Dragon. It's a 5v2. There's nothing they can do. RS does survive, but he will not be surviving for much longer. All it takes is the Strangle Thorns, and after, as you said, 49.5 minutes.
This is a 50-minute game.
There's actually
they need the minion wave.
Here we go.
This might just go. Nah, they're not going to let it go that far. 49.5 minutes, officially the longest match of the LCP, as they are just going to get a few seconds extra out of 49-36, and that is still only game 1 of this series.
Absolutely, what an absolute thriller. It was neck and neck the entire time. We saw the last team fight that really mattered. It wasn't after the Baron, it was around that Elder Dragon. So much going on. Levi on 1 HP, Kaiwing on 1 HP, Doggo about to get stunned against the wall, gets the E off. Nobody goes down. Everyone is on minuscule amounts of health, but importantly, Junja wasn't. Junja starts up the Elder Dragon. They do it quick enough to get to the Baron, to find those executes, and end up winning the game off the back of it. It feels hard. You lose the game off not even a truly lost fight, but that is the reality we're facing.
GAM's game plan was chaos. Look for the picks. It was a pick comp. They needed to isolate targets and shut them down. You look at CFO, they wanted to play the 5-man game. They were looking for the team fights, and unfortunately for GAM, they weren't presented an option where they could look for picks. CFO were always in the back pocket. They always had multiple members stacked on top of each other, so as soon as that commit happened, the support was there because GAM could not take an outright 5v5.
Yeah, It was so difficult, and especially, you know, on the Nocturne, the game keeps going on. People are at literal 6 items, and you're staring down the barrel of a Corki that just has flash up the whole time, an Ezreal with his Zhonya's, a Zyra with his Zhonya's. Who is your target? No matter who you're going on, they're going to Zhonya's. You can play around that if there's someone that can then follow up on that status person. You know, they're gonna come out exactly where they are, but they just didn't have the tools for that. There wasn't really a way for RS to get in there with that Aurora and find him an impactful ult. There wasn't really a way for the Kalista to get in there and find the DPS on those key targets. It was Kiaya and Levi at the front, and sure, they were doing a hell of a job. They just didn't have the damage to get through, and the zone control provided from this Zyra was truly stopping the damage from reaching those carries, and I think that's where we see the massive disparity in health that led to the end of that game.
Well, I mean, I think that's it. GAM, we're on a time limit. 30 minutes, as soon as we pass that mark, you've got Doggo, you've got Honkua really hitting their peak as these ADCs. And like you said, Corki, the strongest unit on the map at that point, at full build. And as soon as we hit that 30 mark, there was a very small window for GAM to close it out, and they missed it.
Yeah, absolutely. I cannot believe how the game goes. But it was a very intense game, and ultimately that is game 1 of the series. We are going to go to a break. Obviously, all these guys are going to need a break as well. But once we're back, game number 2 on the horizon.
Better grip that, tell the DJ play somewhere to hit that. I ain't messing with nobody that ain't getting the cake. Throw stacks, I'll consider it maybe.
Say you don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely. What you say? Let's run away. Tell me where you stay. Move your hips like that. Got me thinking I might regret. If you want it faster, say the word. If you want it louder, make it hurt. If you want to ride the wave up high, you can sit back, enjoy the ride. 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 Enjoy the If you want it quick, then speed it up. If you want it down, then let it drop. If you want to ride the wave up high, you can sit back, enjoy the ride. 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 It's tragic how you can hate a stranger while loving their actions. You wanna be them, but you never wanna practice. Putting in the work, you just want to wake up to magic. Straight to the magic, yeah. All I hear is blah, blah, blah. From these basics, what I do. Wanna level up, but no, nobody wants to work no more. All I hear is blah, blah, blah. Gotta have this, give me more. While you're scrolling down your phone, I'm adding more lights in my shine.
Hello, we are back. Getting ready for game number 2 here after the absolute slogfest we saw in our first one that CFO were able to take, and now do lead the series 1-0. Driver going to be subbed in, so got him all set up. Hopefully, gonna be able to provide what CFO needs to get it done.
I mean, I'm not even sure I would put that down to an underperformance by rest. I think maybe he's just tired. It was a long game. As far as we can tell, second longest game in 2025. LEC Winter had to go and do one longer. 59 minutes, 18 seconds. They went another 10 minutes longer than we did. Crazy stuff coming out of the 2025 season. It's really interesting to see how these games are developing with how long they're going.
Yeah, it feels like we do just have longer games, and I pretty much entirely put that down to Baron spawning at 25 minutes instead of 20. It's just the most important objective on the map in terms of ending a game. Not spawning as early means the games do tend to go a little bit longer. Is going to be Vans coming through now. Yone Victor taken away from Honkyu. 2 champs he's really like to play. On the other side of things, Caitlyn and Cassante.
I wanted to go a bit OG with the pick ban phase. Getting into things, Caitlyn taken out. I did wonder if we would see some targeting towards the ADCs. We did talk in the break, potentially we just see the handshake of the Varus Ashe just being allowed through.
Yeah.
Victor Yone being taken away from Honkyu. I mean, most played from Honkyu is Yone at the moment. By target away from Junja. I mean, there is a lot still in the pool, and it definitely feels like we're not seeing one particular role hard targeted down. It's sort of a spread in terms of this ban phase.
Definitely last ban to come through now for the side of CFO. See what they opt into. Gonna be the Jace. Hasn't been locked in as a ban. There we go. All right, so I do imagine we'll just see a trade of the Ashe Varus. GAM, if they want to, or if they have a preference, we'll be able to select the first. Actually, we're going to see Levi on the Skarner for the second time.
0-2, do we make it an 0-3? I mean, that really is the question. At this stage, Skarner's not had the greatest of run in the LCP.
Oh, God.
Jungle, Nidalee, but Junja. Look, I'm not going to say it's a bad call, but the brand I feel is more in line with his play style. Just, you know, control mage, set it up. You pair it with the Rumble, and suddenly the team fight is a very, very scary one already. Varus, though, yeah. Okay, so Varus going to be taken away. Insane, it still scary. You got the Equalizer, you got the Chains of Corruption. AoE team fight seems to be the name of the game for CFO here.
Yeah, at the moment, let's see what GAM answer. If you imagine Ashe will come out here at either one of these 2 picks, it just comes down to what will they pick alongside it. So hovering the Ashe will almost certainly just be locked in. There it is. Now last pick here on the blue side for GAM until the second phase of bans. What will we be going for?
I mean, do we leave top and mid open? Potentially you go for the support pick here. I think you're probably wanting to take something a little bit more priority-wise. So mid, top, it is going to be the Jax. Hobbit at the moment, locked in by Kaya.
An insanely strong Jax player, but not an easy lane up against the Rumble. Driver himself, a very, very capable Rumble player. Seen him play this champion many, many a time. Always performs on it. Zinzao maybe the look for Ginger. He's played quite a few games. I believe this would be his 3rd.
Yeah, it would be. So 3 times playing Zyra. Or potentially 2. I think it's 2. I think it is updated on my screen. But I think with the Skarner pick for Levi, Kiaya can afford to go a little bit more in terms of the offensive Jax build rather than a tank is what we've been seeing recently, because Skarner is so hefty. You don't need to provide that extra frontline. Silas being taken away from Ares. To be fair, there are some great ultimates to steal already. And
yeah.
They're still only, 60% of the way through the pick phase.
For sure. It also maybe shows somewhat that Honkyu's wanting to pick one of the more traditional control mages that Silas has a pretty decent timer against in the skirmishes. Rel, though, will be the ban here from GAM towards CFO, taking away at least one of those engaged supports, especially one that Kaiwing feels very comfortable on.
Have you yet to see Kaiwing play at this split, though?
Yep.
I mean, has played the Nautilus, played the Iona, Alistar, Brom, Rakan coming out, so, the full heavy CC supports that we're seeing quintessentially down the bot lane. Seraphine being banned out as well, which means that they're looking to enable Honkyu as much as possible.
Yeah, it also takes away the pairing of Ashe Seraphine. One of the better, well, if you're picking Seraphine as support, generally it's paired with the Ashe. Just because no matter what, if you throw out that snare or the slow, it always will be a root because Ashe provides the slow you need. Let's see what they're going for. I think the Seraphine also could say they want to pick something like Braum. Simply because, you know, it's good against the Jacks in general. Just against melee champs, and Ashe can't really get through that Braum shield.
Yeah, I mean, removing a lot of that CC power down in the bot lane as well. It definitely indicates to me that, yeah, they're looking for something that can be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more mobile, which the Azir very much fits into that. First time for Honkyu playing at the split, which does leave support open. I mean, Braum still available, Alistar still available, the Ahri, Akali both being hovered here for Ares in the mid. Ahri, I think, gives a little bit more security. Akali has been a little bit hit and miss of the tournament so far.
Yeah, but ultimately has a very good time against Azir in general. Sure, the early lane ain't that great for the Akali, but again, it's one of those things, you get out, you get into the skirmishes. If your teams are able to allow you to get to that phase of the game, then you do feel very, very good. Now, their choice of support on the side of GAM, what will Ilio want to pick for himself? The Renata, a very, very strong pairing with the Ashe.
Yeah.
Also does a pretty good job against, you know, what we're seeing so far between the Varus and the Xin Zhao in particular.
What does CFO round it out with? I mean, you got options. You kind of want a CC set up for the Chains of Corruption, something you can follow up, and Leon is going to do just that. So
yeah.
A little bit of wombo in this combo for CFO. They've got a lot of AoE, a lot of lockdown, a lot of punish. So, I mean, both teams have phenomenal team fight.
Yeah, yeah, I don't look at either draft and feel compelled to pick one or the other. I do think the early game does somewhat favor the side of CFO with exclusion of the bottom lane. But you know, you can kind of just leave as long as you keep track of where Levi is on the Skarner, you can somewhat just leave this Varus alone. Shouldn't be under too much threat in the bot lane and try and allow Kaiwing to match up with Junja and find fights with that Xin Zhao Leon appearing.
I mean, the one boon I will give to GAM is the hostile takeover can just ruin the team fight at a CFO. So a well-placed hostile takeover could make or break this game. But on the whole, yeah, very reasonably matched draft going into the later stages of the game. Team fight is going to be hectic.
Here's hoping. I hope we have an action-packed game with a ruinous Arakan, perhaps, for the first time, please, just once.
Maybe, just maybe, like the cake, ruinous Arakan is a lie. There is no such thing. It is a myth, a fable, a red herring that the league fan base has made up in their minds. You know, something read wrong in patch notes. There was never a ruinous Arakan. It was just what we hoped could be. But as we jump into it, I mean, Ben, I'm loving this draft. I'm loving CFO and GAM. It was an intense matchup in game one. One of the longest, or the longest match we've had here in the LCP. One of the longest of the competitive season. As we jump into it, GAM looking to play off the front foot.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see if CFO opt in for a lane swap. It does feel like, again, they're in a lane, you know, Varus, yes, he's typically fine into the Ashe, isolated. Generally more so when you go for that lethality Varus. But here, it's definitely going to be Leona that's struggling the most. So I think trying to locate which lane to send the Varus into is going to be really, really key. You want your bot lane to not be against the bot lane of GAM. GAM, on the other hand, you know, they've gone in, they've got a lot of vision. They're trying to find exactly where they want to put their bot lane. Could even just end up putting the mid, really, but...
I mean, Rumble into Akali actually can be quite powerful.
Yeah.
Look at that. CFO already hunting the goal, and they will, I mean, just follow up on clearing out that ward, and their bot lane duo will head top lane. Junja going to get things started off on his own as the Xin Zhao. It's pretty solid sustain in the jungle. Yeah, it looks like, okay, GAM are going to be quite happy with the lane swap.
Yep. Choose to be okay with it.
There's just something so odd about, you know, oh, look, cool, I'm mid lane. Any ranked game, this is griefing.
Yep.
But in competitive League of Legends, this is a pro strat.
Yep, just not able to survive as the rumble into Ash Renata. Means that you just go mid, help your mid laner push, try and put some pressure onto an Akali. Ultimately, this means, you know, generally, again, the Akali will always be low on health, but you also just lose all your mana. This time, Driver's just getting the Akali low on health and not costing any mana for Honkyu, so feeling pretty good about himself. Will this is there.
This is just so gross from Driver. I rate it. I really do. Gets his level 2, has the flame spitter, has the taser as well. And they might even look for a bot lane, top lane dive up here. Kiaya is still level 1, so either has the counter-strike or the jump. There's no both.
Yeah, absolutely. Can he get enough XP to get to that level 2? He's trying to get into that minion wave, but here it comes the overheat. He does have the counter-strike available to himself. Driver able to just walk on out. Now they're resetting the tower aggro. There is no counter-strike this time. Ginger as well arriving. 4v1. Kiaya, how are you going to navigate this? Going to be the stun coming through. The ignite comes down. The flash from Kiaya. The flash out from Kaiwing. But he takes one more shot, and it is traded. It's a 1-for-1, but ultimately it is the first blood and a lot of minions being lost here for Kiaya.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention the plating as well. Ginger can then transition into this top side blue jungle. I mean, look, you've been dead before in League of Legends, but I don't think anyone has been that dead this early on in the game.
Yeah, pretty dead. Ultimately, though, I think good on him to be able to trade that back. It keeps all the gold pretty equal, and you know you're pretty happy about that. But it's still Varus, I think, that's winning out here. Just picks up their first blood. It's, you know, the feat, at least one of the prerequisites to getting the feat of strengths online, and a lot of gold and XP ultimately missed there by Kiaya on the Jax.
It's also it's not detrimental at all to Kaiwing going down there. I mean, you're not going to be punished as a support for dying early. Yeah, look, it's a bit of gold in the pocket of Kiaya, but they've zoned him so well. They've also got the assist into the back pocket of Driver, who's now transitioned himself back up to that top lane. So we are... no, sorry, he hasn't. I don't know where he is, but he was getting farmed somewhere. Kiaya might just be dead again here, though.
Might have counter-strike. I'm not sure. I think he might have used it onto Doggo. No, there it is. Ginger's going to be able to jump back onto him. The knock-up's there, and someone's getting the kill. It's Doggo. The flash even used to secure it, although didn't need it as Kiaya turned around to jump on his head, but still.
I mean, that's just, again, identifying weaknesses. They realize that Kiaya is in no position to play this lane anywhere beyond the tower. And as a result, they return back. He didn't have his flash. They can just keep ganking, keep punishing it, keep zoning out. And Driver is caught up in a moment down on this bot side with the support of Kaiwing, which is where he ended up in the end. And I mean, look, there is a very real chance that in the next few moments, if Kiaya still keeps coughing this punishment, we might have to call net safe because it's very dangerously close to cyberbullying.
Yeah. Certainly is. Looks like we're going to have a 1v1 lane for a little bit here between the two AD carries. Doggo probably feels pretty good about it now. You know, he would have struggled the first couple of levels against Gash. Now he's 2-0, down a little bit of CS, yeah, sure, but still definitely stronger being with the items he does have. Berserker Greaves, no slouch of an item either, but not quite up to the recurve bow, the extra boots, and the longsword.
Mid lane, for Ares has that 6 online. Can maybe look to start roaming around and playing shenanigans. 6 not hit yet for Honkyu. There it is. He's just cracked it. So he has the ultimate up and available as well. And this is where the team fights start to get a little bit risque. And wow, okay, this is it. Set up Ginger. They are just looking to exploit this top lane. That is the game plan here in game 2.
Yeah, they do catch vision of Doggo, but not Ginger. Looking instead now to try and collapse down onto these Void Grubs and secure them, or at least one for himself, as Levi did pick up the first of 3. Smite advantage now to Ginger. We'll be smiting that one away as Levi's actually looking aggressively. Kaiwing's going to be able to be there. Misses the Zenith play. That's a massive ability to have missed and forces Ginger to lose his flash. Bit of a uncharacteristic misplay there by Kaiwing. Does cost his jungler his flash, but ultimately doesn't give over a kill. And GAM still will be happy with that. Flash plus 2 of the Void Grubs means they will certainly succeed off that.
Driver down by a level. Should be hitting 6 any moment. That's where things get a bit rough for Kiaya. who in this situation has been... I mean, look, you've had a rough laning phase. You're then forced to build magic resist to try and deal with Driver on this Rumble.
Yep.
Which is, I mean, far from the build path you want to be going at this stage in the game. Mid lane...
Unless he's full tank.
Okay. Looked like it was... Yeah, okay, so there was a commit. Both players went in. Emperor's Divide clears things out, and so Honky not going to be threatened that greatly.
Yeah. All things going to be okay. Dragon still hasn't even been a thought on either of these junglers' minds for the time being, as Driver's back up at this top lane, the equalizer goes down, Leo is going to lose his flash in this instance. Driver committing the teleport. Now, lane swap should just be committed to, as we do see Doggo down the bot side. Levi, though, around that dragon, might finally start it up. Certainly would be good for his team to have picked up that objective. Ginger maybe looking to contest, but it's level 6 versus the level 5 of the Xin. It doesn't feel realistic.
That's ultimate online as well. Levi's going to be coming in with that suppress ready to go. Chains of Corruption just going to be off the mark. Cleanse out,
flashing.
suppressed under the tower. Doggo might be able to run this one out. You can see support is hot and coming. Unfortunately, it's support for GAM.
Yeah, but still, Doggo's trying to turn it around. Oh, no, he's not going to get it. It's the Guardian that comes through. Certainly not the damage. A lot of damage turned around by Doggo, but just too far up. And Levi down there, able to capitalize, pick himself up a kill, and ultimately slow down the progress of this Varus.
Yeah, I think Kai's going to be a little bit frustrated by that. I mean, it's rule number 1. If your support's not there, you don't have vision. Why are you pushing up that far? And, well, great reveal of Levi and the ultimate there. I mean, it's these little things that could cost CFO ultimately at the end of the day.
Yep, Kaya playing very aggressively here up against Driver and winning out on that trade, able to use the counter-strike to avoid a lot of that overheat auto-attack damage. Driver now does have to be pretty careful. The burst won't be there from the Grandmaster's Might, so seemingly should be okay. Oh, may have missed the W there, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. I think the Dragon might have juked him.
Yeah, Skarna's heading topside, so they're just going to hand this one over. Honkyu as well coming down to assist. I think identifying the fact that the Emperor's Divide there makes it a very, very tough challenge for GAM to really contest, especially with the bot lane duo already in position. So it will be handed over. Right now they're posturing towards topside. They want to finish off Driver. He's just come back to lane. Because, I mean, finishing off here would definitely be a bit of a rough spot.
Absolutely. Blue Drove's now 1 minute away. As you see the little icon on the minimap. See what is committed to it. Ultimately, I feel like, you know, CFO, either team probably okay as long as they don't give over the entire objective. Pick up one of them and call it a day if you're in an inferior position at the beginning of the setup.
I mean, Sheen up for Kia means that damage output is going to be there. Also, does have a bit of resist in the boots, tenacity there as well. So, I mean, look, it's realistically should be a bit of a handshake, I think, in this top lane for the moment. Unless someone significantly misplays, there shouldn't be a huge amount of kill threat unless Driver just drops the equalizer and turns and burns. You can see he is threatening Kia. The HP does favour Driver up in that top lane at the moment. They're both going to back off for now.
Yeah, a lot of uncertainty. We see Akali down the bot side. Honkyu does have teleport and choosing to walk to his team. First of all, will be at least one wave missed down the bot side for the side of CFO, which, you know, isn't the most substantial thing if it's only happening once, but certainly not something you want to see become a trend. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to land onto Doggo, who flashes straight in a line and is going to be eventually found here by Kaya. Hostile takeover, and Doggo hasn't moved in the last year and a half. May be able to find a kill though, but the Impale is fantastic. However, unfortunately for Levi, it's on top of an equalizer. Up on the top side though, Kaiwa's going to go down as Aris is going to be able to find that kill. Honkyu's in the middle of 3 people, and he does not want to be there as Levi picks him up and delivers him over to the Akali, but the Emperor's Divide's there. The flash over is going to have to be committed, and Aris will eventually find the kill. Teleport back in. Aris is going to find a way, and somehow it's GAM who at the end of the day pick up a massive team fight win. Everything going so well up the back of Doggo, flashing in a straight line.
There was just some sloppy gameplay there from CFO, the way that they were spread. I mean, look, Blood Grubs are great and all. I think they realistically probably should have committed to the fight there on GAM before they strung themselves out. And yeah, Doggo, just nothing he could do. Guy was hit with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, max range, max stun. followed by the counter-strike, followed by Skarner coming in, suppressing, and it is all layered together. Yeah, I mean, just look at it on the replay. Kai Wing, I don't know, he's too busy focusing on the ward. Enchanted Crystal arrow lands. Levi has the setup from Kai, the hostile takeover as well, and lands the suppress onto 3. That could not have gone any better for GAM.
Yeah, K living on 1 HP too, able to teleport out and or recall out and teleport back in. Pretty straightforward here. Honkyu did a lot, but it wasn't enough.
Just a mess of a fight from CFO.
Yeah. Still, I mean, we saw fights like this out of them last game, right? And they sort of warmed up as the game continued. Obviously now it is GAM with a 2k gold lead. We've seen that not matter quite a lot here in the LCP. Things can turn very, very quickly.
Yeah, I think the difference being last game you had Israel, Cork in the late game. Kai is going to be caught out again.
Yeah, is he going to go down though? He's looking to turn around. Xenoblade does miss, and so will the Solar Flare thereafter. But Levi, he might just be stuck up. Look at the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. What can it find? The cleanse comes through from Artemis. He's got the bailout available to himself, and he should be able to get it. No, he doesn't even need it. He eventually just finds the kill. 2 people found. Ares trying to get out of there. Junja will be able to match it though, as Honkyu trying to find the damage will be able to do so, and Junja picks up that shutdown. 2 for 2. Trade favoring CFO.
Yeah. GAM, their own worst enemy there. They feel the pressure to keep on top of that momentum and force it once again. They follow it up with a risque fight in the CFO jungle for a support as well, and a notoriously tanky support. You can see on the ward, clearing out, Levi says, yeah, let's go, not knowing at all where the rest of their team is. That you can see the hawk shot comes through as the fight has already started.
Oh, and Kai got a teleport cancel as well, which truly did mean a lot there. I mean, honestly, CFO came out on top, being that they did pick up 2 shutdowns, and that was even though teleport got cancelled and Kaiwing missed every single ability. So the fact that team fights can still go like this just shows, you know, CFO, they do still have a fighting chance. If things aren't played correctly by GAM, they can very quickly turn this game on its head, and you kind of see it already, right? Well, 8-4 is a kill score. Ultimately, the gold is what tells the story, and that is near on even.
Yeah, GAM 100% jumped the gun there. I mean, you see the hawk shot coming on as they've already started the fight. It's too little too late, and you can see there is support coming in for Kai, and they get a pretty significant shutdown on the back of that. I mean, that was big gold going into the pocket of those that definitely needed it in CFO. The ward is going to be there. Levi waiting over the wall. The hawk shot gives the information onto this Hex Tech Drake, and Levi stepping forward is enough to demotivate CFO. Step out. Levi says, look, I'll carry on this right now, but Ginger is in position. Smite going down. Yeah, okay, they're just going to concede it. Takes the Scuttle Crab for Hex Tech Drake. I'm not sure it's the best trade, but at least they're alive still.
Yeah, well, there's no way for Driver to join the fight. Instead, they're just going to give that Dragon over. It's now 1-1. There's no big difference in terms of the sort of power now, and Driver is going to get a teleport out on that top side, doing a lot of chip damage to the top tower as well. And all things considered, I think a relatively even trade. Yeah, you gave with the Dragon. Got a lot of gold now on your Rumble. You got some gold on Junji, being that he picked up the Scuttle Crab. So, not feeling too bad.
I mean, we are still waiting to see who takes the feet, and this push down to the bot side is going to give it over to CFO as they take the first tower. So feet secured, which is just going to be potentially a little bit of a reprieve later on in the game.
Yep. Absolutely. Very close affair between these two teams, and honestly, coming into the day, you did expect it, right? These are two teams that should be competing for first place. Yeah, maybe, you know, GAM slipped up a little bit in their prior series, but I think showing here up against CFO that they are made of what it takes to be able to become the champions yet again. Traditionally a team that does start off splits very slow, scales as the weeks continue, as the year grinds to the end, until they do eventually just become the leaders of their region.
I mean, fight up in the top lane. Driver overheated, in a bit of trouble now.
Yeah, should be okay though. Jack's not quite got the damage to take him out, so.
But it does give them priority over the top side of the jungle and the top side of the river to boot, and that Rift Herald will be started up. Ginger looking to wrap in from the bot side. They want to go for an execute. Honkyu could be the linchpin here.
Levi going in, does get stunned up, and Honkyu getting at least the ultimate off, still taking a lot of damage as Kaiwing But Hongyu in the back is going to find 1 kill onto Kaya. No, he won't. It's a flash away. RS certainly will, though, as Kaiwing does go down. Doggo now not in the greatest of positions, but still offering damage, and this Rift Herald remains at low HP. But down it goes. It will get the reset. Driver Equalizer not available for himself and still very low on health. For CFO, they do lose 1. They pick up the Rift Herald. All things considered, not the worst trade by any means.
Yeah, I mean, Kaiwing for a Rift Herald, I think you take that if you're CFO, but you're not worth a heck of a lot at the moment. I have to say, up until a moment ago, Artemis Bonds down in the bot lane, 007, now 008. I mean, I think it's the best of a bad situation for CFO. Ginger felt like he was just a bit overwhelmed, didn't know quite who to commit onto, went in for the attempt at kill on into Kai, turns, tries to shut it down onto RS. And then, yeah, he's just sort of sitting there waiting for a target. RS gets into the bush. He just sort of sit there wondering aimlessly, not quite sure which way to go. But yeah, Kia might be in a bit of trouble yet.
Yeah, does get away with that leap strike, but still maybe CFO looking for another tower for themselves. Driver going to get that flash away, and Levi's not going to be able to catch up.
Yeah, CFO far less confident it feels than the last game. Atakan as well, 2 minutes away. Earth Drake, 2 minutes also. Rift Herald going to be used tier 2 top lane just to crack out some decent damage and threaten onto Kia. Finished off, but half HP onto that tower, followed up with some damage assisted by the Void Grub. So this is, I mean, this is solid threat across the map from CFO and Answer.
Yeah, just too many people committed down to that bottom side. Ultimately, yeah, if you got the kill onto Driver, you might be able to crack it open pretty well, but he flashes away, and the answer is mid lane inner, top lane inner, and, mid lane outer, top lane outer, and mid lane, top lane inner. So 3 towers for Driver's flash and a tower. I will, if I was CFO, be pretty happy with that. It is a nice amount of gold to get. You now, went from a losing position to now up in gold. Not that the gold difference is all that important.
Yeah, I mean, you're down 5 kills, but you're up 3 towers. I mean, that's a pretty significant gold swing in favor of CFO, and it means that they are getting out the items that they need to. No Nashes for Hongyu, so he is looking for that damage onto these beefier units, knowing full well that Skarner is just going to keep scaling up. At the moment, look, I think still GAM are the bigger threat of the two.
Yeah.
CFO have been playing this very, very well.
Kaya, once again, finding himself in a bit of trouble there. Solar Flare comes out, will land with the stun. Going to get stunned up. Lead Strike even cancelled by the knock-up from Junja. Should be giving this one over to Chongyu. Will do so, and that's some much-needed gold onto this Azir. 2-1-1 he is now.
He's frustrated. Kaya is frustrated. You'd see it there in his player cam. And yeah, I definitely think we do need to get in contact with NetSafe because, yeah, he's being targeted.
Yep. He has, and it's working out, right? CFO, while the kill score shows bad things, they are just so far ahead in terms of these objectives. They're going to lose 1 tower here on the top side. Probably the least important tower in the entirety of the game is these top lane outers. All they really are is gold. They don't open up the map that much. They don't really allow for objectives that important. But Dragon
Again,
now...
They know full well that attention drawn up to getting the tier 1 outer allows them to take the Drake pretty for free. So an Earth Drake for CFO. I mean, it's going to do bits. It makes Driver that a little bit harder to kill. Same with Junja. It works so well for the CFO roster. Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Right through the middle post. It's great. It's good. Unfortunately, doesn't connect onto anyone.
Yep. If we were a different sport, then perhaps that would be worth points, but unfortunately it's just going to be that Ash ult now. No longer available. Artemis trying to look... Oh, sorry, not Artemis. Levi, rather. Trying to look for someone in the bush. Won't be there. Driver, being respectful, does get back on out. Voracious Artican is the Artican yet again. Here on the top side.
Told you. It's a myth. It's not real. It was just a false flag. No one really believes that there is... No, there's a Ruinous. One day we will figure out how to get a Ruinous Artican. But it is not this
kills.
day.
Hongyu being looked at here. Actually going to get stunned up. Going to get even hit with that Impale. But Junja's here. He's got the support. Not even going to commit with the shuffle. Junja now is in a bit of trouble. Hostile takeover still available as Kaya comes in. Equalizer could be huge here from Driver. They're all in a choke, but he's not going to commit it. He's not going to drop it down. Low health bar for Hongyu. He does have teleport to get back in there. And Kaiwing positioning aggressively here in the river. Oh, Chain of Corruption going to be used. Mikhail's Crucible is the response, and Doggo going to have to cleanse, but the handshake's good. He gets a really good flash off though, and Elio's 1 HP, but it's not going to matter as Levi does connect with that charge. Junja getting out, is he just? No, the equalizer's good, but Kai is better. Oh my god, so much damage, and all of it going in favor of GAM as Honkyu, try as he might, will not have what it takes to take out the fight. Oh my lord, it's a quadra kill for Ares.
An absolute wash of a fight from CFO. And I've told you, stop running your mouth. You said, oh, 2-0. No, it looks like there's a real possibility that we are seeing a game 3 here. CFO under the pump, struggling with this GAM base tank fight comp. Low HP, let's see if they know their raid mechanics, because an execution could be rough for them.
Yeah, absolutely, and look at the score that Ares is currently wielding. 9-1-1 on the Akali.
Yeah, look, I get at this stage, if you're CFO, you want to make something happen, but it was a pipe dream at best there for Doggo. No support, Driver's only just getting there. Lands Equalizer onto Artemis, yeah, for a bit of damage. Honkyu can't even really get in, gets the kill. No, it doesn't, actually, yeah, Artemis gets out. So can't even finish, flashes into the wall, and you've just fed Ares to the point where he is going to explode anyone he even sneezes on.
Yeah, absolutely. Very difficult now. As you see the Arakan up and available. Still, somehow the gold is only at 1.5k. These two teams truly feel so inseparable. It's kind of ridiculous, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, it seems odd. I suppose objective gold really is playing a part here. 4 towers to the 2. I wouldn't have thought it would have made it that much of a difference, but I'm still not quite sure why. I suppose, okay, it was the shutdown. It was the Akali gold shutdown into the hands of Junja. That was 650 gold, which is making up most of that gap.
As well as I think it's helped by tower plates and whatnot that you kind of don't get to see. It's very hard to tell. But that is 1 tower going down. Equalizer available if they do need to use it to clear a wave. We'll be able to do so.
I mean, target priority is going to be big here for CFO. At the moment, who do you really jump on? You kind of need to shut down... Ares for one, but he's got the Shroud, and it makes things even harder. You've got to worry about the hostile takeover. There's just so much that could go horrifically wrong if you decide to commit to an engagement here, and the turnaround is so severe for GAM, and Levi is looking for it, and they're just going to send it 4v3 under the tower.
Yeah, handshake will connect, and Doggo's got nowhere to go. This is a massive hostile takeover as Honkyu's trying to find the damage, but there's not really anything he can do. Yeah, there's one withdrawal, but he's going to get jumped on now by Kaya. Still, he's able to get out. There's still 3 people up. Can they get one more withdrawal at least? It would be very good, at least getting that away from Kaya. Not going to be able to do so, and so all things said and done. Doggo going down, Junja going down. Still only the 1 tower, so CFO can, you know, be happy that it wasn't worse.
I mean, the real concern is, so far, Skarner Curse could play, and it's 0-2 at the moment in the league, but so far, Levi is making it look very, very good out of the jungle. It was a bold dive, and they make it work because, I mean, Skarner's so unbelievably beefy. Kaya has got a couple of items under the belt, he's beefy as well, and they can just afford to do it, tanking those towers. Kaya, yeah, just got to run it out, helicopter man into the jungle to freedom. And a 10-kill lead. That gap is now extended out by 4k, or up to 4k now. Baron is up. And GAM, I mean, really have the freedom to start this up, because as soon as CFO come in to contest, historically, the last couple of fights, it has just been a steamrolling.
Absolutely. I believe now, though, it will just be the second dragon of the game picked up by Levi, and they do lose that revive passive from the Arakan. So CFO now, you know, if they're able to navigate these fights correctly, could still have a fighting chance. Doggo with 2 items online. Still not really that much to compare to Artemis, who is getting very, very close to picking up that Infinity Edge.
Yeah, I mean, just the control that GAM is exerting just by mere presence alone is rather impressive. Trinity Force up. Sterak shouldn't be too far off, I'd imagine, for Kiaya, just for a little bit of extra heft and damage output as well. In terms of the rest of the map, oh boy.
What a time. 26 minutes.
We've not had one here before.
Yeah. I mean, let's just take stock of the game. I think ultimately still playable for both sides. It did seem like there was an issue with Driver as he was kind of just sitting in the bush, not moving anywhere, flames spittering backwards. But I did assume he was just building up his heat. Maybe not. Still, I think ultimately this game, while certainly GAM in the driver's seat and should be able to take it out, it does feel like they've got the team comp that is going to scale perfectly fine. If you are able to take a fight where this Akali is not involved as CFO, that is your angle back, right? Try and find a way to get Akali not involved or deny her access to the back line.
Well, either it's, yeah, she's not involved or she's the only one involved. There isn't really a mid-ground where you can effectively fight, especially given that Ares also has the Zhonya's now. So targeting her out in the middle of a fight is an impossibility between the Shroud and the Zhonya's. Yeah, you might know who she is in the Shroud, but it's the best you're going to get. So, I mean, realistically, yeah, while that is the best avenue back into this game for CFO, I just really don't see it presenting itself.
Yeah, it should be hard, and I think, like, honestly, based on how the series have been going and how close these two teams have remained, it would be good to see a third game and really test, you know, who is the better of the two, because I don't feel like we've necessarily found out. And I think, obviously, if GAM win, we absolutely have no idea. CFO on your screens, yeah. You must be nervous, right? You're behind, you know you're behind, you're struggling to contest, fights are going poorly, and a pause happens. And you're just sitting there lingering in your own mind. You can't talk to your teammates.
I mean, in a match like this, it gets to the point where when do you turn your attention to Game 3? Because right now, GAM are dominating every single step of the way. The team fights, I mean, they're just wantonly diving under tier 2 towers without real threat of death. Yes, they did have the Atacant, they did return, so even still, I think there was still no death in that engagement. Kiaya still got out, ran away. I think at worst, you lost your support there. Renata, I think...
Akali did get withdrawn.
Yeah, Akali got withdrawn, but I mean, that was the intention. I think that's exactly what Ares wanted. He wasn't going in trying to get out. He knew full well that he had that escape and decided to utilize it as best as he could. I mean, you know, 9-1-5-ish. I think it was Akali at this stage. You've got all the tools under your belt that you could possibly want. Yeah. Synergistically, yeah, look, there's a great team fight out of CFO, but they just have yet to find it.
For sure. I think importantly, you're only 4K gold behind. And while, you know, 4K is a substantial amount, when it's spread between 5 champs, it's less important. You know, like, that is essentially a component ahead. All of this gold as well is on that Akali. Essentially, the 4K gold, I wouldn't be surprised to see three of it on RS on this Akali. And so, again, if you're able to minimize the impact that RS is able to have in one singular team fight, you have the damage in the Varus, you have the damage in the Azir, where you can find your way back. You know, one poor misstep, one poor walking into a choke, you land yourself onto a Rumble ult, and all of a sudden things go very, very pear-shaped for you. So I think CFO can look for these angles. They just have to choose their fights better. Doggo as well, he really needs to not think he's 9-0, because he has been looking for constant fights as this Varus, and every fight that he has looked for has gone really poorly for the side of CFO.
Oh.
Okay. We've had word. Interesting. I didn't even know this was a thing, but
I did spot that.
Yeah, so Levi bought an item that is disabled. You're not supposed to be buying it on the patch. That's the Unending Despair. And so that is why the pause has gone up. I'm intrigued now to see what happens.
Yeah.
Do you chrono break? Okay. I was about to say it, and the voices came down, bespoke upon me, that we're chrono breaking to 2440. So I guess that is the moment before he purchased it, but he will still have the components for it. So the Aegis that does build into that item, I can't remember if it's changed, but from memory, it only builds into the locket.
Yeah, I think you just sack it and go for something that's going to be a little more conducive.
You could go locket. It is a pretty efficient item, ultimately.
Under Skarner, though, I think you're probably prioritizing something else.
Yeah, there's a lot better, of course.
I mean, just how far does that take you back? It isn't a substantial time. I don't think it significantly changes the overall standings of the game in terms of what's being played out.
Yeah,
but that's definitely, you know, a bit of a shake of the confidence there. for a bit of an oversight for GAM.
For sure, and it's understandable, right? He's playing scrims where it's probably not disabled. He's playing solo queue where it's definitely not disabled. He's sort of just auto-pathing, you know, like you're playing a champion that builds this item every single game. You see it in your shop, you're like, oh yeah, this is the item I build, and you build it. It's very easy to forget in the heat of the moment, especially when you are the team 0-1.
Well, I mean, it's not even that. So it's about efficiency, and especially in a situation like that, if you can just reduce how much thought you put into build path, because if you have your build path that you build every single game, that's something that you don't have to think about that can distract you from something. So yeah, understandably autopiloted through that probably. But yeah, definitely unfortunate, especially given the moment. This definitely favors CFO because it definitely throws a spanner into the works to the momentum that has been generated by GAM.
Sure, and I think even emotionally, right, not to get too philosophical here, but if you are Levi, you're probably feeling really bad about doing that because it's probably something that he has been told and just like forgot. And you're like, feel sorry to your teammates, sorry to, you know, everyone that like, oh, I've caused this and I shouldn't have, but I mean, that might be reading too much into it. And honestly, once you get back into game, you'll probably very quickly forget, you know, one team fight in and you're like trying to think of what to do. You're not going to be remembering that you built an illegal item, contraband.
Yeah, smuggling something onto the rift that you shouldn't be.
Skirting through the, truly going through the walls with the Skana here.
Yeah, the Port of Summoner's Rift Customs Authority coming in, going through his bags. There's just something comical about the thought of a Customs Authority checking the belongings of a giant scorpion.
That is true. That is true. I don't have any idea.
To be fair, there's something comical about a. Okay, bit different. So obviously, yeah, it's not a significant amount of time. It didn't have a significant enough impact that we are going to have to carry him back. The decision has been made that he's going to sell the item instead.
Okay, which means he just loses gold.
Yeah.
So that now, I mean, how much gold do you lose? I think you get 70% efficiency when you sell an item, and I'm pretty sure that item is 3,200 off the top of my head.
He'll get some most of the way to something else.
Most of the way. For sure, but that is a pretty significant amount of gold as a jungler at this stage of the game because everyone else is taking your caps, especially as a tank jungler. You know, like the Skana's never 30 minutes into a game and thinking, the Krugs are pretty good right now. And skirting off of there, you know. Like
I mean, to be fair, as of, you know, a few minutes ago, they stopped farming camps and started farming champions. They've been farming CFO across the map and at a pretty significant rate. So yeah, he's going to back himself off.
Oh, not the camera of shame.
It would have been 2 minutes back that we went if we'd chrono break.
Oh, this is actually the camera of shame.
Right, he's just okay. No, so he did. Yeah, so he's building towards Spirit Visage, I think.
You see frustration on his face.
No, that's the runic.
It'll be the runic. Yeah, the Canic Recurrent. Still, I mean, it's a significant amount, right? You just went from having a full item to not. Now Ginger is already ahead of you in gold. Now, while the gold doesn't reflect it, you know, like the API won't update that. Oh, he's just lost this much gold. He is now further ahead on the Xin Zhao, and while he isn't really the focal point of his team, don't get me wrong, the Akali is still absolutely strong enough to get over, you know, 400, 500 gold loss.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I look at, there isn't really an answer to the Akali at the moment. Best case scenario, you force the Zhonya's out, at which point she drops the Shroud and starts pumping out damage anyway. I think the closest you get to an answer is Honkyu's Emperor's Divide, just to force her out of the fight entirely, because you're on a wing and a prayer that Leona's going to hit that Solar Flare or a Zenith Blade to try and lock her down. Ginger really hasn't got a shot at locking her down with the Shroud or the Zhonya's, maybe Chains of Corruption. So yeah, look, taking a fight with RS in the vicinity is not a good idea.
There is a world in which, you know, Doggo connects with a Chain of Corruption, and while she can get the Shroud down in that, then the Emperor's Divide can come out and hit her out of that Shroud, and then you can actually lock her down and kill her. But again, even then, how realistic is that?
There's still the Zhonya's on top of that, which is the issue.
Yeah, it's going to be exceedingly difficult, but I mean, we've seen more difficult positions for teams in this week, and they managed to come back and win. So I don't think we can really count CFO out at this moment. See him getting a little bit of attention here, but yeah, we'll just do a backflip and feel pretty okay about himself. 2 levels as well as a massive lead to BR.
Oh, It's great. It's right between the posts here on the Rift. Another clean field goal out of Artemis. Bit of a shame. I think that definitely would have been a pretty easy mop-up for GAM if they had connected. But look, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take and most of the ones you do.
Yeah, unfortunately did go wide on that one. Straight between both Kaiwing and Junja. So they will feel pretty good. There's a chance if it hits Junja, he doesn't die if he gets off that Xin Zhao ult, but it probably forces the ult, probably forces the flash even. And that's enough to get off out of one singular Ashe ultimate.
Sunded finished. Yeah, he's going to be hitting real hard. Oh, Doggo again, just a little bit too far forward.
Chain of Corruption's good though. Is there going to be any follow-up that come through? Nope. That's just the loss of the ultimate. Importantly, he does keep his sums. So GAM, you know, they're power spiking now. They're all very strong. Even if they weren't very far ahead, now would be a time where they could look for something because Doggo did just lose his ultimate. He has now recalled, however, picked up his third item, has that Guinsoo's. This is where his damage will really start to spike if he's able to have that uptime, right? That's the hard part of the on-hit Varus, is the uptime is a lot more difficult to find.
I think just vicinity is hard enough to find to be able to get attacks in edgewise.
Yeah.
It's a very uncomfortable team fight for Doggo. At the best times, Solar Flare's off the mark. Another big piece of utility not going to be there for the team fight of CFO. Levi is deep, but he should have the escape.
Yeah, there is a lot of damage, a lot of health damage as Levi flashes forward, but the Impale does go wide, as does the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Hands are up by my colleague right here as Ares does put down that Shroud. That's one utility tool away from the Sakali. Elio coming back in. No one going down, but it is flash away for both the carries here on the side of CFO as well as Kaiwing on that Leona. Ultimate soon coming up here. The Chain of Corruption 8-7-6 will be up. Still, what can you really find? Arya is still so menacing. Has his ultimate. Levi coming in, finds Junja. He's going to force out that ultimate here, and Honkyu trying to find the damage that he can possibly do, but it's just so difficult. Levi, the Skarner champion, is completely running the Rift.
That's the third ultimate they've just gotten out of CFO for absolutely nothing. Luckily, Chains of Corruption's up. Solar Flare is going to be coming. Well, it is, I think, now back up. Yeah, cooldowns have come off. So CFO aren't going to be heavily punished. They will have to concede the Dragon, which gives GAM Soul Point, and that is just going to make Levi even harder to deal with. Which, I mean, he's hard enough to deal with as is.
Yeah. Gonna be a lot of health to try and get through, especially considering, like, realistically, even Varus, especially on the on-hit build, does a lot of magic damage. And the Canic Recurrent being purchased means it's just that much harder to get through all this health. CFO trying to get vision around this top side jungle. Keep an eye on Levi though. Enchanted Crystal Arrow does connect. It's onto Kaiwing. That's probably the target that CFO most don't mind getting hit. Hostile takeover again, only onto Kaiwing, but Kiaya's in the back line. Empress Divide's really good, and Honkyu's found a way back onto Kiaya. Not going to be good enough. Kiaya does get that leaf strike onto a ward over the wall. R is very, very low. Chain of Corruption did connect onto him, but ultimately it is pretty much everything down on the side of CFO in terms of those ultimates. Levi still with the Impale. Is, you know, not really thinking they're strong enough to do this Baron. It's still very, very even.
Look, the fact that they survived that fight in the way that they did is everything for the CFO right now. It shows that they can still find some breathing room up against GAM, who have been so oppressive for the majority run of this game. So far, this series has been 80 minutes long of gameplay alone.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it just shows how closely, like, close-knit, or not close-knit, but I don't know the word. They're just close. They're very, 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 very
closely
tight.
contested.
Yeah, that's it. That's a good one. It's a very tight match. As we see, Doggo almost certainly going to go for the Jack Show as his third item. I think, ultimately, it does feel like GAM are just waiting for Ashe ult to hit a crucial member, you know, before they pull that trigger. If it does land onto someone like, I guess, Honkyu or Doggo, even Driver, things become a lot more certain. Levi now going in. Kaiwing needs to be the target. Will be able to be the one that's picked up. A lot of CC coming down. The Impale has up to 3. This is going to have to be a really big Emperor's Divide, and it is. Kaya left alone on the side, but in comes Ares. So much damage from the Sakali. He does get the Sonya's out. Not the best of all time as the Chain of Corruption and the Equalizer placed down, finding the burn, but full HP on the GAM members, and ults down across the rift for the side of CFO. Means this Baron is almost certainly a done deal.
But is it that, I mean, great for CFO to withstand, but they don't have the tools they need to. Elio waiting in the wings, a hostile takeover, looking for it, lands onto multiple.
People gets both the carries, and Iris is in the back line, doesn't have access to that perfect execution, and Driven's going to go down. 4 members still standing, Doggo 1 HP, gonna have to recall. The Baron has been stopped for the time being, but still they're gonna be able to come back over. The hostile takeover was good. Ultimate's now down. Perfect execution, though, is the one we have to watch out for. So close to RS having access to that ability once again, and instead CFO going to turn around, head back home, and let this Baron go down.
Rough gig. Being able to turn friendly fire on at a moment's notice makes things very, very hard. Baron up. Again, 11 kill lead, up by mountains of gold. And Elio, perfect warding, perfect positioning. Slow comes through, hostile takeover, landing onto everyone in CFO, and they just ruin themselves all off the back of a cheeky little support play.
Very much so, was a cheeky little support play, but could be the play that decides this game as we see this gold lead is just expanding bit by bit. It's going to take a lot out of CFO now to turn this around. Got the Blood Leader now coming out of Hongkyu. We've seen it once before. It'll be the second time we get to see that item. Essentially, the AP Black Cleaver.
Yeah, I suppose in this situation you kind of need to do what you can. I suppose it synergizes quite well with Driver and Doggo to a certain extent, but
yeah, I think it's the correct item to go here in terms of your pin item, considering the team comp that you're putting together. Kaya is just being left alone with Baron buff up on the top side. Doggo being the one to answer, or possibly the worst choice. No teleport. They are maybe just looking to get a pick here though, as Chain of Corruption is going to be available. Hail of Arrows though.
yeah, but the Zonya's there as well for Kiaya, so you can negate a lot of that damage. And yeah, Levi is just going to be the trigger man. Just go in, start throwing out boulders and drawing out utility. This is, I think, that slow march towards the end.
Yeah. 30 seconds, 20 even now, on the potential Mountain Soul. It doesn't look like CFO are really in a position to be able to contest it. Yeah, Hongkyu, if he scales in, if this game goes any later, if he's able to catch up an item to the Zakali, probably is the strongest champion on the Rift, but that is very, very far away. A pipe dream, perhaps, as Levi is seeing just being so menacing, just sitting up here, not even caring about the Dragon being up, allowing CFO to come down, looking for a collapse. Keep eyes on Elio, of course. We saw how impactful his hostile takeover can be. Levi looking for the angle, won't be able to find it for the time being. Instead, preferring to look at this Dragon, 6k HP. Shuriken lands on Kaiwing. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to flash away from it. A lot of damage though. Kaiwing probably just going to go down, flash away. Not going to connect onto really anything as Driver just turning his attention towards this Jax. The entirety of CFO trying to do something. They have to find something for this Dragon, but it might not be enough. Oh, the Emperor's Divide even goes wide. Somehow though, it is going to be Doggo just surviving. Ari's in his shroud. On the top side though, Driver does go down. A lot of damage. Junjun trying to get Levi into this tower, but look at the damage. It's going to be CFO killing their own. Doggo trying to find something. Hongkyu the same, but the bailout's good. The double kill coming through. Hongkyu's living, but now he is no longer, as he does find one, but it's going to be GAM who take game number 2 and extend this to a 3-game series.
CFO has already been proven to bleed once this split, and now GAM say, well, we can make them bleed more. They're going to force CFO into their second 3-game series of this split so far. GAM played this draft phenomenally. The first time the Skana has found success here in the LCP, and it's done it in a massive way.
Absolutely, Levi being so instrumental in these fights. Yeah, sure, the Akali ended up with a mammoth of a score. It was off the back of the Scorpion. Levi finding every single fight, finding 3-man after 3-man with his Impale, and it was just kind of over. Got to the mid-game, got the Arakan, got the game done and dusted. At CFO now, they have to strike back in the last game of the series, the last game of the night. For GAM, they've got the momentum.
Yeah, look, I'm just trying to pinpoint where things sort of fell apart for CFO, because again, we talked about it, it wasn't a bad draft.
No.
But I think RS getting so fed in that mid lane was such a threat to the back line. Perfect teleports every time. Doggo was under threat, Hongkyu was under threat, and every time after the fact, I mean, it got to a point where the CFO did identify that RS was a problem, but by that time Zhonya's was online, so you jump in the back line, pop the Zhonya's, all those abilities are just wasted, and RS can just mop up. GAM played that spectacularly.
Yeah, I mean, I think as soon as GAM had the lead, they played about as good as you possibly could with it. I think the problem is here, and why you'd feel so bad as the side of CFO, is that it almost felt like the reason GAM got the lead was because of Doggo. Doggo looking for that one fight in the top river. Chain of Corruption lands onto Levi. He just walks blindly at the Scorpion and gets collapsed on, loses Flash, dies. Quadra kill goes over to RS on the Akali in that team fight. And it felt like, well, now how are we going to deal with this Akali? She was very well maintained, under control, you know, even with Hong Q. But after that, kind of fell apart.
Yeah, I mean, even as a setup bot laner, which Varus very much is, you know, poke support, it sort of sets up the initiation so the team can then mop up. He's not really the one. He should not be the one playing on the front line and then corrupting, you know, chain of corrupting onto the Skana. It was a very questionable play and has resulted in a situation where CFO very well could be reverse swept out of the series.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, going ahead, looking at game number 3, while I think CFO, had they not have made that one team fight mistake, they probably could have won that game. GAM is a good enough team that they can absolutely beat CFO. Once they got ahead, they were certainly very dominant. And with the momentum coming into game number 3, you got to be feeling good for the Vietnamese representatives. But of course, we are going to go to a break before game number 3. When we're back, CFO versus GAM. It's a banger. See you there. So now, keeping this roster the same, Driver's still going to be in. We were talking about it during the break. What do we think from the AD carry position? Misfortune obviously stands out as the AD carry that does still exist. There's Kaiser, which we've seen some play from. It's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah. I mean, Arish Varus out, Callista,
Corky Israel.
Yeah, all taken away. In terms of what we can see, I think Kaiser probably one of the safer bets to go into as we jump into the pick ban. Jace, Vi banned out by CFO on the blue side. Yone targeted away from Hongkyu. I mean, I don't know necessarily that it's enough to ban, target Hongkyu off the Yone, but he's played it plenty. Obviously, he's quite happy on it.
Yep. We'll take it away. It also kind of takes away Sejuani in many ways as well. Victor, again, banning his Hongkyu, another champion he's played.
Same opening bans every match so far from GAM. They just do not want Hongkyu enabled whatsoever.
And there's the Kalen. So keeping things the same on both sides of the map. CFO. And there's the Cassante away from Driver. What are we looking for here? Pretty hard for me to tell, honestly.
Misfortune, okay.
Yeah,
so
makes sense.
Going for, the staple remaining ADC in the pool at the moment. From here on out, we do start to deviate from what is traditionally played. Usually, I say very rarely. We've seen a few match threes now so far this split, but this is where we start to see what teams have in the pocket. And, given that we see some target towards mid, some target towards jungle and top lane in the ban phase, I would imagine we're starting to see some of those third, fourth string picks coming through for some of these players.
Xayah.
Okay.
Xayah Rakan, I suppose.
If you're going to take one, might as well take the other.
Yeah, Rakan very flexible. And if you have
there you go.
Xayah, you just take the Rakan. It empowers the Xayah a lot more than most other supports do. So, a solid bot lane, theoretically. What can be the answer?
Especially the hands of Elio, who was just instrumental in that last game for GAM on the Renata. My lord, the hostile takeovers were just so hard for CFO to deal with. Wukong, we did talk about it for Junja. Levi and Junja are both incredible Wukong players.
Yep.
But it is going to go into the hands of Junja.
Yeah, so I think this lends me to believe, there's a lot more champs to be picked. I'm already thinking that CFO's draft is just going to be better. I don't think Xayah is a particularly good AD carry. As things stands, the items available to her aren't what she typically likes. Sure, she loves the crit. Takes a while to get that online. And Alistair coming through here too pairs well with what we're seeing so far from CFO. Now, admittedly, Braum does still exist. Oh, you can't even pick it. You got Rakan. What am I even saying? Yeah, okay, Silas. Silas could be an answer. While you're only seeing one good ult, that ult is probably the best Silas ult in the entire game. It's going to be Udyr instead.
The thing that I'm looking for at the moment for CFO, depending on how the second phase of ban goes, I think an Orianna combo with Wukong and Alistar already drafted starts to round out a very, very scary teamfight wombo combo. Then you look to the top lane, something along the lines of potentially an Ornn, to just layer that CC, layer that stack team fight, and suddenly the CFO roster is happy to just five-man fight. They're happy to take GAM on in their own terms.
Yeah.
Wow, talking about third, fourth string, Urgot copping a ban here.
Yeah,
there you go. Silas as well.
Yeah, Silas, you have Alistair, you may as well ban Silas. Urgot is something that Driver plays. He really does like the Urgot. Playing it quite a few times last split into specifically Riven, admittedly. But nonetheless, Talia taken away from Hongkyu. They do obviously need AP in that mid lane. Maybe top, but...
Look, now if it was me, drafting just for the culture for CFO, I'm looking Orianna mid lane, Galio top. Now look, it is a heavy investment into the AP, but you've got a Misfortune and a Wukong, low shred, that is going to reduce that armor down. But the sheer team fight, the sheer man fight that is coming out of CFO with those two champions drafted, means that GAM cannot take a team fight whatsoever on their on CFO's terms.
Yeah, the one hard part would be, as the Galio, if you do have just standard lanes, will struggle against the Udyr quite a lot.
Oh yeah, but look, for the culture.
Yeah. All right. Well,
take it away instead. Yeah, look, okay, I rate it.
Yeah. I mean, there's not the greatest setup for it. Rakanna is okay. Pretty good, actually, but...
yeah, I mean, it just allows Udyr to go in a little bit more aggressively.
Yes, this is true.
Because the follow-up is there.
Yeah, not a bad pick. By any stretch of the imagination. Should be going mid lane for RS. Seen him on it one time already. What's going to be...
Ooh. Okay.
Okay. I imagine that's mid. We're about to find out.
I mean, what do they put into the top lane? If it is mid, you probably wanting something along the lines of that tankier. I mean, you could probably play a Bruce in the top lane with Wukong, Alistar. I mean, they're both fairly hefty frontliners. Swain's no slouch either. Gragas.
Okay.
I mean, I don't hate it, but I just feel like a little bit of added lockdown on top of everything might have been a bit something on the lines of the Ornn, although in saying that it is a struggle. Kindred goes to the jungle for this GAM round out. So yeah, we are delving into the depths of champion pools at the moment, but it's look, hell of a way to round out this series.
Yeah, and Levi already playing one game of red side 5th pick Kindred. It's a pick that is really good, especially when you have Galio, because you can put down that Lamb's Respite and Galio just comes in on top of it. So much control, you know, yeah, okay, everyone's going to get a little bit of health back at the end of it. But in theory, the Galio should have enough AoE lockdown, you know, the knock up and then the taunt, that sure, they get a bit of health and they just die immediately after. That does rely, of course, on Kindred being able to get into a position where the knock-up's going to truly matter, which doesn't always happen. It's not easy to get into the center of things as Kindred, and yeah.
Look, all I'm saying is we missed possibly the most prime opportunity for a Yasuo mid. Because you got Alistar, you got Wukong, you got Gragas. There is just everything that a Yasuo could want, but I think that is just... look, we'll leave that in the hands of Arya. That's his love child at the moment in the LCP, so... Swain... it's alright, I suppose. It just doesn't blow me away. I definitely feel like it could potentially fall a bit flat depending on how the matchup goes.
Yeah. I mean, what a way to send off the series. We've got Swain, I think, is the interesting pick for me.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, it does feel like it should do pretty well, honestly. Like, I feel like there's a lot of short range. The Xayah always has been one of the shorter range AD carries, has the safety of, you know, if you're diving into her, she does very well against that. Swain doesn't necessarily do that. He kind of brings you into him and skirts on the edge of his ultimate. I think summoner spells for Honkyu would be interesting to see as well, as it is going to be the flash that he opts in for.
Okay. In terms of what's being brought around the board, I mean, nothing crazy, nothing out there. Galio going a little bit potential of early scaling if they find something, but it is going to be pretty standard matchups across the board. No lane swaps, nothing.
Yeah, not even, neither team really even bothering to get it.
Oh, that's it. Game's over. Kai's running the mook out.
Oh.
The only skin to play when Alistar's on the board. Just saying.
You get the cowbell.
Absolutely. You spam the living heck out of that thing too. If you're not using it in lane, you're not using it properly.
Okay, Q start for Artemis. There is always the option of the Xayah Rakan starting W. It does mean your level 3 is considerably weaker. Well, level 2 rather is considerably weaker. Level 1 stronger.
I mean, the lanes, for the most part, definitely feel like there should be a bit of a handshake. I don't see an intense amount of kill pressure one way or the other, and you can see RS is going to have a rough time in mid, ranged into melee. Not a significant range disparity, but enough that it is going to be a bit easier for Honkyu.
Yeah, and honestly, I think his health is a lot lower than you'd perhaps want this early on. In fairness.
Even Kiaya coming out and having a bit of a harder time against Driver, who again has that inbuilt sustain. Both of them do have the inbuilt sustain, but Driver definitely has decent enough wave clear that he can bail himself out. Ooh. HP. Great time for Swain. He should be farming those crows too. Just building up stacks, getting the extra HP. Yeah, Honkyu, I mean, this should be a good lane for him. He should generate a decent lead, all said and done.
Yeah. Pretty... I expect this game to be the quietest we've had. Though, somehow, CFO are just up 200 gold. Gonna slowly come down, but... There we go, evened out now. Guess a minion wave crash somewhere.
Or... They're hunting for something. I mean, RS was just bullied out of this lane. And Honkyu should be able to compound this CS difference and really have a pretty comfortable time in the mid lane.
Yeah, up a significant amount of CS this early on. There's been like 4 waves crash and he's up almost 2 of them. Actually over 2 of them now, but obviously a big wave is currently sitting at RS's tower. Also, Riot seemingly wanting Levi to win as they do put their mark down on his Scuttle Crab as opposed to the top side one that Junjo took.
Yeah. I mean, Cull coming out for Doggo, he's looking to play a slightly more scale-centric game. RS back in lane already. Has the Null Magic Mantle. Just see the tier coming out for Honkyu as well. Oh, what a catch.
Yeah, very well played. Taunt, not going to find its mark, but does at least deny a little bit of damage. Still, Honkyu showing some mastery here on the Swain. Not a champ we've seen any of. And I don't even remember the last time I seen the Swain in competitive. I'll level with you.
Yeah, it has been a while. Up on the top side, more skirmishing, more fighting. Look, I just see it being a bit of a handshake earlier.
Yeah, still Levi, Junja finishing off their clears. It is actually Junja for the time being that is up in CS. I'm not sure where he's found that. 1 extra camp for him as he's going to be able to go back out and get himself the wolves.
I don't know. I feel like you could force the issue down in the bot lane, but you got Rakan bail out for the Sire. 45 seconds to Void Grubs. I mean, topside priority has been the standard for most games so far. Look, both teams showing that they want to get Void Grubs more than I think they want to get early Dragons, but it is an Infernal Drake. Potentially could change their mind a little bit.
Yeah, perhaps. Junja, we'll see what he does, because if he does leave his top side to look for something in the south, we'll be telling of what their plan is, but I think he's just going across and trying to meet Kindred. Find some early poke damage. Weird to talk about Wukong finding poke damage, however.
Smack him with a hammer.
Yeah.
Catalyst picked up already. Driver's going to be a fairly hefty lad.
Levi is going to jump into a very pretty side.
Oh, boy.
Oh, the explosive cast is beautiful out of Driver. Are they able to find anything off it, though? It is going to at least get the Gullio ults as Levi is well within the pit. Level 5 does secure himself one of the grubs and is going to quickly try and make his way out. Also, going to give passage to Alio to do the same. What's going on here? Oh, there we go.
I mean, that was very nearly a hard int from Levi. The one redeeming grace, I think, is it does give Kiaya the opportunity to start chipping away at these plates. Doggo is going to be coming on down. Should be able to clear out the wave pretty easily. But again, Levi just playing dangerous games.
Yep, does lose his flash, but Driver also did use flash there to play aggressively in the pit, of course. So, pretty even trade, all things considered. Honkyu does have ult, the Demon Flame going to come in. Does land the Claw as well, and look at the Wombo combo. First blood, Junja going to pick it up. Kaya trying to run for his life to get out of there. Root does come through from Artemis, should help the rest of his team. Honkyu with flash, going to use it, going to get that ult, keep going, but the flash response out of Kaya means that nothing more will be found. Still the first blood over to CFO. And this Swain with just a tear is starting to do some pretty disgusting things.
Yeah, it swings the gold lead back in favor of CFO. I mean, it wasn't already there for the most part, but it just extends it out a little bit. Yeah, I mean, you look at it, just everyone in the right place at the right time. Kaya just a bit over-eager. GAM in general just seeming a bit over-eager. Jumping into the grub pit the way that they did earlier just shows a little bit too much. I mean, that they are willing to fight, and in rather questionable situations. It was a very close double there. They almost got 2 for their troubles. GAM need to be careful.
For sure. I mean, I'm hyped for the Swain. He still hasn't backed, by the way, and is still feeling exceedingly comfortable in his lane. We'll be able to get that recall off now. We'll see what he builds. A lot of Rod of Ages I see in solo queue. A lot of Rylai's.
So that Mage Bruiser type build.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been pretty standard for a while now. It opts into the...
Yeah, probably Rylai's based on this. It still could be... I mean, sorry, it probably is the Rod of Ages. Still could be the Rylai's, but I feel like, you know, just the Catalyst and also the Rod of Ages and then its passive just does so well to complement what Swain wants to do, especially, you know, his ult's popped. He's using mana, he's using health, and going to be able to constantly top those up with the Rod of Ages passive.
Opts into the blasting one though, so not going to start up the Catalyst just yet. Wants more damage over the tankiness. Ult is back online as well.
Yeah, it makes sense. He's not really struggling for mana, being that he does have the Tear of the Goddess stacking up as well, and it just means that any poke he finds onto RS is just going to be more meaningful.
Absolutely, gives them more priority over the lane as well. Forcing them out of positions. Next lot of grubs, minute 15 away. So it gives Levi time to clear the spot side, transition over to the top side of the river. Honkyu is just continuously stacking up that passive, getting great damage out, getting great coverage as well. Consistently controlling this mid lane. I mean, credit where credit's due though, RS is keeping that CS gap as minimal as possible.
Yeah. I think ultimately, things going pretty well for CFO here. Of course it was last game too, and GAM very capable of turning it around. Levi, we've seen his Kindred, we've seen what it can do. Hold up, look at top. Kaya talking about Levi, look at this Udyr just wailing on at driver's HP, getting in the way, not allowing that body slam to come out. Eventually, you know, going to just commit that explosive cask and use the body slam to get on out of there. But just so much damage coming through from this Udyr. Even the likes of Gragas cannot stand up to it. It's talking about Rod of Ages, looking like we're going to have one for the fat man up top.
Quite possibly. And it was always such a good item on him anyway. There you go, finished up as well, nice and early, 10 minutes, 12 seconds for him, so it's going to start stacking up that passive. The longer the game goes, or at least in the mid stage, he's healthier, hitting harder.
Wood grubs, not looking like Gama going to be too willing to contest. Maybe look for something down the bot side, flash forward, but Honkyu somehow does deny that engage immediately from Alio. Still, it looks like he's getting very, very low. He actually manages to dodge out of the feathers. He's 2v1ing, he's finding a lot of damage. Can he find anything more? That's the Feather Storm going to come out, and Honkyu should be going down, but is he able to find the kill first? No, he won't. He will get absolutely every single summoner spell out of the bot lane and both ults for his trouble, however, and I think, you know, despite going down, that is a pretty big pickup in a 2v1.
Also denies the mark to Levi. As you can see, has Honkyu locked and loaded in his sights. Gives the avenue to start up the dragon. Naris responds in the mid lane to clear things out as he was jumped on under that tier 1 as well.
Yeah. Ooh. I didn't even see that. Ares, if you saw in the bottom right-hand corner, got exceedingly low, but did manage to get it on out of there. Coming up next, both the top side and the Rift Herald and the bot side at Cloud Dragon will be spawning at reasonably similar times. Very low kill game. I put the odds of Ruinous spawning at about 1 in 100.
Oh, if that, I think that's still pretty high.
Yeah.
I mean, in the grand scheme of things, we're starting to see some of those big items coming online. Rod of Ages, of course, on the top side for Driver. We see the Triforce coming in as well. It looks like it is going to be the Rylai's for Honkyu first, so pretty standard. Bloodthirster not far off either. So CFO is starting to bring it together. Ult's up as well. Look, CFO are finding themselves in a position where they really can start to afford to fight. And Elio, I mean, if they'd committed to that pinch, they might have actually kind of killed it.
Yeah, interesting Spirit Visage first here on the Udyr.
I think there's enough magic damage on the map to justify it, honestly.
Yeah, for sure.
Just a little bit of added sustain in lane as well. Just gives you a bit more trading power.
Certainly is doing well up against the 1v1 into driver, as you're seeing here.
It's just two big burly dudes beating their chest at each other.
Yeah, yeah. One is a little bit more burly, as it'll appear, but he also turns into different animals, which is kind of cheating.
And the other one's a violent drunk, so...
Yeah.
Dude carries a cask around and smacks people with it. Yeah, look. It's an interesting battle up in the top lane, but Honkyu, Rylaze is done, which it means it is a little bit harder to now escape him, especially in the demon form.
Yeah, especially for...
It is still going at it.
Yeah. The damage is going to look so funny this game, by the way, because these two are probably going to be first and second.
Oh, absolutely.
Or maybe, I mean, if Honkyu eventually probably will end up laning against the Udyr sometimes, and actually just thinking about how tanky each team is, I never really realized. But if this game goes super late, then you just have to favor GAM because they actually have like two real damage champs. You know, I mean, the Swain probably is going to do an immense amount of damage, but comparative to the Kindred and the Xayah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, looking here onto Kaya. The bullet time's really good, but not good enough. Kaya's able to get on out of there. Still, nice amount of damage. Adding to the damage out to champion stat, which is the most important stat in the game. And Honkyu is so accurate with these Swain abilities.
And down to the bot side. Backs up, driver gets himself his boots and 3 cloth armors because, I mean, he's a big boy. He needs a lot of fabric.
Yeah, it'll turn into Frozen Heart. Makes a lot of sense. Cooldown reduction, which is Graves' favorite stat. And then the armor into, as I sort of pointed out, the two main carries, which are both 80s. Lowers attack speed, lowers damage you take. After all the 1v1s, driver eventually is going to claim first tower, and I believe that's also the feat.
That would be indeed, yeah. So, does mean thing. Oh, Artemis.
Oh, we're having this again, where Honkyu is just walking in and completely removing Artemis from the fight. The problem with the Xayah, of course, very low range. Pretty much, if she wants to auto-attack, she will be in that Demon Fire.
I absolutely respect the call there from Levi. His pinch, no way to jump over the wall.
Flash,
use the flash, save your life, play for later. I mean, while it has been a reasonably quiet game across the board, 5 grubs has meant that CFO has been able to get massive damage against these towers of GAM. And Honkyu, in the face of 3, just walks it back to the tower.
Yeah, didn't feel threatened. Nervous Steel holds his flash, just walks on out.
He's not bothered at all. But that is level 11 as well on Honkyu now. It's a second rank into the ultimate. Is just going to be pumping out that more damage. Goes for the steel plates as well. So he's going to be even harder to hit.
Closely getting to cheer for ward kill territory. I get it though. I think ultimately this game does have large impacts on the rest of the season. Just simply because, you know, we see how close these two teams are. And as the standings do play out so far, right, it's GAM, they're trying to get on the same scoreline as CFO, whereas CFO are trying to get themselves really up there. So, you know, okay, the battle for first is only going to be between ourselves and Talon.
Well, I think that's it. I mean, you look at it, CFO are battling to keep in contention for first alongside Talon, whereas GAM are in a position they could really play split. I could imagine CFO's frustrations are mounting a little bit. It's like, well, we don't really care about these guys. Talon is really where our focus should be this split, because they're our biggest opponent, but GAM is saying, well, hold on, we're not done yet. We've still got this game to play. Worry about us.
Oh, Diamond going to pull the trigger. A lot of damage coming down on Levi. Is going to be forced out. That Lamb's Respite and With him getting very low, eventually Doggo flashes on forward, gets that last hit with the double up, but in will come Ares. It's a nice explosive cast. He's going to have to flash away. Headbutts a wall for good measure on the way out, and in will come Junja. The charm is really good though. Elio trying to do what he can to save his mid laner, and he just stays in for too long. Junja finds another knock up, and just like that, from almost nowhere, CFO just locate 3 kills. They've got the rift healed. They get the mid tower, and holy hell did this game just bust open.
Min-maxing. Wow, look at it. He's just drifting around the map.
Forklift. This guy absolutely has it.
That is something that Chiefs might want to check on. Junja is proving why he is one of the, if not the best, arguably the best jungler in this competition. And it all starts from Kaiwing. They thought that he was in trouble. Brilliant headbutt pulverized combo, utilizes the flash as well. Lamb's respite out, and boom, Doggo over that wall, hits it. Yeah, you shielded for magic damage courtesy to Galio, but that's not where the damage is coming from. Explosive cast, Aris can only hit the wall. There's nowhere to go because the rest of CFO are already on the tier 1 tower, and they just massacre GAM.
Yeah, get down the rift shield. I thought Junja was just like, okay, well, this is not crashing again. May as well just drive this out. But somehow navigates the jungle, the treachery of the jungle, gets it up to that top lane and gets himself a second tower. So getting everything you could ever dream of, essentially, did the side of CFO just there.
Leads across the board. I mean, it's crazy to me that you're a 25 CS up, you got assists under the belt, you're only at 1k ahead of your opponent in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, possible that just objective gold went over to the side of Ares picking up maybe the tower ball. I don't remember, but I imagine that's probably why, like a tower picked up by the Galio at some point. It's just also, if you're in a big team fight where a lot of his assisted just come through there, you get barely any gold, you get like 50 gold. So it will just be mostly coming through from that CS.
And the injectors, 5 towers. I mean, yeah, look, you've had a couple of dips below the line, but it is all CFO all the way. 5.5k gold lead at this stage. Levi, oh boy, he's seen him in similar positions now, and Kai wants to clear this vision out. I mean, we're 5 minutes 20 away from this Baron. Khan 20 seconds away on this top side. So they can control top side, get out of Khan. I think from there, CFO has the power and potential to steamroll the rest of this game.
Yeah. I'd say you'd expect them to, right? Obviously, last game they were ahead, not by this margin, and did manage to find an unfortunate team fight that did leave GAM to come back in. And honestly, it has to be said, while I think the champion kind of blows, Artemis has been playing out of his mind this entire series, from game 1 to game 1, game 2, and even now the fact that he hasn't gone down. And yes, you'd argue you probably don't want your AD carry and support to be getting 2v1 by the mid laner. He hasn't gone down. He's still keeping up. He's getting himself levels. He's on the same par as Doggo. Down gold, of course, but that's just because Doggo's picking up kills. I think Artemis really is going to have to pull out a bit of a trick here to get this one across the line, because Levi, not even with the collector yet, is going to be pretty weak for the foreseeable future.
Both Driver and Kiaya have teleport, but they're just both slapping each other on the belly down the bot lane, trying to stop the other from heading up top side and helping out. Look, he's just... Kiaya is just haranguing Driver right now, chasing him down bot lane while his team could find themselves in a lot of trouble. Elio goes on in, headbutt, bullet time.
Oh, the Demon Fire comes out. There's the Lambert's reply, but one goes down. It's already going to be Ares, and it's so hard to get away from this Rylai Swain. He even gets the hook over the wall. Levi will be able to dash on out, but still, it's just so much damage. Teleport even coming in to Driver, just for good measure. Not even going to be able to get the kill. Kind of looking a little bit like a clown at the moment, but still, Elio, will he be able to get out? Ginger trying to close the gap, won't be able to do so. And ultimately, all things said and done, 3 kills. Well, not even that, 2 kills, but the Atakan, importantly, was picked up there by CFO as they look to extend the lead.
Kai takes the first shot of the tower to enable a bit extra damage going out, but the minion waves there soon after, so it is going to be a free inner tower going the way of CFO in the final inner tower to boot. They've got 6 of 6. It is just the base remaining from GAM. And I mean, look, it's going to be their first Drake, the Ocean coming in, but extra sustained around the board. But I mean, CFO in the driver's seat well and truly.
Yep. You can say that again. Driver has absolutely taken a bit of a seat this time. Just honourable belly slams and getting clawed really by Kaya. Those guys, neither of them particularly playing a large role. There was, you know, some nice explosive casts out of Driver, and certainly around that Rift Shield allowed for Junja to get a pretty solid upper hand, being that he forced out the flash from Levi's Kindred. But Kaya, I mean, you're playing Udyr and your team is really far behind. It's never going to feel good.
Yeah, I mean, as an Udyr, you want to be in the sidelines. That's really where you want to be, just threatening, pressuring, making, you know, noise and distraction. Where they get the outer tier 1, meanwhile CFO knocking on the front door of their base, and they're looking to commit all their eggs into the one barrel, which is this bot lane tier 3.
Yeah, the Arcana is up, it's 5v5, but of course no one can go down on the side of CFO. Ults are committed, Kami does flash away, the bullet time's really nice, it's a lot of damage. Honky with the Demon Fire though, he does get the claw. Elio though may be able to just peel for his team for long enough. No, it isn't, Junji's right in the back, and Honkyu is still full on HP. Levi does drop the Lamb's Respite, but no one's going down on the side of CFO, whereas on the other hand, all that remains is the Galio and the Rakan. It's a 2v5 to try and defend game number 3. CFO, it took a long time in game 1, it took a long time for GAM in game 2, but here in game 3 we're 24 minutes in and CFO are trying to put the final touches in.
We've gone from a 49-minute game to a 37 down to what is likely going to be a 24. Hero's entrance for Ares, but what can you do? You're not the Akali, you don't have the execution threat. Double kill to round it out, and CFO deny the reverse sweep.
They absolutely do. They get it done. It takes 3 games. They've been there before. They've done that. Once again, CFO, they've been to 3-game series. They won their last one. They win this one. GAM, they've been to 3-game series too. Different story. It is the story of this game though. However, CFO now, they will be 3-0 undefeated over the course of their first 2 weeks. Tomorrow they will not be playing. A great start to the season rather. But I really want to focus on this Swain because the amount of room on the map he was creating. Like the early game, you saw level 2 to level 2. Galio was at about a quarter HP, and Swain was still full on mana. Yeah. That seemed like an egregious counterpick, where, at least for how that was being played out, there didn't seem like any room for the Galio to do anything. Move over after lane, he's down 2v1 with the jungler on his side of the map, as in terms of the opposing jungler, and he's nearly winning it. He's getting out 4 summoners, still almost killing Artemis, both ults committed, and just the meantime, it's the other side of the map, able to do whatever they want, picking up objectives, the neutrals, the towers. What a game out of Honkyu, really turning it around.
Yeah, I mean, under pressure, but never in doubt for CFO there. Look, to be fair, GAM played a brilliant game 2, but CFO brought it back with a brilliant game 3. And
yep.
Look, we see a couple of chops and changes in the top lane. Driver, Rest, not to discount their credit, what they brought to the table for these 2 games, but they really just weren't the focus. They didn't have massive impact. They weren't decisive factors. They were there. They were doing their jobs. And it's going to be interesting to see, sort of how they round things out this split and going forward with the rest of 2025 and who takes the reins. It looks like Driver is going to be the main, force in the top lane, but Honkyu cannot be discounted. Down in the bot lane as well, this power duo that we're seeing out of Doggo and Kaiwing. Doggo, look, bit of a misstep in game 2, but he well and truly redeemed himself game 3.
Yeah, I mean, look at the damage he's dealt there, and I didn't even really notice him all that much. Like, he came into team fights, right, and you could see he was like, flash forward, last hit Levi, managed to get the last hit as well on Alio, and his bullet times were doing a lot of damage. But it just felt like, at least to me, the star of the show was just Honkyu. And maybe it's he was on Swain.
That's the thing. He was the only death that game, which speaks to how much of a shellacking CFO just handed out. And it wasn't because he ran it down. He genuinely nearly won that 1v2.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the fact that they 11-1 GAM in what was a best of 3 third map, massively long games. CFO showed resilience. Honkyu, as this rookie coming into the competition, is really looking to make a name for himself.
Absolutely, and I think, CFO putting in the work here to make sure that Honkyu gets as many reps on stage as possible. Oh, do we really want to win game 2? Oh, let's just have a bit of fun here. We'll get the third game in. Honky a bit more experience.
I don't think there was any fun had by CFO in that second game.
I don't think so either. That looked pretty miserable to me. But, I mean, it's just looking at the highlights, like Honkyu even here, you know, like this was how the game really started for them. And it was off the back of him finding a two-man pull, flashes forward, Kaya then loses his flash. In the meanwhile, you know, like while Driver never was going to get the better of this matchup, he was just free alone top lane while his entire like bot side winning.
Yeah, I mean, he was there to draw attention more than anything, which has been the case for the most part for CFO, their top laner, and whether it's Rest, whether it's Driver, is just drawing attention to enable the rest of the team. And, I mean, to be fair, look, he did hit some magnificent explosive casts to really put GAM under the pump, and you could just see, this team fight in particular was kind of the tipping point where, look, yes, they were ahead, but GAM weren't out of it. As soon as this fight was won, it was kind of over.
And as soon as this happened, I knew that Junja was so locked in. Like, what a drift.
Dude, that was cinematic as hell.
That was just beautiful to watch.
Camera guys is definitely making sure we get our money's worth here at the moment. Yeah, and just the wombo combo team fight coming out. They didn't have the Galio, they didn't need it.
Yeah.
I was talking about the draft. I don't know if it was picked to try and take it away from Honkyu. Whatever the case, this Swain filled that void in such a spectacular way.
Yeah, I'm wondering, like, we never see Swain, right? Like, so it's very hard to grasp how strong it is versus is it really good against Galio in specific? Did it really work well with this comp? Does it work well against enemy comp? Whatever. But I feel like this game alone proves that, you know, teams need to start looking at these less meta picks because the Swain looked phenomenal here. And I'm sure there are many other champions that will look just as good in positions that people don't quite realize yet here in, obviously, a new season.
Yeah, I mean, I think it worked well because it was in a team fighting comp.
Yeah.
Swain is a champion that thrives in the thick of it, wants to be up in the face of their opponents, fighting, skirmishing, brawling. I don't think does too well into a pick comp. So if you're playing something that is going to punish isolated champions, then yeah, Swain's not the champ for you. But yeah, look, I'm right there along with you. I'm loving seeing these teams adapt the draft to try and figure out how, especially in the later stages of a best of 3 with the Fearless draft, how they can look to exploit the map.
Yeah, I think another, like, while obviously Doggo deserves a lot of praise of doing that much damage, kind of didn't realize that happened and certainly was there for his team. I think this Wukong champion, while kind of not needing to do a whole lot of the setup because somehow Honkyu was finding a lot of it as well as Kaiwing, I think this Wukong is genuinely the strongest jungler on the patch. That is my true belief. I think it does very well into a lot of comps. I think players like Junja and Levi, specifically because they're so good at it, can also pick it in potentially bad spots but still make it work just because of the strength of the champ. Taking a look at the standings though, it is of course CTBC Flying Oyster up there at the top. Same amount of points differential as Talon, so tomorrow we will have Talon playing again. Of course it is 3 games to only the 2. If Talon do 2-0 it, they will be up by 2 points. If they do 2-1 it, they'll be up by 1, and if they lose it, it will be CFO at prime position there in first place.
Yeah, looking down to the bottom 4 though, DFM, GAM, just propelled down into 6th place. Going to be just toeing the line around, playoffs and making top 6. Chiefs have a rough day ahead of them tomorrow alongside DFM, and then SoftBank just having a real rough run of it so far. I mean, look, tomorrow is not boding overly well for DFM and Chiefs after how, the last couple of days are gone, but if there is time to pull out an upset, it has to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, speaking of tomorrow, there are the games on your screen. Team Secret Wales almost taking a game win up against Talon, going up versus Chiefs, who likewise almost managed to win a series up against DFM, but Talon, well, I said they almost lost. They were down 11k gold against a Baron and a Dragon Soul and somehow still brought it back to win to end up taking the series 2-0. And DFM they did find a series win, sorry, they just beat Chiefs, but yet to really find their strength outside of Aria 1v9.
I would argue Chiefs beat themselves in that matchup.
I think Aria 1v9.
Oh, absolutely. He helped.
Yeah.
It was a 6v9, 6v3. They kind of jumped ship, helped Aria. Look, there's a lot that hopefully has been done between Friday and now in terms of what both Chiefs and DFM are bringing. But look, Chiefs have an uphill battle to say the least.
Yep, absolutely. But of course, exciting games tomorrow. Will be the final day of week 2 and then have a week break for the Lunar New Year. But Ultimately, I think today would probably be the most exciting of the matchups. I think, honestly, for SoftBank, they are sitting in last position. This is not a last place team. They have had the roughest schedule so far out of any team. And going forward now, they are going to be able to go against people that you do have to have a lot of faith in them for. But, ladies and gentlemen, that does do us for tonight. It's been an absolute pleasure bringing you the LCP yet again here on this Saturday. I cannot wait to see you all tomorrow. That's it for me today. That's it for Blue Panda. See you tomorrow.